Chapter 38:11. The Cliff of Death, Shattered Space. Fang Chun fell into a stone forest. He originally thought that it was just an ordinary place, but when he fell into it, he was shocked to find that this stone forest actually contained a shocking sword array. Yes, it was a sword array. He could clearly feel that the surrounding stones were changing at any time, and it was too difficult to capture the trajectory. During this process, Fang Chun also found that there were sword auras in the stone forest from time to time. He even suspected that this was a sword tomb. After all, only a sword tomb could nurture such a shocking sword array. Sword tomb. Fang Chun frowned and looked around seriously. With the current strength of his primordial spirit, his divine sense could instantly cover the entire stone forest. Roar! Suddenly, an angry beast roar sounded, and then a huge monster rushed in front of Fang Chun. The latter did not hesitate and stabbed out with his sword. Crack! The huge monster was stabbed by Fang Chun's sword, and it let out a miserable cry before its body exploded. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that the sword in his hand was actually imprisoned in midair uncontrollably. The shocking sword array in the stone forest was completely activated, and a layer of gray aura instantly shrouded the entire stone forest. At the same time, those stones exploded, and dazzling long swords stood on the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was stunned. The Supreme Sword Array? He really could not think of anyone below the Supreme Realm who could set up such a powerful sword array. No, his divine sense fluctuated, and he found some abnormal changes in the long swords. This made him conclude that the shocking sword array should not be the Supreme Sword Array. Could it be left behind by a Supreme Sword Dao expert? Fang Chun shook his head. A strong curiosity arose in his heart, and the blood in his body was also flowing rapidly. As a sword cultivator, it was impossible to be indifferent in the face of such a powerful sword array. He decided to personally explore the mystery of the shocking sword array. Voila! He took a step forward and arrived on a smaller rock. With a shio sound, the rock exploded, and a multicolored sword appeared out of nowhere. A sword light that made him feel a destructive aura instantly shot out. Bang, bang, bang. He hurriedly defended himself. The sword light shattered, but he was also forced to retreat. What happened? Fang Chun was surprised. At this time, the stone forest had already changed its appearance. He was trapped in the shocking sword array and couldn't find a way out. While he was tirelessly exploring the heaven-shocking sword formation on a nearby mountain peak, there was a person who was staring at him with his pitch-black eyes. Humans from the Chaos Realm? This person was shrouded in thick fog, and his voice was hoarse. When he said the words humans of the Chaos Realm, killing intent filled the air. After so many years, has the Chaos Realm risen from the ashes? How dare you come here? Back then, after the great battle at the Cliff of Death, the Shattered Space was born. There were many remnant auras of powerful experts, as well as inheritances. It was even rumored that there were descendants of primitive tribes here. Of course, these were all legends, and no one could prove it. Whoosh! The figure shrouded in thick fog opened his mouth and spat out a black substance. Then, under his control, the black substance exploded in the sky, blooming with colorful light. At the same time, in every corner of the shattered space, there were figures moving. The young master is summoning? Is there something important? Let's go and take a look. These people were the remaining experts of the devouring demon clan and some of their descendants. The black substance just now was the summoning token. A few days later, in the stone forest, the people of the devouring demon clan gathered. Everyone was in awe of the figure shrouded in thick fog. Young master, why did you summon us? A human from the Chaos Realm has entered the stone forest. I want him dead, the figure said coldly. He is courting death. How dare a human from the Chaos Realm come here? Do they think the devouring demon clan is afraid of them? Young master, please let me fight. When everyone heard that there was a human from the Chaos Realm, they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight. However, the figure in the fog looked around at the crowd and waved his hand for silence. He then said, "The great battle of the Cliff of Death had a great impact on the entire Origin world. My demon-devouring clan was also greatly shaken. We have been trapped at the Cliff of Death and have not been able to leave to this day. We do not know what the situation is like outside." After a pause, the young master continued, "The devouring demon clan will eventually rule the world. We can't live here forever. We were born as members of the devouring demon clan, so we must fight for our clan. Fight for our clan." Everyone's morale was high. "Perhaps we can get a lot of useful information from this human from the Chaos Realm," the young master said. "Young master, don't worry. We know what to do." The young master of the thick fog pointed at the stone forest covered by the heaven-shocking sword array and said, "The first layer of the heaven-shocking sword array in the stone forest has been activated. Currently, only Saint Kings can enter, otherwise, the remnant supreme sword intent will kill us." Everyone looked at each other. When they heard about the supreme sword will, they felt a chill in their hearts. Soon, more than a dozen Saint Kings stood together and waited for orders. "After you enter, it'll be best if you can capture the human from the Chaos Realm. If not, destroy the stone forest to activate the second level of the sword formation." When the second level of the sword formation was activated, only Saint Emperors could enter. When the third level of the sword formation was activated, only Saints could enter. Otherwise, once they broke into the stone forest, they would be killed by the supreme sword will. No one dared to be careless in the face of the supreme sword will. "Are you ready?" the young master of thick fog asked. "Ready." More than a dozen Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan shouted in unison. The young master of thick fog nodded and gave the order. Buzz! More than a dozen people entered the stone forest in a single file. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was studying the sword formation in the stone forest, suddenly noticed the devouring demon clan. Devouring demon clan? Fong Chun was stunned, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. More than a dozen devouring demon clan members were all Saint Kings. They were no threat to him. "Human for the Chaos Realm, how dare you come here? You're courting death." The leader of the group shouted in a low voice, and more than a dozen Saint King Realm cultivators moved to surround Fong Chun. "Humph!" Fong Chun sneered, without any fear on his face. "You think you can do it?" Boom! In an instant, a battle broke out. More than a dozen Saint Kings besieged Fong Chun, but the result was not satisfactory. In the outside world, the young master of thick fog looked at the battle in the stone forest with a gloomy face. A bunch of trash. More than a dozen people were unable to capture a human from the chaotic realm. This made him very angry, but there was no other way. The supreme sword will was too strong, and he did not dare to take the risk. He could only hope that these Saint King Realm clansmen would be able to activate the second level of the heaven-shocking sword array. Chapter 38:12. Sword Chi swept through the stone forest. Fong Chun showed no fear in the face of more than a dozen Saint Kings. He held his sword in his hand and displayed his powerful sword skills. Wong. Invincible fighting spirit filled his entire body. His body vibrated with power. He had cultivated for so long and had only just recovered to the Saint King realm. Now, he was only one step away from the Saint King realm, but it was difficult to cross. Just then, more than a dozen people came to practice. Boom! The invincible sword skill had evolved to its limit. Every strike was close to the limit of sword principle. In a flash, Fong Chun swung his sword 9 times. 9 sword lights crisscrossed in the void, suppressing the sword chi in the shocking sword array. At this time, more than a dozen Saint Kings felt Fong Chun's strength. They no longer held back and activated their strongest power. They attacked with lightning speed, trying to suppress Fong Chun. "Kill!" Fong Chun shouted and leaped. His body was extremely agile. In an instant, he was behind a martial artist. When the martial artist realized it, it was too late. He shook his wrist, and his sword pierced through the head of the devouring demon clan member. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fong Chun knew that the devouring demon clan had a powerful divine ability. As long as their blood was still there, they would be immortal. Their body structure was completely different from the human race in the chaotic world. Therefore, the moment he pierced through the head of the devouring demon clan member, Fang Chun activated his perfect bloodline. In the blink of an eye, the devouring demon blood in the body of the devouring demon clan member was completely refined. The devouring demon clan member screamed miserably. His body convulsed, and he lost his vitality in an instant. He fell into the stone forest. Kacha! Sword Chi rampaged and minced his corpse into pieces. Damn it! Outside the stone forest, the fog young master clenched his fist. His power vibrated, and his fist punched through the ground. He was furious. A bunch of trash. You can't even deal with a Saint King realm human from the chaotic world? If it weren't for the limitation of his realm, he would have entered the chaotic stone forest and killed this human from the chaotic realm. Don't worry, young master. This human from the chaotic realm is proficient in swordsmanship. Earlier on, he had used a trick to secretly borrow the power of the heaven's startling sword formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill our fellow tribesman. A tribesman whispered, "That's right. A lowly creature from the primal chaos world dares to come to the death cliff? You're simply courting death. Humph. Kill him and then destroy the primal chaos realm." The crowd howled in rage. However, they could only watch on helplessly as the battle in the stone forest continued. There was nothing they could do to help. Attack together. Let's end this quickly. As if they had realized how powerful Fang Chun was, someone roared. Immediately, the remaining 10 or so people joined forces to attack. Their auras locked onto Fang Chun. Their power converged, forming a terrifying fist that heavily smashed into Fang Chun's body. It's about time. Seeing this, Fang Chun whispered and attacked with all his might. Pucci, under his powerful swordsmanship, the devouring demon clan cultivators could not withstand a single blow. More than a dozen Saint Kings joining forces could not withstand a single blow from him. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Fang Chun began to counterattack, stabbing out with his sword again and again. Screams of agony filled the air. The Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan fell one after another in the stone forest. Destroy the heaven-startling sword formation. The devouring demon clan outside also realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. The few remaining Saint Kings no longer attacked Fang Chun. Instead, they attacked wildly in all directions, trying to activate the second level of the heaven-startling sword formation. Fang Chun's eyes flashed. Although he did not know what they were doing, his intuition told him that the heaven-startling sword formation seemed to be changing. Stop them! Fang Chun growled and immediately increased the speed of his sword. Pucci! Wherever the sword light passed, the devouring demon clan cultivators were unable to resist and were instantly killed. In just a quarter of an hour of the dozen or so Saint King realm cultivators, only one remained. The rest had all died under Fang Chun's sword. This man's body trembled as his heart filled with fear, constantly retreating. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the young master will not let you go. He used the young master of the thick fog to threaten Fang Chun. Are you threatening me? Fang Chun sneered. He was comprehending the sword in the stone forest and had no interaction with this so-called young master. The latter wanted to kill him, and now he was threatening him? Moreover, he was a human from the chaotic realm. He was a natural enemy of the devouring demon clan from the source world. Fang Chun snorted coldly and lowered his sword. Seeing this, the remaining devouring demon clan cultivator turned pale. He gritted his teeth and burned his blood essence, urging the power in his body to self-destruct. If we die together. He roared angrily. Then, his body was shrouded in thick flames. He rushed to the center of the heaven-startling sword formation, trying to activate the second level of the sword formation. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chun flicked his wrist and performed the invincible sword technique again. The sword light that swept across the sky carried with it an indestructible power. It cut the devouring demon clan cultivator in half. Boom! At this moment, the upper body of the devouring demon clan cultivator exploded. The terrifying power swept through the entire heaven-startling sword formation. His head fell to the center of the sword formation. Dong, dong, dong. When he self-destructed, the entire heaven-startling sword formation shook. In the outside world, the young master of the thick fog clenched his fists. His dark eyes stared at the heaven-startling sword formation. The other Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan were also watching closely. As soon as the second level of the heaven-startling sword formation was activated, they would immediately enter and suppress the humans from the chaotic realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, to their disappointment, after the heaven-startling sword formation shook violently, it gradually calmed down. How could this be? The young master of the thick fog roared. He was about to activate the second level of the sword formation, but he failed in the end. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. The young master of the thick fog became more and more furious. If the dozen Saint Kings had self-destructed as soon as they entered, they would definitely have been able to activate the second level of the sword formation. Who would have thought that these idiots would die because they had underestimated the enemy? This way, his plan had failed. All his efforts had been for naught. Something's not right. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. The young master of the thick fog raised his head and looked at the heaven-startling sword formation. He suddenly discovered that at the center of the sword formation, a spark had suddenly appeared in an inconspicuous place. This spark seemed to be the fuse that had triggered the transformation of the sword formation. The second level of the sword formation? The young lord of the thick fog shouted with joy on his face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spark was small at first, but as time passed, it gradually bloomed and soon enveloped the entire center of the sword formation. Fang Chen also felt the temperature rapidly rising. Fang Chen frowned. The sword qi in his body was moving strangely. The sword in his hand also let out a loud sword hum. What's going on? His intuition told him that the heaven-startling sword formation was transforming. Chapter 38:13. Inside the heaven-shocking sword formation, a flame slowly blossomed. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a ferocious force surging toward him, causing his expression to change greatly. With a flicker, he arrived at the center of the heaven-shocking sword formation. This is... Fang Chen frowned. Although he did not specialize in arrays, his attainments in arrays were still extremely high. In a flash, he discovered the uniqueness of the center of the array and immediately thought of a possibility. Boom! 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 The wisp of flame above the center of the array completely blossomed. Terrifying power continuously poured into the center of the array, causing the sword array to emit a dazzling light. Sword qi swept across the heavens and earth as if it contained an ancient sword will that was above the sword array. The blood in Fang Chen's body throbbed. His body trembled involuntarily. The long sword in his hand let out a loud cry uncontrollably. In the next instant, the second level of the sword array was activated. Murderous sword qi crisscrossed within the sword array. Fang Chen's figure constantly flashed as he dodged the murderous sword qi. The sword array has become stronger? When the sword array became stronger, Fang Chen also noticed that the Fog Young Lord and the others outside were smiling. Then he saw some Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan rushing into the stone forest. Could it be? Combined with the fact that only a dozen Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan had entered the stone forest, Fang Chen vaguely guessed something. Before the Saint King of the devouring demon clan died, he self-detonated his body to draw out the power in his body. It was not to kill himself, but to activate the second level of the sword array. In other words, the Fog Young Lord and the others did not enter because the sword array had many restrictions and they could not enter. Saint King Realm. A cold, killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. The corpses of the Saint King of the devouring demon clan had all been minced by the sword qi. Fang Chen stood on a rock with a long sword in his hand. The sword's cry shook the heavens. Human for the chaotic world, you're dead meat. The origin world had been created by the demon-devouring clan's patriarch and was their base camp. Yet, someone had dared to kill the humans of the Chaos Realm. Their hearts were filled with rage. Swish! Swish! In the blink of an eye, a few Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan entered the stone forest. Whoosh! Without saying a word, They immediately surrounded and annihilated Fang Chun. With a thought, Fang Chen's four origins revolved around his body. He displayed the invincible swordsmanship. A rumbling sound resounded through the sky. The entire stone forest reverberated with a deafening sound. Crack! The Saint Emperor Devourer closest to Fang Chun was caught off guard. He was pierced through by the sword and instantly fell into a pool of blood. "You're courting death." When the other members of the demon-devouring tribe saw this, their faces turned ferocious as they roared in anger. However, Fang Chun used his sword chi to resonate with the sword chi of the heaven-shocking sword formation. His speed soared to the extreme. He came and went without a trace. Using the spatial leap, he killed 3 Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan in just a few breaths' time. This scene completely enraged the Fog young master. He stomped his foot, and the surrounding ground instantly collapsed. All Saint Kings enter the stone forest. Suppress him at all costs. How dare he slaughter his fellow clansmen right under his nose? He was extremely furious. Whoosh! The Saint Kings of the devouring demon clan swarmed into the heaven-shocking sword formation and surrounded Fang Chun. Kill! With that command, all of the devouring demons tribe unleashed their most powerful attacks. Even a sage would not be able to fend off their all-out attack. "You are dead meat." The leader of the devouring demon clan roared. Dense energy gathered above the heaven-shocking sword formation and instantly condensed into a great void handprint. Under the control of everyone, it crashed down. At this moment, Fang Chun was not only not frightened, but he even had a faint smile on his face. Because, just then, he suddenly had an epiphany. His sword chi could actually resonate with the sword chi of the heaven-shocking sword formation. This discovery made him extremely excited. After being trapped in the heaven-shocking sword formation for so long, he had been exploring and studying it. Finally, he had gained something. Condense. Seeing that the great void handprint was about to land on him, Fang Chun roared. The sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory. In the next moment, a light screen completely condensed from sword chi appeared in front of Fang Chun and blocked the great void handprint. Crack! The great void handprint hit the light screen of sword chi heavily, but could not shake the light screen of sword chi at all. It only lasted for a few seconds before being defeated. Boom! After the great void handprint shattered, the force that erupted sent everyone flying. "How is this possible?" the young lord of the thick fog exclaimed. His eyes widened as he stared at the light screen of sword chi. Heaven-shocking sword formation? He has comprehended the heaven-shocking sword formation? The young lord of the thick fog shook his head frantically. He could not accept the fact that the sword chi light screen in front of Fang Chun was giving off the same aura as the heaven-shocking sword formation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The young lord of the thick fog knew better than anyone how terrifying the heaven-shocking sword formation in the stone forest was. Even those sword cultivators who claimed to be the most talented in sword principle could not comprehend it. How could a mere Saint King comprehend it in such a short time? As expected, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. In fact, it was too difficult to comprehend the heaven-shocking sword formation. He only knew a little about it. The reason why he was able to condense the sword chi light screen at the critical moment was also because of a trick. He used the invincible sword art to communicate with the core of the heaven-shocking sword formation. When a second layer of the heaven-shocking sword formation was activated, he took the opportunity to insert a wisp of sword will into the core of the formation. Of course, this was not enough. After all, this was the legendary heaven-shocking sword formation. However, when Fang Chen's power vibrated, he vaguely felt a wisp of supreme sword will. He had absorbed the power of Sky Dragon Supreme's heart and formed a resonance with a supreme sword will. This caused the supreme sword will to change the trajectory of the heaven-shocking sword formation and condense the sword chi light screen. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the sword chi light screen in front of him. With this light screen, the Saint Emperors of the devouring demon clan could not do anything to him. If the third layer of the heaven-shocking sword formation could not be activated, the Saint Realm martial artist could not enter at all. This way, he was temporarily safe. Kill him for me. The young lord of the thick fog's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something and roared angrily. The Saint Kings of the demon-devouring clan who had been knocked back launched another attack. However, their attacks were useless because of the barrier of light. The power of the sword chi light screen is disappearing. He can't hold on for long. The young lord of the thick fog said coldly. Chapter 38:14. The heaven's startling sword formation contained a strand of paragon sword intent. Feng Chen was shocked by this. However, on second thought, such a heaven-defying formation like the heaven's startling sword formation could only be set up by a paragon. Now, he had used the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart to temporarily communicate with the Supreme Sword Will, forming a resonance with it and condensing the sword chi light screen before him. The Saint Emperors of the Devouring Demon Clan attacked madly, but it was useless. The sword chi light screen was too strong, and they couldn't break it with their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Some Saint Emperors didn't believe it and tried to destroy the base of the heavenly sword matrix. But it led to a series of tragedies. Miserable screams came from their mouths as they were instantly turned into ashes. Don't move, someone roared. Immediately, the others all stopped their attacks. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their bodies were trembling. The sword formation was too powerful. It was impossible to break through, and they were also unable to break through the light screen made of sword chi. For a moment, they were stuck in a dilemma. Young master. The saint beside the young master whispered, "We can't go on like this. That guy seems to have activated the Supreme Sword Will and condensed the sword chi light screen. We can't break it all." Hearing this, the young master's face turned ferocious, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Damn that guy. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush in himself. But the Heavenly Sword Matrix's restrictions were too strong. Only by activating the third layer of the Matrix could a saint enter. Seal off the stone forest. Don't let anyone near it. The young master said in a hoarse voice, "I want to see how long his sword chi light screen can last." He also suspected that the Supreme Sword Will couldn't be refined so easily. Feng Chen must have activated the Supreme Sword Will by accident, and that was why he was protected by the sword chi light screen. After a long time, the Supreme Sword Will would fall asleep again, and the sword chi light screen would naturally disappear. Then, how would he resist the devouring demon clan? Thinking of this, the young master took a deep breath, withdrew his killing intent, and left the stone forest. Rumble. The Saint Emperors of the Devouring Demon Clan all left the stone forest, leaving Feng Chen alone. They all left. He looked around and suddenly realized that the devouring demons had sealed off the stone forest. Are they trying to trap me? Whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Feng Chen sat down cross-legged and threw himself into the heaven-shocking sword array, attempting to communicate with the sovereign sword intent once again. He was clearer than anyone about the predicament he was in. After all, there was a limit to the strength of the heavenly dragon sovereign's heart. Furthermore, the sovereign sword intent contained the fiercest and most overbearing sword chi in the world. Once he activated it, he would draw fire to himself. Therefore, the most important thing now was to fully comprehend the heaven-shocking sword formation. Only by controlling the heaven-shocking sword formation would he have the hope of refining the Supreme Sword Will. Whoosh! Feng Chen licked his dry lips. His heart was burning. Among all the sword cultivators in the world, who could resist the temptation of the Supreme Sword Will? Even a powerful half-step Supremacy Realm sword cultivator would not be able to resist the temptation. Not to mention him. If he could refine the Supreme Sword Will, his invincible sword Tao would be completely perfected, and it would even transform into a true Great Tao. Why to know? All the Taos in the world ended in the Great Tao. It was said that Great Tao was simple, and all paths led to the same destination. In the world of cultivation, everyone's cultivation path was different, and so were their cultivation methods. However, their goal was the same, and that was to step onto the peak of martial arts. The so-called invincible sword Tao, massacre sword Tao, bloody sword Tao, Hell, Sword Dao, Azura Sword Dao, and so on. Thousands of Sword Daos ultimately evolved in the direction of the Great Dao of Swords. A few months later, how is it? The young Lord of the Thick Fog asked about the situation in the Stone Forest. The Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan shook his head. The situation was not optimistic. The human from the chaotic realm is comprehending the heaven-shocking sword formation. He mainly cultivates the Sword Dao. If he really comprehended the path of the heaven-shocking sword formation, wouldn't it be? The Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan was afraid that Feng Chun would refine the Supreme Sword Will. He's just a Saint King. What right does he have to refine the Supreme Sword Will? The young Lord of the Thick Fog sneered. Even a pinnacle saint might not be able to refine the Supreme Sword Will, so he was not worried at all. However, his patience was limited. He could not keep guarding near the stone forest, could he? Roar. However, at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from the distant horizon. The young Lord of the Thick Fog Clan's expression changed drastically. The Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan beside him shouted, "Oh no, it's the descendants of the primitive tribe." The words primitive tribe made all the Devouring Demon Clan's expressions change. After all, this was a tribe that could fight against the Devouring Demon Clan. In this broken space, the Devouring Demon Clan's people were repeatedly slaughtered by the descendants of the primitive tribe. The reason why he lived here was to avoid being hunted down by the descendants of the primitive tribe. Young Lord, hurry up and leave. We'll stop him, the Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan said hurriedly. The young Lord of the Thick Fog Clan had completely calmed down from his initial panic. He rolled his eyes and revealed a sinister smile. I was just thinking about how to break the heaven-shocking sword formation. They've come at the right time. Young Lord, what are you planning to do? The Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan seemed to have guessed the young Lord of the Thick Fog Clan's plan. Lure the descendants of the primitive tribes to the chaotic stone forest. Tell our people to retreat and hide. The descendants of the primitive tribes will definitely be able to sense the sovereign sword intent. Once they know that someone is trying to refine the sovereign sword intent, they will definitely organize a group. At that time, there would definitely be two situations. The first was that the heaven-shocking sword formation would shatter, and the descendants of the primitive tribe would be injured to varying degrees. The Devouring Demon Clan would then reap the benefits. The second was that the heaven-shocking sword formation was too strong, and the descendants of the primitive tribe would be angered by the Supreme Sword Will and end up being destroyed. No matter what happened, it would be beneficial for the Devouring Demon Clan. After all, even if the heaven-shocking sword formation was not broken, the descendants of the primitive tribe would die, and the Devouring Demon Clan would have one less enemy. All right, I'll make the arrangements now, the Saint of the Devouring Demon Clan said. Far away, the descendants of the primitive tribe were conducting a thorough search. Old Lin, what did you find? The man called Old Lin put his ear to the ground and listened to the rhythm of the earth. After a long while, he stood up and pointed ahead. I sensed a very strong fluctuation of sword chi. Let's go take a look. Soon, the descendants of the primitive tribe discovered the stone forest. That's a sword formation. What a powerful sword formation. We didn't notice it before. Look, there's someone in the sword formation. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Chun. Someone was actually comprehending such a powerful sword formation. Old Lin and the others had a look of fear in their eyes. Chapter 38:15. The descendants of the primitive tribes stood in front of the stone forest, staring at Feng Chun with their dark eyes. They were shocked that someone was comprehending such a powerful sword formation. Who was this person? Why was he here? This sword formation is very powerful. Old Lin took a deep breath and said after a careful test, based on his initial estimation, if the sword formation was fully activated, even a sage might not be able to withstand it. Old Lin even suspected that this formation was the work of a supreme being. Could it be? Old Lin's face suddenly changed. If this formation was really the work of a supreme being, then who was the martial artist in the sword formation? A supreme being? Or a descendant of a supreme being? It can't be a supreme being. Someone shook his head and denied Old Lin's guess. What a joke. The Supreme Being almost died in that fierce battle. If a new Supreme Being was born, how could the primitive tribes not know? Then, could he be a descendant of a Supreme Being? Someone else asked. Maybe it's a cultivator who accidentally broke into the sword array? Everyone was making wild guesses. Old Lin suddenly had a bold idea. If we can get the inheritance of the sword formation, can we leave the broken space and return to our tribe? Returning to the tribe was something that the descendants of the tribe yearned for day and night. Although they were the descendants of the primitive tribes, no one recognized them in the broken space. Only when they were strong could they be recognized by all forces. Once they got the inheritance of a Supreme Being, they could return to their tribe with their heads held high. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of passion. Since that guy can enter, there must be a loophole. Old Lin's face was full of excitement. He started to study the sword formation to see if there were any weak points or gaps. Let's look for it together. Soon, everyone from the primitive tribes went to look for the entrance of the sword formation. At this moment, the young master of the fog, who was hiding in the dark, sneered. A bunch of idiots. How dare they call themselves the descendants of the primitive tribes? How pathetic. They can't even enter the stone forest. Obviously, the young master of the fog had been hiding here for countless years. He knew the stone forest very well and could easily enter and exit the sword formation. However, the descendants of the primitive tribes were different. It was their first time encountering such a powerful sword formation, and none of them were good at swordsmanship. Moreover, they thought that this was a Supreme Being sword formation, so it must be extraordinary. Their thoughts were a little extreme. Young Master, the saint from the devouring demon clan, said, it won't be long before they find the entrance. However, even if they enter the stone forest, they might not be able to open the sword matrix. Keep an eye on them. Inform me as soon as they enter the stone forest, said the young master of the fog. Send out an order for all of our people to prepare for battle. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. For the 5 elements Saint Realm experts, 3 years was just the blink of an eye. Some of the old monsters had been cultivating for billions of years. During this period of time, the Death Cliff had been filled with undercurrents. Before the ghost artifact was born, the news had already spread like wildfire. Naturally, the Sword Lunatic and the Demonic Beast Patriarchs had also received the news. Bang! Sword Lunatic stabbed his sword into the ground and grabbed Princess Huang's neck. His killing intent surged. Our patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. If you tell us how to control the token, we can leave you with a complete corpse. Humph! Princess Huang snorted coldly, directly ignoring Sword Lunatic. In these 3 years, they had used all kinds of methods to force her, but she didn't give in. As long as the token was in her hand, they wouldn't dare to touch her. You're courting death. Sword Lunatic tightened his grip. Princess Huang felt her breathing quicken, her throat hurt, and her body was weak. At this moment, the Demonic Beast Patriarchs arrived in time. Stop. He stopped Sword Lunatic and said, take her away. Done. Sword Lunatic's eyes lit up when he heard this. He hurriedly asked. The Demonic Beast Patriarchs nodded. Sword Lunatic released his grip and brought Princess Huang to a canyon. This canyon was very quiet, and the surroundings were completely sealed. There was a black cauldron in the middle of the canyon. The Demonic Beast Patriarchs formed seals with both hands, awakening the power within the black cauldron. Sword Lunatic threw Princess Huang in front of the black cauldron. I've said before that my clan has a soul-searching technique. The Demonic Beast Patriarchs said eerily, if you don't cooperate, then I can only use the soul-searching technique. Before this, they didn't dare to use the soul-searching technique casually because they were afraid of the primitive races. After all, they didn't know what the primitive races would leave behind on Princess Huang. Once their identities were exposed and the primitive races were enraged, they wouldn't be able to complete their mission. MHM, Princess Huang's face flickered with a trace of fluctuation, but she soon calmed down. Be's easy. The Demonic Beast Patriarchs emitted a vast amount of energy that unceasingly flowed into the black cauldron. He chanted a complicated chant, and not long later, the black cauldron was awakened. Traces of silver light drilled into Princess Huang's mind. Princess Huang had a pained expression as her body trembled. Not long later, her eyes turned blank and she lost the strength to struggle. Soul searching. The old ancestor of the demonic beasts roared. Under his control, the silver beam of light started to search Princess Phoenix's soul. Swordman watched nervously. If the soul search was successful, their chances of completing the mission would increase infinitely. Bees easy. The demonic beast patriarchs closed his eyes and sensed the information brought by the silver light. Not long later, his body began to tremble as excitement appeared on his face. Because the silver light had already found the method to control the token and was transmitting it to him. Arg! All of a sudden, the demonic beast patriarchs let out a miserable cry. Golden runes appeared in Princess Huang's mind, directly suppressing the silver light. Oof. Next, a cold snort that seemed to have existed since ancient times reverberated in the air. You dare to search the soul of a member of my primitive race? This voice came from Princess Huang's master. As the sound of this voice faded, the golden runes completely devoured the silver light and formed a powerful rebounding force, severely injuring the demonic beast patriarch's primordial spirit. Pucci. The demonic beast patriarch's head almost exploded. His primordial spirit was severely injured and almost destroyed. He lost his combat strength and fell to the ground weakly. When Sword Lunatic saw this, he immediately controlled Princess Huang and came to the side of the demonic beast patriarch. How are you? I won't die. The demonic beast patriarch said weakly. The primitive race left a restriction in her mind. I can't search her soul. Princess Huang had a pained expression, but luckily, the soul-searching technique was useless against her. She heaved a sigh of relief. This way, she was still very valuable to the two of them. At least her life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. Chapter 38:16. The soul search failed. This also meant that Princess Phoenix wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. At least, before the old ancestor of the demonic beasts and Sword Lunatic grasped the method to control the token, she wouldn't be in any danger. This way, she would have enough time to plan her escape. After all, her master was from a primitive race. Since young, her master had always taught her that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength was the foundation of everything. No matter when, no matter what situation she was in, she mustn't give up easily. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she had to think hard. Especially at such times, she had to be calm. Who? Princess Phoenix drew in a deep breath. A trace of coldness appeared on her fair face. She had already regained her composure. Her pitch-black eyes stared at the old ancestor of the demonic beasts. To her, the threat of the old ancestor of the demonic beasts was much greater than Sword Lunatic. From her observation these few days, Sword Lunatic was at most a brainless fellow. No matter what he encountered, he would only use his fist to solve it. He was someone who didn't know how to use his brain. Such a person was basically no threat to her. On the other hand, the old ancestor of the demonic beasts was meticulous and didn't reveal any flaws. This made Princess Phoenix have no choice but to be wary of him. After all, he had grasped the soul search technique. She didn't know how many times the technique her master left on her could withstand. Once her soul was searched, she would only have a path of death. I'll leave you here for now. Sword Lunatic coldly spoke. The old ancestor of the demonic beasts looked at Princess Phoenix warily. After that, he indicated for Sword Lunatic to bring her away from this place. Not long after they left, the ground suddenly started to wriggle. Next, there was an invisible energy that gathered and instantly blasted the soil on the ground. Buzz! The violent energy, with the blasted soil as the core, formed a storm. However, even if someone were to pass by within a radius of 10 meters, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. The storm in the center was terrifying, but it was only limited to a radius of 10 meters. Dong dong dong. A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. From the blasted soil, an austere, killing intent could be felt. An extremely cold aura permeated the air. Suddenly, a melodious and ancient voice rang out. Millions and millions of years of bitter cultivation, vowing to explore the secrets of reincarnation. Who is it that disturbed my cultivation? The voice contained a shocking, murderous intent. Just a moment ago, he, who had been sleeping for billions of years while exploring the secrets of reincarnation, had been disturbed by a special force, causing his billions of years of cultivation to go to waste. Damn it! He looked up to the sky and roared furiously. The storm in the center gradually drilled into the exploded soil. Then, the terrifying sound was heard again. Pervasive sword chi? All sword cultivators in this world deserve to die. In the next instant, the land fell silent once more. Chaotic stone forest, heaven-shocking sword formation. After 3 years of cultivation, Fang Chun had gained a lot. However, every time he comprehended to a certain extent, he would reach a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand the trajectory of the heaven-shocking sword formation. Even now, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The person who created the heaven-shocking sword array was definitely a supreme being. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so profound. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Fang Chun, who hadn't reincarnated, could be called the top sword cultivator in the chaotic realm. His attainment in Sword Dao was second only to Supreme Fujian. However, Supreme Fujian was a legendary supreme being after all, while Fang Chun was only a 9th-level saint. With such achievements, the world regarded him as the future of Sword Dao. After his reincarnation and recultivation, he recondensed the invincible sword principle, polished himself, and deeply imprinted the invincible sword principle into his flesh and blood. He rose from the ashes and finally raised the realm of the invincible sword principle to a great level. Although he didn't dare to say that his attainment in Sword Dao was the best in the world, he could at least be in the top 3. However, a sword cultivator with such an impressive record was trapped in the heaven-shocking sword formation, which made Fang Chun quite distressed. Fang Chun looked up and saw the descendants of the primitive tribes outside the heaven-shocking sword formation. Coldness flashed in his eyes. What a strange aura. Their bloodline seems to be very powerful. He could clearly feel that the perfect bloodline in his body was vibrating, and the vermilion bird bloodline seemed to have a slight change. Fang Chun couldn't think of anything else in the world other than the primitive bloodline that could cause the two most powerful bloodlines to move at the same time. In addition, their behavior was very strange. Furthermore, the secret skill they used to attack the heaven-shocking sword formation was never seen or heard of before. This made Fang Chun even more certain that they should be the descendants of the primitive tribes. Senior Lung Xian once said that there are not only descendants of the devouring demon clan in the broken space, but also descendants of the primitive tribes. These people should be the descendants of the primitive tribes. Fang Chun muttered, and a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Princess Huang. Since he met Princess Huang in the soaring Phoenix Mountain Range, they had been through thick and thin together. Finally, under the strong oppression of the Ghost Manor Lord, he desperately stopped the Ghost Manor Lord and fought for a chance of survival for Princess Huang. I wonder how she is now. Fang Chun whispered, and then shook his head. Princess Huang's master was an expert of the primitive tribes. With the mysteriousness of the primitive tribes, they must have left a backup plan in her body. She shouldn't be dead. Then, if she didn't die, she should be coming to the cliff of death, right? Could it be that she is now at the cliff of death? At that time, the two of them had witnessed the heart of the heavenly dragon supreme. The latter's last words were for them to go to the cliff of death to find the ghost emperor's ghost weapon, and then let Princess Huang bring it back to the primitive tribes. Then, Princess Huang would definitely follow the heavenly dragon supreme's last wish. I wonder when I can get out. Fang Chun sighed. He was seriously injured, causing his cultivation realm to drop. Although he had recovered to the peak of the Saint King realm with the help of Lung Xian and the tempering in the broken space, he was still very far away from the Saint realm. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chun threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. The most important thing now was to train in the broken space as soon as possible and recover his cultivation realm. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the Cliff of Death and be qualified to fight for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. Boom! Just as he was thinking, the descendants of the primitive tribes launched a new round of attacks on the heaven-shocking sword array. Vast power bombarded the heaven-shocking sword array, causing the entire chaotic stone forest to shake. However, the heaven-shocking sword array was very sturdy and unbreakable. Old Lin. The descendants of the primitive tribes focused their eyes on Old Lin, as if waiting for him to think of a solution. This sword array is extraordinary. It can't be broken by force. Looks like we only have one way. Old Lin looked at Fang Chun, who was at the center of the array. Chapter 38:17. The descendants of the primitive tribes had no choice but to take the initiative to communicate with Fang Chun. My friend, we are the descendants of the primitive tribes. May I know your name and which force are you from? After all, there were other forces in the shattered space apart from the devouring demon clan and the descendants of the primitive tribes. For example, the descendants of the human clan from the chaotic realm. Therefore, Elder Lin asked. He wanted to understand Fang Chen's situation before making his next move. Fang Chun looked up and saw Elder Lin and the others standing on the bluestone. They were blocked outside the shocking sword formation. Elder Lin asked with a smile, "Descendants of the primitive tribes." In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled what Lung Xian had once said. In the shattered space, there were descendants of primitive tribes. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. Obviously, he did not have a good impression of the descendants of the primitive tribes. They were only after the supreme sword intent contained in the shocking sword formation. My friend, this formation was left behind by the ancestors of the primitive tribes. Originally, we wanted to take the shocking sword formation with the token, but unfortunately, you beat us to it. Because of your appearance, the sword formation changed its trajectory and we are blocked outside. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help to let us in, Elder Lin said with a smile. Fang Chen smiled coldly. However, he did not want to fall out with the primitive tribes. Therefore, he shrugged and said, "To be honest, I entered the sword formation by accident. Who knew that the sword formation would change unpredictably? I've been trapped here for a long time and still can't find a way out." Hearing this, a cold, murderous intent flashed across the faces of the descendants of the primitive tribes. My friend, are you joking? Elder Lin's words were full of threat. I hope you can help us get the sword formation left behind by our ancestors. At the same time, he also told Fang Chun that the primitive tribes had absolute authority in the origin world. Even the devouring demon clan did not dare to casually start a war with the primitive tribes. One must know one's own limits. I believe fellow Taoists should be well aware of this. Old Lin continued to threaten. If you can help us primitive clans, we will definitely remember your kindness. Once we leave this shattered space and return to the Forbidden Zone, our ancestors will definitely bestow great treasures upon you. At the very least, you won't have to worry about your life within the origin world with the protection of our primitive clans. His life is not in danger? Fang Chen asked. Seeing this, Old Lin was overjoyed. He seemed to think that Fang Chen was about to compromise. Who in this world can resist the temptation of my primitive race? He thought to himself, that's right. As long as you're willing to help, I swear in the name of the primitive tribe that you won't have to worry about your life in the origin world. No matter what danger you encounter, my primitive tribe will lend a helping hand, said Old Lin. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, then, what if I am hunted down by the devouring demon patriarch? Can you primitive tribes help me kill the chief of the devouring demon clan? As soon as he said that, Elder Lin and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces instantly darkened. Fellow, are you messing with us? Old Lin said in an unfriendly tone. Although the primitive tribes were not afraid of the devouring demon tribe, the chief of the devouring demon tribe was an expert who stood at the top of the pyramid. His strength could not be described with words. If the chief of the devouring demon tribe wanted to kill someone, no one could protect them. Back then, if the primitive tribes and the humans of the chaotic realm had not schemed against the chief of the devouring demon clan and caused him to be injured and remain in closed-door cultivation, the chaotic realm might have been completely destroyed long ago. At that time, the primitive tribes had also suffered a great loss, especially the battle at the Cliff of Death. Just thinking about it made their hearts tremble. What? You were the ones who told me that as long as I was willing to help, your primitive tribes would protect me and ensure that my life in the origin world would not be in danger. Fong Chen shrugged. Could it be that your primitive tribes are afraid of the chief of the devouring demon clan? No one can stop someone like the chief of the devouring demon clan if he wants to kill someone. Besides, who do you think you are? What right do you have to make the chief of the devouring demon clan personally attack you? Before Elder Lin could explode, the others could not help but berate him. Boy, I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it. I hope you don't go overboard. That's right. Our primitive tribes have already given you enough face by treating you with respect. I hope you know your place. Since you are in the sword formation, you must have a way to open it. Today, if you don't open the sword formation, we will kill you. Everyone spoke one after another, threatening Fong Chun. Elder Lin's dark eyes also stared at Fong Chun. Fong Chun sneered. He had long known that these descendants of the primitive tribes were up to no good. Now that they had exposed their true colors, they dared to threaten him? If they were the primitive tribes in the life forbidden zone, perhaps he would be afraid. However, although these people claimed to be the descendants of the primitive tribes, their bloodline was very thin and they had little to do with the primitive tribes. What right did they have to threaten him? Before you, the devouring demon tribe also came. They also wanted to kill me, but in the end, I killed some of them and the rest retreated. If you want to die, you can try, Fong Chen said coldly. When Elder Lin and the others heard this, they were shocked. Then, they saw the corpses around Fong Chun. Those corpses belonged to the Saint King realm martial artists of the primitive tribes. The devouring demon tribe also came. Elder Lin kept thinking in his mind, and his expression changed. Suddenly, he thought of something. Despicable. The devouring demon tribe really deserves to die. They couldn't break the sword formation and suffered heavy losses here. They purposely hid and let us attack the sword formation. Once we are injured, they will reap the benefits. At this moment, Elder Lin's mind suddenly became clear. It was no wonder that when he first arrived, he had sensed a faint aura of the devouring demon clan in the void. Now that he thought about what Fong Chun had said, it was very likely that this was a trap set by the devouring demon clan. Elder Lin, what should we do? The others looked at Elder Lin and asked for his opinion. Let's retreat for now. Since the devouring demon tribe had been here before, they must have hidden. This was a dangerous place. They should retreat first and think of a countermeasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Elder Lin and the others left the stone forest. In a hidden place, the Fog Young Master saw this clearly. He snorted and flicked his sleeves. He said coldly, the descendants of the primitive tribes are really a bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't even break a sword formation and retreated. Young Master, the primitive tribes have interacted with the human race in the chaotic realm. The saint of the devouring demon tribe reminded him. The primitive tribes in the life forbidden zone have interacted with them. Those guys who broke the space only have one thought, which is to return to the life forbidden zone. They will not cooperate with the human race in the sword formation. Chapter 38:18. Romance website. The primitive tribes were the natural enemies of the devouring demon tribe. They were born naturally, and their bodies contained one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. The descendants of the primitive tribes in the broken space had very thin bloodlines. There was only a slight bloodline connection between them. Their only hope was to return to the primitive tribes. But now, they realized that the stone forest was most likely a trap set by the devouring demon tribe. So, they quickly retreated without ensuring their safety. Fong Chun was a little stunned when he saw this. He did not expect the primitive tribe to retreat so decisively. Whoosh! It was good that they retreated. He had finally gained some understanding of the shocking sword formation. If he had more time, he might be able to understand the movement of the shocking sword formation. By then, he could rely on his strong swordsmanship to try to communicate with the supreme sword essence. Thinking of this, he sat cross-legged and continued to meditate. Far away, the devouring demon tribe was hiding, waiting for the orders of the young master of the thick fog. "Humph, what a bunch of cowards!" The young master of the thick fog said coldly, "Bring my letter to the Black Spirit King. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him." "Yes, young master." The outside world naturally did not know what happened in the broken space. But Lung Xian had been paying attention to the broken space for the past few years. She had personally sent Fong Chun into the broken space. She wanted him to train in a life-and-death battle and quickly recover his cultivation. Only then could he survive in the Cliff of Death. She also had a premonition that there would be undercurrents in the Cliff of Death. Soon, there would be an earth-shattering war. By then, she would not be able to protect Fong Chun. Moreover, she had already fallen. Now, she only appeared in the form of a special spiritual body. Naturally, her combat power would not be as strong as when she was at her peak. Whoosh! Lung Xian, who was dressed in white, exuded a cold aura. Time could not leave any trace on her face. With her beautiful face, anyone would covet her. However, her heart belonged to someone else. Even if that person had fallen, she was still infatuated with him. "Back then, you rejected me, not because you did not love me, but because you were afraid that I would be implicated when the war broke out," Lung Xian said to herself. The coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a complicated expression. Memories flooded her mind as a handsome figure appeared before her eyes. She stretched out her hand, but the moment she touched the handsome figure, the latter instantly dissipated. Hoo! A cool breeze blew past, and a tear hung from the corner of Lung Xian's eyes. She stretched out her fair little hand and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Although I don't know where you went, I believe that you're not dead. Your successor is the best proof." Fong Chun had been born in the primal chaos, which had been personally created by Autarch Fujian. Moreover, he possessed a perfect bloodline, and he had even been sent to the origin world by the Autarch. He had shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the primal chaos. The scene was extremely similar to what Supreme Fujian had experienced in the past. No matter who Fong Chen's master was, Lung Xian had already treated him as the successor of Supreme Fujian. Fong Chen's appearance in the origin world was enough to prove that the person she missed was not completely dead. It was very likely that he was hiding somewhere and plotting everything. Lung Xian shook her head and stopped thinking about it. "Since I ran into him, I will do my best to protect him and help him grow. I hope that my efforts can help him complete your unfinished mission." Saving the people of the primal chaos was an extremely difficult task. If she failed, the primal chaos would be completely destroyed. "Kiki, Lung Xian, you dare come here?" A sinister voice suddenly sounded from the void, followed by an illusory figure that appeared in front of Lung Xian. "Piss off." Lung Xian gathered her thoughts and threw out a palm strike. Frosty aura swept through the world as countless ice shards shot out from her palm and blasted at the illusory figure. Thump, thump, thump. The illusory figure's body dissipated after being hit by the ice shards, but his body reformed once more after the ice shards dissipated. "Lung Xian, we haven't seen each other for many years. Is this how you treat an old friend?" An old friend? Lung Xian's face was covered with frost. She directly attacked without showing any mercy. She unleashed a fierce attack on the illusory black shadow. However, the illusory black shadow did not show any fear. Instead, it revealed a trace of a snicker. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. Soon, the battle attracted countless eyes. "Let's go." Lung Xian did not want to stay any longer and wanted to leave. But at this moment, she realized that a dwarf was blocking her path. "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" The illusory figure's mocking voice came from behind. "I have endured for so long for this day. If I let you leave unscathed, how can I establish myself in the Cliff of Death?" Boom! The illusory figure and the dwarf joined forces to suppress Long Xian. Humph. Long Xian snorted and used a forbidden technique. The surrounding void was instantly frozen. In just a moment, she disappeared into the horizon. Gotcha! The ice was forcefully removed, but Long Xian was nowhere to be seen. Chase. The illusory figure and the dwarf looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. The two experts chased after Long Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the end of the sky, the white-robed Long Xian was flying rapidly. She used a forbidden technique to freeze the world to escape. However, she knew the strength of the illusory figure. It would not be long before he caught up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. She lowered her head and saw a wound between her thumb and index finger. Blood flowed out continuously, and soon, her white robe was dyed red. Her head shook, and she felt dizzy. However, she gritted her teeth and rushed into the black river ahead. Splash! There were slight waves in the black river before it returned to normal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long later, the illusory figure and the dwarf arrived. They looked around but did not find any trace of Long Xian. There is no path ahead. Where is she? The dwarf said coldly. The illusory figure lowered his head and stared at the black river, deep in thought. What do you mean? She jumped into the Soul River? The dwarf was surprised. Impossible. She wouldn't have that much courage. What a joke. That was the Soul River. In the huge cliff of death, countless experts were fighting for opportunities. However, no one dared to touch the Soul River. Her aura disappeared here. Look, there is blood by the Soul River. Ordinary people would not dare to come here. It must be her. The illusory figure said. In summary, Long Xian must have jumped into the Soul River. She will definitely die if she jumped into the Soul River. The dwarf said. From his words, one could tell how terrifying the Soul River was. Chapter 38:19. Araji Tenshu, a sect that specializes in refining poison corpses? At this moment, Fang Chun completely understood. The three words desolate dragon sky on the tombstone should represent Araji Tenshu. Could it be that this poison corpse was refined by someone from Araji Tenshu? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a wave of fear. Could it be that Araji Tenshu's men were still in the Blackstone prison? The demon tiger and beast seemed to have seen through Fang Chun's thoughts and said directly, Araji Tenshu has existed in the primal chaos void for a very long time and has a very deep foundation. However, they had offended a powerful expert in the past, and that expert had single-handedly wiped out the Araji Tenshu. However, I didn't expect that someone from Araji Tenshu would enter the Blackstone prison. Fang Chen's gaze was somewhat sluggish. There was actually such a powerful sect in the world. Are all the people from Araji Tenshu very strong? Fang Chen asked. Otherwise, how could he refine a profound god realm venerable into a poison corpse? Even extreme venerable one could not have done that, right? You weren't born in that era, so you don't understand how terrifying Araji Tenshu is. The demon tiger and beast took a deep breath and said slowly, their sect has a special secret art that makes them almost invincible against those of the same cultivation level. Actually, it's normal that you can't understand it. After all, a profound god realm, venerable, refining an expert of the same realm into a poisonous corpse is too shocking for you. There shouldn't be anyone from the Araji Tenshu in the Blackstone prison. The demon tiger and beast continued. Why? Because their cultivation relies on origin energy. The Blackstone prison's environment is so harsh that they can't survive, the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen recalled the words desolate dragon sky on the tombstone. If this poison corpse was refined by someone from Araji Tenshu, then why are these words on the tombstone? Fang Chen thought. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in his mind. Was it possible that someone from Araji Tenshu created this poison corpse and perished together with it, and built a tombstone for himself before his death, hoping that future generations would remember that there was once a sect called Tenshu sect that dominated the primal chaos void? However, this was unable to verify it was a Tenshu. Forget it. Shaking his head, Fang Chun decided not to think too much about it. The current situation was tense, and the most important thing was to wake up the barbarian. Moreover, he had to be on guard against Venerable Lei Hong's revenge at all times. Although he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, the barbarian's slumber had far exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian had been asleep for 15 years. The black aura on his body had gradually disappeared, and his wounds were gradually healing. Everything was going in the best direction. During this time, Fang Chun placed him in the demon's ceiling tower, and the demon tiger and beast took care of him. As for him and Qing Ho, they continued to search for tokens. In the past 15 years, many fierce battles had occurred in the one-line sky. Venerable Lei Hong had a conflict with the Demon King team, and in the end, he fled in panic and disappeared without a trace. As for the Demon King squad, only Supremacy Purple Demon was left. One day, Fang Chun came to a mountain stream. The origin energy here was rich and seemed to be extraordinary. What's that over there? Qing Ho saw something flashing on a small hill in front of them. The two of them quickly walked over and were about to pick it up to take a look when a gust of wind suddenly blew past, and the flashing thing instantly disappeared. Fang Chun turned his head abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. His entire body was emitting a violent demonic aura. The purple demon of the Demon King team. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, and then said with a solemn expression, "The purple demon was a peak venerable and was extremely strong, even stronger than Venerable Lei Hong. Let's go." Without any hesitation, Fang Chun took Qing Ho and used the space-time collapse technique to quickly escape. Want to leave? The purple demon licked his dry lips, sneered, and chased after them with a stomp of his foot. In a moment, the purple demon caught up to the two. Whoosh! The purple demon blasted out with both of his palms, and their bodies were immediately sent flying. Rip! The 9 annihilation puppets surrounded the purple demon in an instant, and then fought fiercely with him. Fang Chen also took out the hidden star sword and used the 20th move of the Shura sword technique. Dazzling sword light accompanied the attacks of the 9 annihilation puppets, whistling through the air. Ding! Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. The purple demon was extremely strong, and the 9 annihilation puppets were unable to withstand his attacks. Let's go. Fang Chun and Qing Ho continued to escape, and the 9 annihilation puppets entangled the purple demon to buy time for the two of them. After a while, Fang Chun and Qing Ho had already escaped to a place far away. Suddenly, Qing Ho stopped in his tracks. "What's the matter?" Fang Chun asked. "Someone has appeared and is fighting the purple demon." Qing Ho saw the battle scene through the 9 annihilation puppets. "Who is it?" "An old acquaintance." Qing Ho chuckled, and then said, "Venerable Lei Hong of the Thunder King squad." "The two of them are fighting?" Fang Chun said, "When they're both injured, we'll kill our way over." Coincidentally, Venerable Lei Hong had just found some clues about Fang Chun and was chasing after him when he saw the purple demon. Especially when he saw the 9 annihilation puppets beside the ladder, his eyes burned with desire. "Kill!" Venerable Lei Hong waved his hand, and thunder and lightning intersected in the sky, accompanied by a violent storm that flickered endlessly. In an instant, the sky completely darkened, and a shocking power spread out. Thunder come, rain come, wind come. After roaring 3 times in a row, the entire sky completely changed, and the violent power softened. Thunder, rain, and wind, the 3 combined into one, erupting with an unprecedentedly brilliant power. Not good. Seeing this, the purple demon cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. Although he was slightly stronger than Venerable Lei Hong, the latter had risked his life and used a forbidden technique, so he was a little afraid. Purple Demon Heavenly Art. The purple demon was furious and immediately used the purple demon Heavenly Art. A purple vortex appeared in front of him. Buzz. The tyrannical attack formed by the combination of wind, rain, and thunder rushed into the purple vortex. Explode. Venerable Lei Hong roared, and the sound of an explosion instantly spread. The earth trembled and sank, and the surrounding hills were instantly flattened. As for the weeds on the ground and the surrounding towering trees, they had long been burned to ashes. Boom! The vast explosive power, as if destroying the world, broke through the purple vortex and engulfed the purple demon. No! The purple demon screamed miserably as he desperately tried to resist. Crack! The explosive power blasted half of the purple demon's body into smithereens. But because of this, he was also severely shaken. Pucci! The recoil severely injured Venerable Lei Hong. His body flew out and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. He was motionless. Bang! The explosive power dissipated, and half of the purple demon's body fell heavily to the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. Both sides were injured. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause came from the void. Fang Chun and Qing Ho strolled out, smiling as they looked at the two people who had fallen to the ground. How wonderful! Qing Ho grinned and put away the 9 annihilation puppets. You! Seeing this, the purple demon glared fiercely at the two of them. As for exalted Lei Hong, he was shouting hysterically, I want to avenge my brother. Don't you know what the two of you are now? How dare you be so arrogant? Qing Ho sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Venerable Lei Hong. Wait a moment, Fang Chun called out. Kill him first. Fang Chun pointed at the purple demon. No. The purple demon's half-body kept retreating, his heart filled with fear. Let me go. I can give you anything you want. The purple demon said in a panic. Qing Ho did not stop and walked straight to the purple demon. The latter's face was pale. I can give you all the tokens I have. I can also give you my treasure, the purple zinc ring. As he spoke, he took out a purple ring with difficulty. The ring was about as thick as a neck and looked very ordinary. Purple zinc ring? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the purple ring. Wrong label. Missing. Chapter 3820. The heaven-shocking sword array had a total of 108 array bases. The energy contained in each base was completely different. 108 unique energies converged together, forming the most terrifying array seal. At the same time, it was also crazily supplying energy to the core of the array. After comprehending the first array base, Fang Chun continued to comprehend it. As he had once absorbed the heart energy of the Sky Dragon Supreme, it allowed him to occasionally resonate with the Supreme Sword intent, allowing him to comprehend it. In just a few months, he had already comprehended it no less than 10 times under the guidance of the Supreme Sword intent. Every time, he had gained a great harvest. Now, he had already comprehended half of the array base's operating path. The more he comprehended the array base, the more confident he was. He already had a detailed plan for the next comprehension of the array base. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to control the heaven-shocking sword array. At that time, he would have the opportunity to use the heaven-shocking sword array to trigger the Supreme Sword intent and refine it. Of course, this was a bold idea. However, Fang Chun had no other choice at the moment. The moment he entered the heaven-shocking sword array, he was trapped here. If he wanted to leave, he would have to completely comprehend the heaven-shocking sword array. At this moment, there was a white-robed figure outside the sword array. Beside him was a huge wolf. It was shaking its huge head, looking into the sword array. The human race of the chaotic world is at the core of the sword array. The huge wolf spoke in human language. The white-robed man's expressionless face changed slightly. Then, he took a step forward and entered the stone forest. Buzz! A layer of void sword chi blocked his path. These sword chi were released from the core of the array. Seeing this, the white-robed man's pitch-black eyes shot out a dazzling light. Crack! The dazzling light hit the sword array, causing it to shake violently. Do you need me to take action? The huge wolf asked. The energy in its body surged. It wanted to take action, but was stopped by the white-robed man. In the heaven-shocking sword array, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the white-robed man. The human race of the chaotic world? The white-robed man asked as soon as he saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun remained silent as he cautiously stared at the white-clothed man. After all, this was the origin world. Even though it was the shattered space of the cliff of death, it was still very dangerous. He knew that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and he could not afford any accidents. "I'm not hostile," the white-robed man laughed. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wave of heat spread out. After seeing this wave of heat, Fang Chun was stunned. "Who are you?" Fang Chun stood up and asked hurriedly. In this heat wave, he felt a very familiar aura. It was the unique aura from the Chaos Realm. It was impossible for outsiders to fake it. If the white-robed man could release the aura of the Primal Chaos Realm, then he was definitely someone from the Primal Chaos Realm. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you're trapped in the sword formation, the white-robed man said. As for me, I can help you escape from the sword formation and bring you an opportunity. Hearing this, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a strange look. He did not know the white-robed man, but the latter had stated his identity. They were from the Primal Chaos Realm. "Why should I believe you?" Fang Chun shrugged. "Besides, I'm about to fully comprehend the sword formation. Why should I be in a hurry to leave?" He had already comprehended half of the formation base. As long as he fully comprehended all 108 formation bases, he would be able to control the core of the formation. At that time, he would have a chance to refine the supreme sword intent. "Haha, do you know who left this sword formation behind? Do you think you can control it with your attainments in Sword Dao?" The white-robed man shook his head. Obviously, he had already seen through the sword formation. Moreover, he did not believe that Fang Chun could control it. This sword formation has a great background. If I'm not wrong, you should want to comprehend the 108 formation bases and then gradually control the core of the formation to achieve your goal, right? Fang Chun was shocked that the white-robed man guessed his plan, but he did not show it. "From your tone, you seem to know a lot about sword formations. Why don't you come in?" Fang Chun asked. Voila! The white-robed man took out a hexagonal starlight from his bosom, exuding a soft light. "You don't believe me and have been on guard against me. It's difficult for us to communicate like this." "This is?" Fang Chun's body trembled violently, and a memory emerged in his mind. The first time he saw the hexagonal starlight was at the end of the reincarnation road in the hands of the great sage. The great sage's hexagonal starlight? Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. This was because the hexagonal starlight in the white-robed man's hand was not only very similar to the great sage's, but also exuded the same aura. "Sure enough, you were also sent in by the great sage," the white-robed man said with a smile. 30,000 years ago, my father was also sent in by the great sage. He died in battle at the Cliff of Death, and I survived by luck. The white-robed man told Fang Chun that the hexagonal starlight was passed down by his father to find the human race in the primal chaos realm. What? Fang Chun was speechless. He didn't expect that the white-robed man's father was also sent in by the great sage. In other words, his father was very likely to be the same as Fang Chun, reincarnated with a heavy responsibility. The only difference was that the white-robed man's father had died on the battlefield. "When I first saw you, I knew that you were undoubtedly a human of the primal chaos realm," the white-robed man said. "So, shouldn't you believe me?" Beside him, the giant wolf couldn't help but speak up. "You're so slow." Fang Chun looked at the white-robed man for a long time, unable to recover from his shock. Since coming to the origin world and encountering a series of events and people, Fang Chun increasingly felt that the great sage's plan was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The great sage was not the only one behind this plan. It was very likely that some ancient supremes were still alive, and they were also involved in the plan to save the primal chaos realm. Moreover, those peak powerhouses of the primal chaos realm had sneaked into the origin world and left behind many means. Sky Dragon Supremacy's heart, the mysterious relationship between Supremacy Fu Jian and the primitive tribes, Tiger Supremacy, the Nether King, and the others, as well as Lung Xian and other powerhouses who had died in battle at the Death Cliff. Along the way, He had come into contact with so many people. Fang Chun sighed with emotion. Now, he actually met the descendant of the previous mission executor, who had found him with the hexagonal starlight in his hand. I said that I won't deceive you, and I'll even give you an opportunity, the white-robed man said. This sword formation is extraordinary. Even if you fully comprehend the formation base, you won't be able to control it. The only way to control it is through that treasure. When he spoke of that treasure, a solemn expression appeared on the white-robed man's face. Back then, what his father had told him before his death had come true one by one. Chapter 38:21. Of course, although the white-robed man had explained it clearly and even gave some examples to prove his identity, Fang Shan was not in a hurry to walk out of the heaven-shocking sword formation. After all, he was not a hothead who had just come into contact with cultivation. This was related to the life and death of the creatures in the Chaos Realm, so he had to be careful. Seeing his expression, the white-robed man shook his wrist, and suddenly a special force spread out. His palm gently pressed against the heaven-shocking sword formation. Buzz! Waves of gentle power emanated from his palm and seeped into the sword formation through the seal of the heaven-shocking sword formation. At first, Fang Chun did not notice anything, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong, because he could clearly feel that the 108 formation bases were shaking. What did this mean? He turned pale with fright. If the white-robed man forcibly attacked the heaven-shocking sword formation, it would be enough to crack the 108 formation bases and find an opportunity. Fang Chun raised his head and stared at the white-robed man. When the white-robed man shook the 108 array foundations, he did not further shake the array foundations. Instead, he sent a special energy into one of the array foundations. Suddenly, the formation base broke out of the ground, and a thick beam of light floated in the air. Fang Chun was shocked. This formation base happened to be in the formation base that he had comprehended. What's going on? He suddenly felt that his connection with the formation base had completely disappeared. At this moment, he even felt that the formation base was very strange. Swoosh! Bright light surrounded the formation base. After a while, a trace of dark aura appeared on the formation base. The appearance of this aura made Fang Chun's heart tremble. Although the dark aura was very thin, it contained a terrifying bloody power. With just a glance, Fang Chun felt that his nascent soul-level primordial spirit was about to shatter. Dong dong dong. His primordial spirit made a deafening sound. Fang Chun had a splitting headache and held his head with both hands. At this moment, the white-robed man stopped. In an instant, the pain disappeared from Fang Chun's mind. He slowly came back to his senses, panting and staring at the white-robed man. "Do you believe me now?" The white-robed man shrugged. Although he was unable to enter the heaven-shocking sword array, he could use his own strength to force out the bloody energy hidden in the array base. "What kind of power is that?" Fang Chun asked in a low voice. The black energy contained within the array base was too powerful. His essence soul had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm and was even on the verge of attaining the Tao manifestation realm. However, he was unable to withstand the bloody energy. He was terrifying. Who would have thought that the formation base actually contained such a powerful force? If he really comprehended the formation base completely and then tried to control the shocking sword formation, he would definitely release that bloody force. The consequences would be unimaginable. This was just the power of blood in one of the array bases, but it was enough to make Fang Chun's face pale. If all the power of blood in the 108 array bases were gathered together, it would be unimaginable. It would definitely be a scene of destruction. How can it be so easy to comprehend a sword formation created by a supreme being? The white-robed man said, "Although you can comprehend the array base, you have also seen the bloody energy contained within it. How are you going to deal with it?" Hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned. "If you believe me, then follow me. I'll bring you to find that treasure. Only that treasure can purify the bloody energy and allow you to completely control the heaven-startling sword formation." The white-robed man said. After saying that, he did not say anything else. He looked at Fong Chun with a smile and waited for the latter's reply. Do you agree? Fong Chun muttered to himself. His eyes were a little blurry. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion. If he did not agree, he would encounter the bloody energy one day. How would he deal with it then? If he was not careful, he would probably fall into a state of eternal damnation. One had to know that he was shouldering the responsibility of saving everyone in the Chaos Realm. His family and friends were all waiting for him in the Chaos Realm. If he died, then everything would be destroyed. No, Fong Chun roared in his heart. He would never allow anyone to hurt his family and friends. He clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious as he released a violent power. Seeing this, the white-robed man's smile grew wider. He knew that Fong Chun would definitely agree. After a long time, Fong Chun finished venting. He looked at the white-robed man again and said, I believe you. After saying that, he flicked his wrist and a vast sword Dao aura spread out. Half of the array base was under his control. He took advantage of the loopholes in the shocking sword formation and instantly walked out. Buzz. After he left, the shocking sword formation returned to its calm state. Outside the stone forest, Fong Chun and the white-robed man looked at each other. The latter extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Bai Qing Xian. My father is Great Emperor Qing Xian. Fong Chun was stunned. He had heard of some of Great Emperor Qing Xian's deeds, but they were pitifully few. At that time, he was still wondering why such a stunning expert would suddenly disappear. He did not expect that he had come to the origin world to complete a mission and eventually died here. Fong Chun. Fong Chun brought his fists together. After the two introduced themselves, Bai Qing Xian grinned and said, Let's go. I'll take you away from here first. After all, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demon tribe had fought fiercely here. As a precaution, it was better to leave first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, Bai Qing Xian brought Fong Chun to a quiet valley. Roar! The giant wolf howled into the sky and said, Are we really going there? Bai Qing Xian nodded. The giant wolf said, If that's the case, I'll go and prepare first. I'll come find you in 7 days. After saying that, the giant wolf's enormous body instantly disappeared. For the next few days, you can rest here. We'll set off in 7 days, said Bai Qing Xian. What exactly is that treasure? Fong Chun asked curiously. You don't need to know what it is. You only need to know that it's a sword Dao treasure. It might even be born from the great Dao of sword. Bai Qing Xuan's expression turned serious when he mentioned the treasure. Born from the great Dao of sword. Fong Chun exclaimed. If that was the case, it would be enough to alarm a supreme being expert. Under the heavenly Dao, there were 3,000 great Daos. Each great Dao could only be mastered by experts who stood at the peak of the chaotic world. Once one mastered a great Dao, it meant that one had stepped onto the peak of that great Dao. However, Bai Qing Xian said that the treasure was most likely born from the great Dao of sword. Such a treasure almost had the power to destroy the world. In Fong Chen's memory, throughout the ages, there had only been 3 supreme treasures nurtured by the great Dao in the chaotic world. Every time it appeared, it would cause a storm of blood and even destroy the chaotic world. Born from the great Dao of sword. Chapter 38:22. While chatting with Bai Qing Xian, Fong Chen also learned some secrets, especially about the great Emperor Qing Xian. According to Bai Qing Xian, his father was known as the great Emperor Qing Xian. Before his death, he gave him the name Qing Xian so that he could carry on his father's last wish and fight to save the people of the chaotic realm. At the same time, Fong Chen's impression of Bai Qing Xian improved greatly. Although the internal strife in the chaotic realm was fierce in the face of a common enemy, the demon-devouring tribe, everyone would unite. In the past few days of cultivation, Fong Chun tried to condense his primordial spirit while comprehending the sword Dao, but it all ended in failure. He remembered what Lung Xian said. Only by comprehending the 5th origin and gathering the origin of the 5 elements in one body, the primordial spirit could condense Dao. Huff! Fong Chun smiled bitterly and temporarily gave up on condensing his primordial spirit. Instead, he focused on comprehending the fifth origin. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the giant wolf came to the silent canyon. Fang Chen also came to Bai Qingxian. Can we go now? Bai Qingxian glanced at the giant wolf. Are you ready? Don't worry, everything is ready. If we succeed this time, we should be able to improve greatly. The giant wolf grinned. All right, let's go. Under Bai Qingxuan's lead, they left the silent canyon and passed through many wastelands and mountain ranges. Finally, they were close to their destination. Be careful, there's a Tiger King in this mountain range. The giant wolf reminded. Tiger King? Fang Chun was confused. With the giant wolf and Bai Qingxuan's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the Tiger King. You're still talking about it. Bai Qingxian glared at the giant wolf and then explained to Fang Chun. The Tiger King is slightly stronger than it. They have fought many times, and each time, the Tiger King would beat the Tiger King. However, it has ways to protect itself and always managed to escape. Over time, it held a grudge and used a diversion tactic to lure the Tiger King away. Then, it ate the Tiger King's newborn children. Hearing that, Fang Chun was shocked and could not help but look at the giant wolf. Wasn't this guy too fierce? He was clearly being oppressed by his opponent, but he still secretly ate his opponent's son. Wasn't that courting death? When the Tiger King found out about it, he was infuriated and threatened to skin the giant wolf alive. From then on, the tug-of-war between the two began. Bai Qingxian felt helpless. The giant wolf relied on its fast speed. As long as it didn't enter the Tiger King's territory, it was basically safe. However, the Tiger King didn't stay idle. All these years, he had been forming factions and setting up traps in an attempt to capture the giant wolf. Unfortunately, he failed every time. The last time, the giant wolf accidentally fell into a trap and was about to be killed. Bai Qingxian secretly intervened and saved the giant wolf. It's just a few offspring. At our level, what we pursue is the pinnacle of martial arts. That Tiger King is just a fool, the giant wolf said disapprovingly. Hurry up and leave this place. Bai Qingxian said carefully. Only by passing through this mountain range could they reach their final destination. Therefore, they had to be on guard against the Tiger King's appearance at all times. At the core of the mountain range, the Tiger King was discussing with his friends on how to lure the giant wolf and capture it. After all these years of pursuit, the giant wolf has become much more obedient. Moreover, it's very cunning. The last time was the best chance, but it was ruined by that human. The Bear King shook his head. Why don't we gather some brothers and just encircle it? The Tiger King exuded a cold, murderous aura. It was as if the ground would tremble with a stomp of his feet. He breathed heavily and said, "This time, I have a great opportunity. I guarantee that I can capture it and that human kid in one fell swoop." Oh, seeing the Tiger King so confident, the Bear King was a little curious. The Tiger King whispered into the Bear King's ear. After a while, the Bear King clapped his hands and cheered. "Haha, this is a brilliant move. You actually came up with such a brilliant plan." The Bear King instantly regained his confidence. "All right then, I'll go prepare now. You can contact me directly when the time comes." After saying that, the Bear King turned and left. Running through the mountain range, he could see some Tiger Clan members everywhere. A trace of disappointment flashed across the Bear King's eyes. It's been so many years. Why haven't we found that thing? The reason why he was on good terms with the Tiger King was because of that thing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found a hidden place with a special aura. He sensed it carefully and was instantly stunned. Giant wolf? And that human kid? The Bear King was surprised. They actually dared to come to the Tiger King's territory? He wanted to attack directly, but suddenly thought of something. His eyes turned, and he pretended not to notice and left the mountain range directly. That's the Bear King. The giant wolf was a little guilty. Why did it come to the Tiger King's territory? What else could it be? It must be discussing how to lure you out, Bai Qingxian said. A trace of worry flashed across his face. I don't know if it noticed us just now. After all, they also had camouflage skills. Ordinary people couldn't discover them at all. Seeing that the Bear King had completely left the mountain range, the giant wolf grinned and said, "It probably won't. Otherwise, the Bear King would have taken action long ago." "Let's go quickly," Fong Chen urged. He kept feeling uneasy, as if something was going to happen. Outside the mountain range, as soon as the Bear King left, he took out his communication token and sent a voice transmission to the Tiger King. "Tiger King, do you know what I saw in your territory just now?" "What?" The Tiger King's voice came from the token. That giant wolf and that human kid actually dare to enter your territory. They're really courting death." The Bear King laughed eerily. The Bear King told the Tiger King the exact location. Sure enough, as it had expected, a furious roar came from the communication token. For so many years, the Tiger King had been trying his best to lure the giant wolf. His hatred for the giant wolf had reached an extreme. Now that he knew that the giant wolf was in his territory, he was naturally furious. "Tiger King, you go and kill them. I'll wait outside the mountain range. If they escape, I'll stop them," the Bear King said. "Okay," the Tiger King roared angrily. After cutting off the communication, a sinister smile appeared in the Bear King's eyes. "Let's fight. It's best if both sides are injured, then I'll come out and clean up the mess." Although the giant wolf was weaker than the Tiger King, with the help of that human, they were definitely not weaker than the Tiger King. If he didn't do anything, the Tiger King would definitely lose. However, this was the Tiger King's territory after all. His strength could be increased, so they should be evenly matched. Of course, the Bear King also saw Fong Chen, but he directly ignored Fong Chen. He couldn't sense any dangerous aura from the latter. The Bear King was waiting for the best time to enter. Chapter 38:23. After the Tiger King cut off the communication, his terrifying divine sense shrouded the entire mountain range in his territory and issued an order to hunt down the giant wolf. Roar! A furious roar came from the Tiger King's palace. His heart was filled with anger. All these years, he had tried everything to lure the giant wolf to kill it. Who would have thought that this guy would dare to appear in his territory? He was courting death. "You old fool." The Tiger King's body flashed and turned into a hurricane, disappearing into the mountain range instantly. "Whether the Bear King discovered us or not, we have to be careful," Fong Chen whispered. Although Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf were traveling together, this was the Tiger King's territory after all. The aura here could give the Tiger King unlimited boost. Once a battle broke out, the Tiger King's tribe would definitely come to support. Even the Bear King, who just left, might return. When that time comes, they would be in danger. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. His top priority was to recover his cultivation and then comprehend the fifth origin to break through to the chaotic supreme realm. Even if the risk was only 10,000%, he couldn't risk it. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The weeds on the ground rustled. The towering trees in the mountain range were densely packed. The giant wolf was leading the way. It hid its aura and camouflaged itself well, afraid of being discovered by the Tiger King. "This place is not bad," the giant wolf complained as it walked. "That big guy, the Tiger King, really knows how to enjoy life. All these years, it was forced into a corner by the Tiger King. Now that it sneaked into the Tiger King's territory, it was honestly very excited. However, after seeing the environment in the Tiger King's territory, it couldn't help but complain. Compared to its living environment, the Tiger King's was simply too good. No, after getting that supreme treasure this time, I must use its power to break through. As long as I can break through, I won't have to be afraid of the Tiger King." A fervent look flashed across the giant wolf's eyes. However, after walking for about an hour, there was a sudden movement in front of them. Bai Qingxian stopped in his tracks and released his powerful divine sense, discovering the approaching experts of the Tiger tribe. Experts from the Tiger tribe are approaching. Bai Qingxuan's expression changed drastically. Could it be that their whereabouts had been discovered? Just as he was about to make a move, the giant wolf stopped him and said, "Don't act rashly. Be careful not to alert them. Maybe they are just patrolling in the territory and have not discovered us." Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. They would observe the situation first. It would be best if they didn't discover them, but once they did, they had to finish the battle as quickly as possible and then head to their destination. Get ready for battle. Bai Qingxian turned to look at Fang Chun and said in a low voice. Following that, they concealed themselves and cleverly circled around the Tiger Clan powerhouse. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief and thought that it was a Tiger Clan patrol, they suddenly sensed a vast and mighty aura coming from their surroundings. Then their expressions changed. Not good, we've been discovered. Bai Qingxian was the first to react. His speed increased to the maximum, wanting to escape from this place. The giant wolf looked up to the sky and let out a long howl of anger. Come up quickly, it roared at Fang Chun. The latter understood and leaped onto its back. Then the giant wolf ran away. You guys can't escape. A look of greed appeared on the Tiger Clan powerhouse's face. The Tiger King hated them to the core. If anyone could kill them, he would reward them according to their merits. Needless to say, they would get a lot of treasures. Kill them. Under the command of the Tiger Clan powerhouse, the densely packed Tiger Clan powerhouses surrounded the three of them. Without saying a word, Bai Qingxian started a fierce battle and rushed into the crowd. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and howled in the minds of the Tiger Clan powerhouses. Suddenly, the Tiger Clan powerhouses staggered. Their primordial spirits seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Let's go. The giant wolf felt a little guilty and was afraid that the Tiger King would come. Therefore, after defeating the powerful being of the Tiger tribe with a single strike, it quickly fled with Fang Chun. Seeing this, Bai Qingxian leaped and landed on the back of the giant wolf. The giant wolf was good at using the power of the wind attribute. Their clan was proud of their speed. Even Fang Chun and Bai Qingxian were not as fast as them. Soon, the Tiger Clan powerhouses were left far behind. Phew! Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He looked down at the giant wolf subconsciously. He did not expect the latter to be so fast. Apart from being greedy, this guy is also very fast. No one in the same realm can catch up with it. Bai Qingxian smiled and explained to Fang Chun. Fang Chun was stunned. Then he smiled. What did he need to think to know how gluttonous the giant wolf was? It actually dared to eat the Tiger King's cub. It was simply courting death. Fortunately, it was extremely fast. Otherwise, it would have been killed by the Tiger King in these years. Don't listen to his nonsense, the giant wolf said embarrassedly. Bai Qingxian shrugged and said, even though its speed is fast, it has its weakness. Once it is trapped in a formation or a seal, its speed will decrease tremendously. Even its strength will be greatly weakened. Fang Chun was stunned. There was such a cultivator? He looked at the giant wolf curiously. He knew that formations and seals limited its speed. But what did it mean to reduce the giant wolf's strength? Could it be related to the giant wolf's special ability? Suddenly, a creepy laugh came from the sky. Then, the Tiger King's voice came. You're right. Although it is fast, it has a very obvious flaw. As soon as he said those words, the surrounding space began to distort as rays of light seeped into the ground. Countless formation foundations were formed in an instant, and the formation was successfully set up, trapping Fang Chun, Bai Qingxian, and the massive wolf within. The giant wolf's expression changed. Its aura was decreasing sharply. Oh no, it's the Tiger tribe's Khanate Tiger Stripe formation. Bai Qingxian exclaimed. He wanted to stop the formation, but it was too late. The Tiger King had been waiting here for a long time. How could he give them a chance? In order to catch all of you, I went to great lengths and made ample preparations. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from under my nose. The Tiger King's pitch-black eyes stared at the giant wolf. The latter smiled bitterly. From the looks of it, the siege by the Tiger Clan experts earlier was just a feint. The real highlight of the show was here. The Tiger King had guessed their escape route and had set up an inescapable trap here in advance. Damn it! Bai Qingxian clenched his fists. They were only a step away from their destination, but they were controlled by the formation. Once the giant wolf lost its fighting strength, he and Fang Chun would not be a match for the Tiger King. What should we do? The giant wolf asked. The Khanate Tiger Stripe formation is quickly consuming the energy in my body. It is very effective against me. This formation was very effective against the giant wolf. It was a little anxious. Chapter 38:24. The formation had already taken shape, and it was a formation that the Tiger King had been planning for a long time. Plus, this was its territory, and it could supply energy to the formation indefinitely. This also meant that as long as the formation base or the core of the formation could not be destroyed, the formation would continue to work. In fact, Fangchen knew that even if the formation base was destroyed, it would be difficult to break the formation if it was not destroyed in a large area. Now that the giant wolf was trapped in the formation and its power was weakening, both he and Bai Qingxian were anxious. Roar! Outside the formation, the Tiger King let out an angry roar. Then it stared at the giant wolf with its big eyes. At this moment, it only had eyes for the giant wolf. "You damn bastard! How dare you eat my son? I'll make you beg for death." The Tiger King roared. It had been repressed for too long, and its emotions had reached an extreme. It needed to be released. At this moment, the giant wolf was like a turtle in a jar. It was not worried that the latter would escape. "Two stupid humans! How dare you be with this idiot? You're courting death." The Tiger King sneered. Anyone who walked with the giant wolf was its enemy, and they would die without a doubt. "Enjoy the baptism of death," the Tiger King said. It glanced at the formation and saw Fangchen and Bai Qingxian discussing how to break the formation. Its face was full of disdain. What kind of joke was this? If these two weak little humans were to break through the array, wouldn't all its efforts over the years be in vain? "You want to break my formation with just the two of you?" The Tiger King looked at Fangchen and Bai Qingxian teasingly. Its attention was focused on the giant wolf. "Tiger King." The giant wolf was slightly weak. The formation was too restrictive on it, and the energy in its body was evaporating. However, it did not show any fear. It looked up and stared at the Tiger King. "Your children are born with terminated meridians. Even if I'm not late, they won't be able to survive in the broken space. You should know this better than me." The giant wolf said, "I'm just helping you. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. You'll just suffer for a while, and you'll forget it soon. So I have to thank you?" Tiger King narrowed his eyes and said, "You don't have to thank me. You just have to let me go and stop hunting me down in the future," the giant wolf said calmly. Boom! The Tiger King couldn't take it anymore and slammed his palm down. Because the giant wolf was restrained by the array formation, its movements were slow and it was instantly sent flying by the Tiger King's palm. It spat out blood and its face was pale. "Tiger King, you've gone too far." The giant wolf forced himself to remain calm and said, "Do you know why I entered your territory this time? Die." The Tiger King attacked at lightning speed, attacking the giant wolf continuously. The two of them have great backgrounds. One of them is even an honored guest of the primitive race. If you dare to injure us, the primitive race will not let you off. The Tiger King's attack came to an abrupt halt when he heard the words primitive tribes. Bang! However, even so, the huge wolf still fell to the ground as if it had been struck by lightning. Primitive race? The Tiger King frowned. Naturally, he knew that the primitive tribes the giant wolf spoke of were not the descendants of the primitive tribes in the shattered space, but the true primitive tribes of the origin world. The primitive tribes in the life forbidden zone. Seeing the Tiger King's expression, the giant wolf hurriedly said, "Yes, he is an honored guest of the primitive tribes. He entered the shattered space this time because of the primitive tribes." It pointed at Fangchen and said, "The primitive tribes have already figured out the situation in the shattered space and have already marched to the Cliff of Death. They have even occupied a large area of the Cliff of Death. However, due to certain reasons, they can't destroy the shattered space. Therefore, they chose him to enter the shattered space and lead the descendants of the primitive tribes away. If you dare to touch us, you will be going against the primitive tribes," the giant wolf said fiercely. Fangchen was a little dumbfounded. Isn't the giant wolf too good at fooling people? It actually used the power of the primitive tribes to intimidate others. What surprised him the most was that the Tiger King was actually thinking, as if he was afraid of the primitive tribes in the life forbidden zone. Tiger King. Bai Qingxian also took the opportunity to speak. "I know about the grudge between you and the giant wolf, but I hope you can stop now. We have very important things to do. I hope you won't make a mistake. If we die here, the primitive tribes won't be able to contact us. They will completely destroy the shattered space, the giant wolf said. Don't doubt the ability of the primitive tribes. Even if they destroy the shattered space and all the living beings here are destroyed, their descendants will still be able to live well. After all, the primitive tribes in the life-forbidden zone were a tribe that even the devouring demon clan leader and other top experts were afraid of. What was a mere Tiger King to them? You're lying. The Tiger King naturally wouldn't be deceived by a few words. The primitive tribes are a sacred tribe. How could they choose a human martial artist to enter? He didn't believe it. Unless the giant wolf produced strong evidence, the three of them would die here today. What? You want to go against the primitive tribes? The giant wolf asked in a deep voice. At the same time, Fang Chun was quickly communicating with by Qing Xian. He deliberately let the giant wolf stall for time while he took the opportunity to study the array's flaws. How is it? Bai Qing Xian asked. This array is very mysterious. In the Tiger King's territory, there's an endless supply of energy. If you want to destroy it, you can only attack the core of the array. Fang Chun said, I just checked it and have some ideas, but I need time. Bai Qing Xian nodded, indicating that he understood and passed the message to the giant wolf. One had to admit that the giant wolf's ability to fool people was very strong. It brought up a lot of things about the primitive tribes. No one knew where it heard it from, but it scared the Tiger King. The Tiger King fell into deep thought. The giant wolf was secretly happy. At the same time, in an open area outside the mountains, the Bear King was waiting. Fight! When both of you are injured, I'll go and clean up the mess. The Bear King grinned. On the surface, he called the Tiger King brothers and had a close relationship. However, when there was a real conflict of interest, they would fall out directly. This was a world where the strong were respected. No relationship could be maintained forever. All cultivators value their own interests. I wonder how it is now. The Bear King thought. According to the Tiger King's preparations, the giant wolf can't resist at all. As for the two humans, they will probably be eaten by the Tiger King. It could only pray that the giant wolf would counterattack and severely injure the Tiger King before it died. This way, it could swagger into the Tiger King's territory and reap the benefits. Chapter 38:25. The Khanate Tiger Stripe Array. This array was the Tiger King's strongest array. It was also the array that he was proud of. For so many years, it had been able to survive in a shattered space because of this array. It was unknown how many powerhouses had died under its formation. It had poured its heart and soul into this array. As long as it was within its territory, it could continue to absorb the power of heaven and earth. In this way, it was already invincible. Therefore, when it saw Fang Chun comprehending the array, it sneered. What a joke! If a human martial artist comprehended the Khanate Tiger Stripe Array, how could it survive in the shattered space in the future? You're courting death. It sneered and pressed down with its huge claws. Terrifying power condensed into a giant palm print in the air. It carried with it an infinite amount of power and slammed down heavily on the body of the giant wolf in the formation. Crack! The giant wolf stretched out its claws to block. A crisp sound was heard. Its claws cracked instantly and blood spurted out. It was in so much pain that it gritted its teeth. Damn it! The giant wolf roared angrily. Tiger King, are you really going to kill me? You'll definitely die if you eat my children. The Tiger King's clan was not an ordinary tiger clan. It was an ancient clan. Their clan contained an extremely strong bloodline. Although it was not as strong as the primitive clan's bloodline, it was still much stronger than other bloodlines in the world. The heavenly way was balanced. When it gave you a strong bloodline, it would set up obstacles for you in your cultivation. The Tiger King's clan was no exception. They were talented and had a strong bloodline. However, the difficulty of cultivation was 10 times or even 100 times that of other clans. As a result, their growth process was too slow. As a result, they would be exterminated by other clans. Therefore, the Tiger King's contribution to their development was the greatest. It had high hopes for its children. It hoped that they could lead the clan to the peak and break out of the shattered space. At the very least, it wanted them to gain a foothold in the Cliff of Death. Then, it would gradually develop and compete with the devouring demon clan. However, the giant wolf's actions had destroyed the last glimmer of hope in the Tiger King's heart. Therefore, it wanted to kill the giant wolf at all costs. This time, it was even prepared to join forces with the Bear King. It did not expect the giant wolf to walk into the trap. "Tiger King, if you let me go, I can guarantee that you will be protected by the primitive tribes." At this point, Giant Wolf had no other choice but to continue bluffing Tiger King and buy time for Fong Chun. Bai Qingxian also said, "That's right, he has a very high status among the primitive tribes." Fong Chun wholeheartedly immersed himself in the innate tiger stripe array. In his previous life, his attainments in the art of arrays had already reached the pinnacle. After reincarnating, although his focus was on the path of martial arts, he did not neglect the art of arrays. In fact, his understanding of arrays was even deeper than in his previous life. Before this, he had encountered many powerful formations, but he had studied them thoroughly and finally broken through them. When he had first come into contact with the innate tiger mark array, Fong Chun had indeed been a little flustered. However, as time passed and his consciousness completely penetrated the array, he was surprised to discover that the innate tiger mark array's operating trajectory was actually somewhat similar to the structure of the perfect bloodline. This scene caused him to be a little stunned. After all, the perfect bloodline was the gathering of countless powerful seniors of the chaotic realm. They had spent their entire lives to create one of the strongest bloodlines in the world, the perfect bloodline that was comparable to the primitive bloodline. When Fong Chun was selected as the mission executor, he had completely mastered the perfect bloodline, but it had not evolved to the extreme. The Supreme at the end of the reincarnation road sent him back to reincarnation. The purpose of reincarnation was also to let the perfect bloodline reach the true extreme, so that he could fight against the devouring demon clan leader and save the chaotic realm. Fong Chun was so excited that his body was trembling. "I've got it." Fong Chun hurriedly transmitted his voice to Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian. They were doing everything they could to buy time. Giant Wolf bared his teeth and was covered in blood. Tiger King was very angry. He could not hold on for much longer. However, at this time, he heard such exciting news. "What? You found a way to break it?" Bai Qingxian asked hurriedly. Giant Wolf was also suddenly energized. "Help me buy some time. I have a way to find the array's flaw." Fong Chun said confidently. He did not dare to say that he could break the array, but he was still very confident that he could find the flaw. After all, no one in this world knew the structure of the perfect bloodline better than him. "Okay, let's do it." Giant Wolf gritted his teeth, and a layer of white light appeared around his body. He was in a berserk state, completely attracting Tiger King's attention. Bai Qingxian was not idle either. He stood beside Giant Wolf to prevent Tiger King from killing Giant Wolf. "Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Tiger King sneered and floated in the air. His big claws fell, and together with the innate tiger pattern array, he launched a crazy attack on Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian. However, Fong Chen's eyes were emitting a scorching light. He quickly found all the array bases of the innate tiger pattern array according to the structure of the perfect bloodline, and clearly saw the operation track of the array's core. Sure enough, he was overjoyed. After finding the array bases, he could use them to disrupt the operation of the array's core and then take the opportunity to escape. Bang! Just then, Giant Wolf let out a scream. Bai Qingxian was a little embarrassed, but he blocked Tiger King's attack to prevent Giant Wolf from being killed. "You want to stop me?" Tiger King's cold eyes stared at Bai Qingxian and said coldly, "Tiger King, do you really want to be the enemy of the primitive tribes?" Bai Qingxian threatened. At this time, "You still want to threaten me with the primitive tribes?" Tiger King snorted. Apparently, he was blinded by hatred and did not believe Bai Qingxuan's words. If the primitive tribes were so powerful and could enter the broken space, they would have already done so. Why would they send their disciples here to train? Besides, he did not feel any special aura from Fong Chun. This meant that he was not from the primitive tribes. After living in the broken space for so many years, Tiger King naturally heard that there was a very strong seal in the broken space. Even powerful sages could not enter. Dong dong dong. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He formed a seal with his hands, and layers of ripples surrounded his body, crisscrossing with each other. How is it? Giant Wolf asked hurriedly. We can't stop it, Bai Qingxian said. Fong Chun said telepathically, wait a minute. Pretend to attack Tiger King, but listen to my command. Follow my power and attack one of the array bases with all your strength. Once an array base was destroyed, it would quickly regenerate. In this very short period of time, the array's core would be temporarily stagnant. Although it was negligible, it was enough for an array expert like Fong Chun. Chapter 38:26. Fong Chun had already faintly grasped the operating rules of the innate tiger pattern array. The reason why he didn't dare to break the array with full confidence was to be prepared for any eventualities. After all, if any accidents were to happen along the way, there was a possibility that he would perish in the Tiger King's territory. When that happened, his mission would be declared a complete failure. Therefore, every decision Fong Chun made in the origin world was carefully deliberated over and over again. All right, we'll follow your lead, Bai Qingxian quickly replied. As for the giant wolf, it was being suppressed by the Tiger King. It was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. It cried out in pain and wished that Fong Chun could break the array formation right now. Die! In midair, the Tiger King's eyes were fixed on the huge wolf. His huge claws tore through the air and charged towards the huge wolf. The huge wolf had no way of retaliating. Its eyelids drooped, and it could only allow the Tiger King's huge claws to attack its body. It chuckled bitterly and said, I didn't expect to end up like this. In its mind, memories surfaced. It recalled its young and frivolous days, as well as the time when it fell out with its clan. It even recalled the scene when it devoured the Tiger Prince's offspring. In the end, it closed its eyes and waited for death to come. However, at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly entered the giant wolf's mind. Its heart trembled, and it suddenly opened its eyes. Looking at the Tiger King's big claws that were close at hand, its body sprung up like a carp and shifted its position craftily, dodging the Tiger King's attack. You are courting death. The Tiger King berated sternly and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. But at this time, Fong Chun finally made his move. He had just sent a telepathic message to the giant wolf. Everything was ready, and there was only one last step left. He hoped that Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf would attack the place he pointed out. 1. Fong Chun used his powerful consciousness to guide the giant wolf and Bai Qingxian's power. In an instant, two completely different forces appeared within the innate tiger pattern array. One of them was very strong, while the other was very weak. These two forces quickly fused together under the influence of Fong Chen's consciousness. Bai Qingxian growled. The giant wolf was injured, and he was now in charge. Therefore, he had to cooperate with Fong Chun. Following the guidance of the divine sense, a terrifying force bombarded a corner of the array at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, the Tiger King sneered, "What a joke. You actually want to destroy my array base?" However, before he finished speaking, his expression greatly changed because he saw that the formation base of the innate tiger mark formation was actually uncontrollably rushing out of the ground and fiercely colliding with the frightening power. Crack! In an instant, the base of the formation shattered, and the innate tiger stripe grand formation swayed endlessly, as if it would shatter at any moment. How could this be? The Tiger King exclaimed. No one knew better than it about the power of the innate tiger pattern array. It was impossible for ordinary saints to destroy the array base. They couldn't even find the location of the array base. Its cold eyes swept across below, and its gaze fell on Fong Chun. It's this human? Its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it slammed its palm. Suddenly, a vast force condensed into a void palm print and slapped towards Fong Chun. It was also at this moment that Fong Chen's plan came into effect. Although the shattering of the formation base did not affect the innate tiger stripe grand formation too much, it created a vacuum period of 3 seconds. As long as they escaped the innate tiger stripe grand formation during this vacuum period, they could escape from this place. Let's go. Fang Chen bellowed. His figure flashed, and like a cannonball, he swiftly flew towards the area where the formation base was shattered. At the same time, Bai Qingxian, who was already prepared, also pulled up the giant wolf and followed closely behind. Trying to escape? Seeing this, the Tiger King attacked with all his might. However, to its surprise, Fang Chen seemed to have expected this. He actually used the force emitted from the shattered formation base to force the Tiger King to retreat. In that instant, the Tiger King watched the three of them escape from the innate tiger stripe grand formation. He was furious and roared at the sky. You can't escape. The innate tiger stripe grand formation gradually dissipated. The Tiger King's figure flashed, and he chased after the three of them. Outside the mountain range, the Bear King, who was waiting for the end of the battle to reap the benefits, suddenly heard the Tiger King's angry roar. Immediately after, he cursed in his heart. They escaped. He was a little confused. What exactly happened? How could the giant wolf and the others escape in the Tiger King's territory with the support of the innate tiger stripe grand formation? What an idiot. The Bear King couldn't help but curse. However, it was useless to say this now. He flashed and entered the mountain range. Tiger King, what happened? The Bear King asked when he saw the furious Tiger King chasing after Bai Qingxian and the other two at a glance. Bear King, you came at the right time. Help me stop them, the Tiger King said loudly when he saw the Bear King. The Bear King nodded. The two of them joined forces to suppress Fang Chen and the other two. Let's go. After escaping from the innate tiger stripe grand formation, Bai Qingxian said hurriedly. He took the lead and rushed forward with Fang Chen. Where are we going? Fang Chen asked. That place. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Are we finally going to that place? If I get that treasure, I can control the heaven-shocking sword formation and even communicate with the supreme sword will and refine it. Others might not know, but as a powerful swordsman, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying the supreme sword will was. It was no exaggeration to say that a supreme sword will could easily create a pinnacle saint-level expert. Of course, this was under the condition that the person's martial arts foundation was extremely poor. If the supreme sword will was obtained by an expert like Fang Chen, his swordsmanship would completely transform into the great way of the sword. It was even very likely that he would perfect the great way of the sword. A perfect great way of the sword was the dream of all swordsmen. Huff. Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and followed behind by Qingxian. His mind was still clear. The most important thing now was not to think about how to get the treasure, but how to avoid the joint pursuit of the Tiger King and the Bear King. Don't worry. As long as we enter that place, they won't dare to pursue us. Bai Qingxian seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's worries and said telepathically. Fang Chen was surprised. Is that place special? Bai Qingxian nodded. That place is very special. Even though Tiger King and Bear King can enter, once inside, no one dares to make a move. Otherwise, they will be punished by the heavens. As he spoke, Bai Qingxian pointed at the sky. At their level, they attached great importance to this point. Updates soonest, new August 1st Chinese network, AM. Chapter 3827. Bai Qingxian was extremely fast. He had previously said that he was taught by his father and was known to be invincible in terms of speed. Now, Fang Chen finally saw it for himself. He thought that his speed was fast enough, but compared to Bai Qingxian, it was nothing. No wonder Bai Qingxian was so confident in his speed. Let's go. Bai Qingxian led Fang Chen and Giant Wolf and sped up, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He's coming. Suddenly, Giant Wolf said in a hoarse voice. He looked a little embarrassed. It was not easy to escape death. If Tiger King caught up with them, they would be doomed. I'll stop him. You guys go first. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. If he continued to escape, he would definitely be caught by Tiger King. Fortunately, he had a trump card that could buy him some time. No, you'll be killed by Tiger King. Bai Qingxian refused. What a joke. He knew Fong Chen's identity better than anyone else. Back then, his father came to the Source Realm because he shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the creatures in the Chaos Realm. His father died in the end for the mission. He had to inherit his father's last wish. Although he was not the one who carried out the mission, he had to help the mission. Now, Fong Chun was the one who carried out the mission. How could he let Fong Chun lose his life for nothing? He grabbed Fong Chun to stop him from losing his life, but Fong Chun said seriously, "Don't worry, I have a trump card that can buy me some time. You guys go first, I'll be right there." After saying that, he didn't care about anything else and leaped into the sky. The long sword in his hand quickly transformed and streaks of resplendent sword light whizzed out. Crack! However, his sword light was shattered before it could even get close to Tiger King. "You can't even withstand a single blow," Tiger King sneered. Among the three of them, Giant Wolf was not as strong as him, but Bai Qing Xian could not see through him. The weakest was Fong Chun, but his attainments in array formations were not shallow. "You dare to spoil my plans and break my innate tiger pattern grand array? You're dead for sure." The Tiger King let out a low roar as he stretched out his large claws. Carrying an incomparably powerful force, he instantly rushed towards Fong Chen's head. Just as his head was about to be crushed, a sudden change occurred. Rip! Fong Chen's body actually disappeared into thin air. The Tiger King's huge claws missed. He quickly rushed over here and looked around. To his surprise, he couldn't find any trace of Fong Chun. What happened? Tiger King's face was gloomy to the extreme. Fong Chun actually escaped under his nose. If this matter were to spread out, how would he be able to survive in the broken space in the future? "You won't be able to escape," Tiger King roared into the sky. As for Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf, their speed had increased to the maximum. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the mountain range. They were only a step away from their destination. "Let's go, we're almost there," the Giant Wolf roared. However, Bai Qing Xian kept looking back, trying to see if Fong Chun was following them. Will something happen to him? Bai Qing Xian couldn't help but feel uneasy. He was wondering if he should return. Tiger King is really a piece of trash. Even you guys can't stop him." Suddenly, a creepy voice came from the void. Following that, the giant Bear King appeared in front of Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf, blocking their path. "Bear King." The Giant Wolf saw the situation and shouted loudly. "Bear King, we don't seem to have any grudges with you, right?" Bai Qing Xian stabilized himself and asked in a deep voice. "That's right. You guys don't have any grudges with me. However, I don't like you guys and want to kill you. Can't I?" The Bear King curled his lips. As time passed, the energy in the broken space was getting thinner and thinner. Therefore, any kind of cultivation resources were extremely precious. In recent years, the Bear King had been crazily snatching cultivation resources. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak had no right to speak. Only the strong were the true masters of the world. Over the years, the number of martial artists who died in the hands of the Bear King was uncountable. He also obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This made the Bear King believe that robbing cultivation resources was the best way to increase his strength. The reason why he cooperated with the Tiger King was to take advantage of the opportunity to injure or even kill the Tiger King and obtain his territory and cultivation resources. After all, the Tiger King had been in the broken space for so many years. The cultivation resources under his command were innumerable. "You?" The Giant Wolf gritted his teeth. He was filled with anger towards the Bear King. However, they couldn't delay any longer. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. "Let's go." The Giant Wolf opened his bloody mouth and roared. He breathed out a hot breath, forcing the Bear King to retreat. Then, he took the opportunity to escape. However, the Bear King was prepared. He performed a fierce attack and forced the two of them to retreat. "What should we do?" Bai Qing Xian asked. The Giant Wolf said, "His Achilles heel is in his abdomen. Let's attack his abdomen together." As his voice fell, the Giant Wolf and Bai Qing Xian attacked the Bear King's abdomen together. However, the latter sneered. His face was filled with ridicule, You two weaklings actually want to attack my Achilles heel. What a joke. The reason why he didn't panic was because his Achilles heel was in his abdomen. This was a fake news that he purposely spread. How could a strong man let others know his weakness so easily? His real Achilles heel wasn't in his abdomen. Boom. The Bear King didn't suffer any injuries as he allowed Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf to attack his abdomen. After the two of them exhausted their strength, the Bear King finally made his move. He stretched out his two claws and slapped at Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf's body fell to the ground. Both of them were in so much pain that they couldn't speak. What happened? Bai Qingxian asked. The giant wolf shook his head. I don't know. Could it be that his Achilles heel is immune to all poisons? Idiot. The Bear King walked toward the two of them step by step. He didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. However, just when his attention was focused on the two of them, suddenly, a sword ray fell from the sky and pierced through his head. Ah! A miserable scream came out from the Bear King's mouth. The power in his body was in chaos. His body shook violently in the sky. Fang Chen appeared out of thin air. Let's go. The two of them and the giant wolf instantly disappeared into the mountain range, leaving behind the Bear King, who was rolling on the ground. Blood was spurting out from his head. He spent a long time to destroy the sword ray. Damn it. The Bear King's face was hideous. He was actually sneak attacked by a human. More importantly, how did the other party know that his Achilles heel was in his head? This was a secret that only he knew. At this moment, outside the mountain range, when Bai Qingxian, the giant wolf, and Fang Chen stepped out of the mountain range, they were relieved. Safe. Bai Qingxian grinned. Chapter 38:28. Outside the mountain range, golden light shone brightly. It was as if the entire world was formed by a golden line. The dazzling golden light caused Fang Chen to be stunned. What is this place? Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf burst out laughing and let out sighs of relief. Luckily, Fang Chen was here. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for them. By the way, you were clearly fending off the Tiger King earlier. Why did you suddenly appear here? The giant wolf asked. Even it couldn't tell what method Fang Chen had used. Bai Qingxian was also curious. The Bear King's Achilles heel was not its abdomen, but its skull. There was a big mistake in the intelligence, but Fang Chen directly hit the Bear King's skull, which surprised Bai Qingxian. It's a secret. Fang Chen grinned. When he dealt with the Tiger King previously, it was considered a risky move. Fortunately, the Tiger King was a little stupid. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave alive. Fortunately, that move was really effective. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the Supreme Sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road. How many more secrets are you hiding from me? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The great senior seemed to have already anticipated that he would encounter such a situation. So before sending him into reincarnation, he had given him a life-saving magic tool. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After deceiving the Tiger King, he hurried over. Coincidentally, when he was in the Chaos Realm, he had once fought with a certain bear tribe and knew that their Achilles heel was on the top of their heads. He was just trying out, but he didn't expect that he would actually succeed. Roar! The angry roars of the Tiger King and the Bear King came from the mountain range. The anger of the two kings soared to the sky. They were constantly bombarding the towering trees in the mountain range to vent the anger in their hearts. Bear King, what's going on? The Tiger King was a little angry. It had planned for so many years and was about to succeed, but it was ruined by a human brat. Moreover, the most important thing was that the human ancient martial art practitioner had played him for a fool. It was simply a great humiliation. The Tiger King was enraged. However, he was more curious about why the Bear King's forehead was bleeding. According to his guess, even if the giant wolf and Bai Qingxian worked together, they might not be able to injure the Bear King. At this moment, the three of them had already escaped from his territory and entered that special region. Naturally, he could only reluctantly give up on pursuing them. However, he did not understand why the Bear King did not stop them. As long as you stop them, I will be able to rush over. With our strength, If we join forces, they will definitely die, Tiger King said unhappily. Bear King bitterly smiled. You're still talking about me? Why don't you think about yourself? You actually failed to deal with the weakest human martial artist. The truth was that Bear King was also very annoyed. His Ming Men was indeed at the top of his head. Only by cultivating to an extremely high realm could he cultivate his Ming Men into an indestructible state. But that human martial artist had actually accurately struck his Ming Men. This caused the energy in his body to become chaotic, nearly causing him to suffer from a cultivation deviation. Humph, the Tiger King snorted. With a flick of his sleeve, the surrounding towering trees collapsed. It's too late to say anything now. Instead of getting angry here, why don't we calm down and plan for the long term? The Bear King said. Since they had entered that place, it meant that they were there for the treasure. At least, they would not leave in a short period of time. This gave the two kings enough time to come up with a plan to deal with them. It's not like you don't know how dangerous that place is. Are we going to go in ourselves? Tiger King said. Of course not. The Bear King chuckled and immediately whispered a few words into the Tiger King's ear. Instantly, the Tiger King's angry face revealed a creepy smile. All right, I'll go and prepare now. Not long after, a piece of news spread across the territories. In the territory of the devouring demon tribe, the young lord of the thick fog tribe's expression changed when he heard the news. He licked his dry lips and said, I didn't expect that guy to break through the heaven-shocking sword formation and walk together with Bai Qingxian. Young lord, Bai Qingxian has been going against us and has killed many of our brothers. Should we take this opportunity to kill him as well? The elder said in a low voice. That's right. Bai Qingxian is a descendant of the Chaotic Realm's human tribe, and that guy is also from the Chaotic Realm. If they join forces, they will most likely go against us, another elder said. He had to kill them before they made a move. What about the primordial tribe? The young lord of the thick fog tribe asked. The descendants of the primordial tribe seem to have received the news as well. They are heading towards that place. The elder said. Hearing this, the young lord of the thick fog tribe pondered for a moment and then gave the order, let's go. At the same time, the old immortals and their descendants who were hiding in the dark also became active. In an instant, that strange place attracted everyone's attention. Of course, there was one place that remained calm, and that was the Soul River. Not many martial artists dared to come to the Soul River in the Death Cliff. The last time the Soul River shook was a long time ago. Lung Xian was chased by a mysterious expert and fell into the Soul River. Buzz! Suddenly, a layer of ripples appeared on the surface of the calm Soul River. Then, a terrifying attractive force pulled the birds that passed by into the river. Crack! As soon as the birds touched the water of the Soul River, they instantly turned into bones. If anyone was there, they would be shocked. The water of the Soul River was too corrosive. Even a saint could not withstand it. When Lung Xian fell into the Soul River, everyone thought that she would definitely die. Below the Soul River, there was a whirlpool that was spinning wildly. Upon closer look, there was a figure in the whirlpool. Her clothes had been completely corroded by the water of the Soul River. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged in the whirlpool. Lung Xian. She was not dead. She was transforming in the Soul River. Falling into the Soul River did not cause Lung Xian to die completely. Instead, it stimulated the obsession hidden in the depths of her primordial spirit. Because of this, the water of the Soul River formed a whirlpool that spun wildly, enveloping her in it to prevent her from being corroded. However, her clothes were not so lucky. They were completely corroded. Her white skin, her proud figure, if anyone saw it, it would cause a huge uproar. Fortunately, this was the Soul River. No one dared to do so. Dong! In the silent and cold Soul River, a melodious sound reverberated. Xian. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely hear a fairy. At this moment, Lung Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, began to tremble violently. Lung Xian. This was the voice of a sovereign. Only the legendary sovereign Fu Jian could make Lung Xian so agitated. Muam. Chapter 38-29. Hearing this ethereal voice, Long Xian's snow-like skin began to tremble. Her entire body was trembling. Although she did not wake up, there were tears at the corners of her eyes. Her heart was crying. She was screaming, but she couldn't make a sound. Long Xian. Another melodious voice echoed in Long Xian's mind. Boom! Boom! Long Xian's mind instantly exploded as memories flooded her mind. Perhaps it was because of the change in Long Xian's state of mind that caused the water of the Soul River to flow wildly around her. It let out angry roars as if it wanted to devour her. Back then, the intermittent voice continued to reverberate within the Han River. In an instant, the Han River seemed to be affected. The originally surging Han River involuntarily came to a halt when it approached Long Xian's delicate body. It was a rare sight. Buzz! Soon after, a resplendent ray of light entered Long Xian's mind. With her head as the center, a layer of gray light spread out and completely enveloped her alluring body. In the next instant, Long Xian completely lost consciousness. Crash! The Soul River calmed down once again. Broken space, buried sword sky. According to legend, this was once the place where an extraordinary expert in the sword Tao had fallen. It was precisely because of his death that the space here was shattered and isolated from the outside world. Over the years, countless clans in the shattered space wanted to enter burial sword heaven to search for the inheritance of the sword principal expert. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, they would be able to open up a passage to the outside world and leave. Of course, the sword burial heaven was extremely dangerous. Even a pinnacle saint might not be able to escape unscathed. As time passed, everyone's expression changed when they talked about it, and they no longer dared to casually enter. Right now, what Feng Chun and the others saw was a resplendent golden color all over the mountains and plains. This was the legendary sword burial heaven. Burying Sword Sky by Qing Xian was extremely excited. He and the giant wolf had sneaked into the sword burial heaven more than once. However, without exception, they had escaped in a sorry state. There was even one time where they had almost died in the sword burial heaven. But fortunately, those few dangers also allowed him to obtain some blurry maps of sword burial heaven. He had hatched this plan after meeting Feng Chun. Now that he had escaped death from the Tiger King's territory, he was even more confident. If there was anyone whose swordsmanship had reached the standards set by that super expert, then it would be Feng Chun. Is this the sword burial heaven? Feng Chun was shocked. He could feel the terrifying sword qi coming from all directions. Although it was colorless and formless, he could clearly feel it. This was the keen sense of a sword cultivator. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a thick, giant sword carrying a vast amount of energy could be seen flying toward them from the horizon. Bai Qing Xian let out a low grunt and quickly pulled the giant wolf and Feng Chun out of the way. However, the giant sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It bypassed Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf and went straight for Feng Chun. Feng Chun was stunned. Why would the giant sword target him? Was it because he sensed the aura of the sword Tao from him? Sure enough, his guess was right. When he released the aura of the sword Tao, the giant sword roared and targeted him even more crazily. Invincible sword Tao. Feng Chun let out a low grunt and performed the invincible sword Tao. His body was surrounded by the invincible sword intent. This was the sword Tao that he created himself, and it was also the sword Tao philosophy that he had always adhered to. Only with an invincible mind could one be invincible in the sword Tao. As soon as the sword Tao was performed, the giant sword was instantly crushed. With a crack, it turned into ruins and dissipated between heaven and earth. Not bad, brother. The giant wolf stretched its head over and grinned at Feng Chun. Your attainments in the sword Tao are much stronger than I thought. With you around, we are sure to win this time. As it spoke, it glanced at Bai Qing Xian, who was also smiling. Let's go. It won't be long before someone comes here, Bai Qing Xian said. After all, the descendants of the primitive tribes, as well as the young master of the thick fog and the others, all knew that Feng Chun had entered the shocking sword array in the stone forest. They would definitely pay close attention to Feng Chun's movements. Therefore, they had to get the treasure before they arrived. In the Tiger King's territory, there was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. This mountain range was not too big, but with the Tiger King in charge, almost no one dared to cause trouble here. In a meeting hall, the Tiger King was discussing with the Bear King on how to kill the giant wolf. Suddenly, the Tiger King stood up and his face turned gloomy. "Tiger King, what happened?" the Bear King asked hurriedly. "Umph, how dare you trespass into my territory?" In a flash, the Tiger King came under a towering tree. He looked down and saw a group of people moving forward cautiously. "Those who trespass into my territory will be killed without mercy." The Tiger King's cold voice rang in everyone's mind. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. The Tiger King attacked in anger and killed everyone in an instant. Before the last person died, he looked at the Tiger King unwillingly and said, "You won't need long. Many people will come." Rustle, rustle, rustle. The Bear King chased after him and pursed his lips when he saw the corpse on the ground. The Tiger King turned to look at him. "I'm going to set up an innate tiger pattern array to seal off my territory." He told the Bear King what had happened. The latter's face changed slightly. "It must be Bai Qingxuan's doing. We don't fear the ordinary tribes and can kill them directly. But we can't do anything to the young master of the devouring demons and the descendants of the primitive tribes. After all, they did not dare to provoke the devouring demons and the primitive tribes. That's why I'm setting up an innate tiger pattern array to stop those rascals from taking advantage of the situation," the Tiger King said. "As for the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons, if they want to use my territory to enter the sword burial sky, they will have to pay a price." Seeing the Tiger King's sinister smile, the Bear King seemed to understand. "You mean? Do you want them to promise you that after entering the sword burial heaven, they'll besiege the giant wolf?" The Tiger King nodded, and Xiong Wanfu gave him a thumbs up. Impressive to think of such a move. If the descendants of the primitive tribes or the devouring demons tribe can really kill those three guys, that would be perfect. Not only would they be able to avenge you, but they would also be able to injure each other. When the time comes, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. "Set up the formation," the Tiger King said. Then he joined forces with the Bear King and set up the innate tiger pattern array again, completely sealing off the entire Tiger King's territory. As for the martial artists who had already snuck into the Tiger King's territory, they were all found by the Tiger King and slaughtered. Not a single one was spared. Next, the Tiger King and the Bear King guarded the territory and waited for the descendants of the primitive tribes and the demon-devouring tribe to arrive. Update soonest. The new 81st Chinese Network, AM. Chapter 3830. Buried Sword Sky. The treasure is in the third level of Buried Sword Sky. Let's go quickly. Bai Qingxian explained to Fang Qian along the way. Because this was the place where the Sword Dao expert fell, it was called Buried Sword Sky. There were a total of 3 levels, and they were now at the first level. According to the intelligence, the first level wasn't too dangerous. Those with great attainments in Sword Dao could pass through it easily. The real danger was in the second level. It was said that there were many sword demons born from Sword Dao aura. They had a sharp sword on their back and a strong fighting spirit in their body. Once surrounded by the sword demons, death was certain. Rustle. In the yellow sand, Fang Chun and the others were moving quickly. But soon, they encountered danger. Giant swords came from the horizon. If they were careless, their bodies would be pierced. "All of you hide behind me." After dodging for a while, Fang Chan found that the giant swords had spirits that targeted Sword Dao cultivators. Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf were only affected by him. Sure enough, when Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf hid behind him, all the giant swords were aimed at him. Invincible Sword Dao. Fang Chan released his invincible Sword Dao, and his body was filled with unparalleled sword intent. Crack! The giant swords were shattered by the invincible sword chi. Fang Chen secretly applauded. He could use this opportunity to refine his invincible sword chi. This guy, Giant Wolf, couldn't help but sigh. Fang Chen's attainments in Sword Dao were too strong. At least, he was stronger than those extreme saints he had seen. I wonder how high this guy will be in the future. Giant Wolf curled his lips. Bai Qingxian was silent. The last person who carried out the mission to save the Chaos Realm was his father, but he failed in the end. He knew it very well. As long as Fang Chun didn't die, he would definitely become a Chaos Supreme comparable to the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch. He even had the chance to become a Chaos Controller. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few days, they finally arrived at the entrance of the second level. Be careful. There are many sword demons in the second layer of heaven. There might be a sword demon guarding the entrance. Bai Qingxian reminded. The giant wolf took the lead and rushed up the stairs. My physical defense is strong, so I'll take the lead. If you see that the situation isn't right, you guys run away immediately. In terms of speed, there were few races that were faster than the giant wolves. At the entrance of the second heaven, there were 3 sword demons wandering around. It's been a long time since an outsider came in. How boring. One of the sword demons curled his lips. I want to taste the fresh blood of the outsiders. Unfortunately, these cowardly fellows are too weak, another sword demon said. Just as the last sword demon was about to speak, its expression suddenly changed. An outsider has broken in. Suddenly, the 3 sword demons stared at the entrance with rapt attention. Voila! The giant wolf was the first to rush out and was instantly targeted by the 3 sword demons. What bad luck! It's actually a wolf. I hate eating wolf meat the most, it's very fishy. Hearing this, the giant wolf almost laughed out loud. You think I'm your prey? You think wolf meat is too fishy? How dare you? The giant wolf was furious. Go to hell, all of you. The giant wolf roared and rushed towards the 3 sword demons. Boom! Boom! The first sword demon rushed over and tangled with the giant wolf. Be careful, don't damage its body. Although we don't eat it, we can trade it with our compatriots. These words made the giant wolf even angrier. Roar! The giant wolf roared and launched a fierce attack. In the passage, Fang Chun and Bai Qingxian heard the sound of fighting and immediately went into alert mode. When they came out of the passage, they saw the giant wolf fighting fiercely. 3 sword demons. Bai Qingxian looked around and said in a low voice, "This is the entrance of the second layer of heaven. We have to end this quickly. Otherwise, more sword demons will be attracted and we'll be in big trouble." Okay. Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he faced one of the sword demons. Whoosh! The long sword in his hand flashed and pierced through the sky, releasing a dazzling sword light. The sword demon that was fighting against him was surprised. Kid, you're not strong, but your sword skills are not weak. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Boom! Boom! Because Fang Chen's level was too low, he was suppressed by the sword demons in the blink of an eye. He was barely holding on. On the other side of the battle, Bai Qingxian displayed his terrifying strength. He killed a sword demon with his fastest speed. Then, he joined forces with the giant wolf to kill another sword demon. You guys! The last sword demon was enraged, but it had the intention to retreat. Stop it! Bai Qingxian shouted. Fang Chun understood and performed his invincible sword art. Layers of sword light overlapped and blocked the sword demon's retreat. The giant wolf and Bai Qingxian attacked and killed the sword demon together. Let's go. Bai Qingxian stored the corpses of the 3 sword demons into his interspatial ring. Then, the 3 of them disappeared. Not long after, some sword demons rushed over. They saw the blood on the ground and roared to the sky to inform their tribe that there were intruders and their brethren were killed. For a moment, all the sword demons in the second layer heaven were furious. Hiding in a corner, Bai Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the angry roars behind him, his heart palpitated. Luckily, we only met 3 sword demons. He was scared. If they were unlucky and there were thousands of sword demons, they would be dead. Ha! I really want to see if those unlucky bastards who barged in after us will die under the claws of the sword demon. Giant Wolf chuckled as he spoke. Fang Chun wiped the sweat off his forehead. The sword demons gave him a lot of pressure. His level had not recovered to its peak. There was almost no chance of winning against the sword demons. It was not a good idea to continue like this. The entire second layer heaven was the lair of the sword demons. They could encounter them at any time. by Qing Xian and the giant wolf could protect him once, but they could not protect him forever. Besides, what if they met a sword demon that was more powerful than them? Would the three of them die here? Don't think too much. Although there are many sword demons in the second layer heaven, their intelligence is limited. We just have to find a way to avoid them. By Qing Xian said, "If there is an emergency, you don't have to worry about us. Just run away. We are confident that we can escape unscathed." Fang Chen knew that Bai Qing Xian was comforting him. He smiled bitterly and did not say anything. "What do we do next?" the giant wolf asked. Bai Qing Xian said, "Now that the sword demons are all furious, let's hide for a while. We are not in a hurry anyway. When they lose their patience and stop looking for us, we will sneak out." What Bai Qing Xian did not say was that he was waiting for the descendants of the primitive tribes and the young master of the fog from the devouring demons to come in. Their arrival would naturally attract the sword demons' attention. By then, the pressure on them would be reduced, and their chances of getting the treasure would increase greatly. Chapter 38-31. The sword demons were a special group. They had no flesh and blood, and were formed entirely from the aura of Sword Tao. They had been in the second heaven for a long time and absorbed the resentment of those who had died tragically here, causing them to be unusually bloody. At this time, they gathered at the entrance of the second heaven and kept searching. "Damn it, the outsiders should still be here. We must find them even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." The leading sword demon roared angrily. Soon, most of the sword demons dispersed to look for the outsiders. A few days later, the first batch of martial artists to enter buried sword heaven arrived at the entrance of the second heaven. Let's go in quickly." They were secretly delighted. They had tried to pass through the Tiger King's territory many times in the past, but they all failed in the end and paid a heavy price. Some of their companions even died in the hands of the Tiger King. They didn't expect to pass through smoothly this time. All the clans in the shattered space probably knew about the unusual movements in buried sword heaven, so the Tiger King didn't dare to stop them. Let's go in quickly. They finally entered the buried sword heaven that they had been dreaming of. They encountered some difficulties in the third heaven, but there was basically no danger until they reached the entrance of the second heaven. Thud, thud, thud. They walked out of the passage with excitement, but they were immediately dumbfounded. Countless sword demons stared at them with their scarlet eyes. The battle swords on the backs of these sword demons emitted a bright and bloody light that instantly shrouded everyone. Outsiders die. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Then, a dense group of sword demons rushed toward the outsiders. It was almost a one-sided battle. The outsiders were almost unable to resist and died tragically in an instant. Miserable screams came from the outsiders. They wanted to escape back to the third heaven, but it was impossible. The sword demons were too strong and tore them apart. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. At this time, they were filled with regret. If they hadn't coveted the treasures of buried sword heaven, they wouldn't have died here. "I can't accept this," someone shouted angrily. However, this voice eventually disappeared into the void. "Continue to guard here. The outsiders have gone too far during this period," a sword demon said. "Don't worry. As long as they come quickly, they will definitely die." Most of the sword devils went to look for the murderer, leaving behind a small group to guard the entrance of the second heaven. In the next few months, there would be intruders from time to time. Without exception, all of them died tragically at the hands of the sword demons. After all, this was the sword demons' lair, and their combat power could be increased infinitely. Moreover, the number of sword demons was extremely large. If an outsider were to fight one-on-one, they would not be a match for the sword demons. Just like that, half a year later, the news of sword demon guarding the entrance to the second heaven finally spread. The descendants of the primitive tribes, as well as the young master of the fog-devouring demon tribe, all heard the news. They stopped at the third heaven, not daring to act blindly without thinking. "Young master, it is said that someone has entered the second heaven and killed a few sword demons. This has infuriated their clan. Now, they're guarding the entrance. Any outsider who enters will be killed by them. the elder of the devouring demon tribe, said helplessly. Initially, Lin Fan thought that he would be able to enter the second heaven easily. But now, it seemed like it would be a little difficult. A bunch of idiots. The young master of the fog, devouring demon, snorted. These idiots. They were not strong enough, but they still wanted to provoke the sword demons. Now, with so many sword demons guarding the entrance, no one could break in. We can't force our way in, the young master of the fog-devouring demon tribe said in a low voice. Any news from the other clans? The descendants of the primitive tribes have also stopped at the third heaven. They don't dare to act blindly, the elder of the devouring demon tribe continued. The young master of the fog-devouring demon tribe nodded. Let's set up camp here. The sword demons will not let their guard down for the time being. We will be courting death if we go in. Although their force was not to be underestimated, the young master of the fog-devouring demon tribe did not dare to take the risk. Moreover, the other clans were also observing. They were waiting for the sword demons to lose their patience. When the second heaven regained its peace, they would take the opportunity to sneak in. All right, I'll make the arrangements now. The elder of the devouring demon tribe nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, a large number of teams stopped at the third heaven. They were all observing, not daring to fight the sword demons head-on. In a short time, the second heaven regained its peace, but the sword demons did not let their guard down. Tiger King's territory. What's the situation? King Bear asked. They didn't know that the innate tiger stripe formation prevented weaker martial artists from heading to the sword burial heaven, while the stronger teams secretly let them pass through, allowing them to smoothly pass through the mountains in King Tiger's territory and enter the sword burial heaven. It had been more than half a year. They should have been badly battered by now, right? The Bear King couldn't wait to go in and reap the benefits of the fishermen. However, Tiger King's face gradually darkened. Bear King realized that there might be a change in the situation and asked anxiously. Our spies have sent back news that someone has entered the second heaven in advance and killed a few sword demons. This has completely angered the sword demons. Now, a large number of sword demons are guarding the entrance of the second heaven. Any outsider who enters will definitely die. Tiger King said, in the past half a year, more than 10,000 outsiders have died in the second heaven. The other teams have chosen to set up camp at the third heaven and continue to observe. They are waiting for the sword demons to lose their patience and stop guarding the entrance. They are waiting for an opportunity to sneak in. Bear King almost cursed out loud when he heard that. Needless to say, the outsiders who killed the sword demons and angered the sword demons were definitely by Qing Xian and his team. These damn bastards. Which wolf is that? I will kill it myself the next time I see it. Bear King's face was ferocious. How could he not be angry when his plan had turned out like this? However, being angry was not a solution. He needed to think about it carefully. Do we have to go in personally? Bear King asked. Tiger King was a little scared. He had entered the first heaven before and almost died there. The scene in the first heaven was still fresh in his memory. To be honest, he was a little scared. Let's wait a little longer. Tiger King said. All right, keep in touch with the people in the third heaven. Bear King nodded. However, he despised Tiger King in his heart. This cowardly turtle was really timid. The second heaven. After more than half a year of recuperation, Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf's injuries had fully recovered. In the past 6 months, they had secretly killed a lot of sword demons. They used the sword demons' bodies to train themselves. After Fong Chun absorbed the energy from the sword demons, his strength began to skyrocket. His realm was also increasing. Now, his realm had recovered to the level of a sage. However, it was still a dead end to go against the sword demons. In order to survive in the second heaven, one must at least reach the level of a 9th order sage. Chapter 38-32. Romance Chinese Network. In a secluded place in the second heaven. This place was very far away from the core of the second heaven. Because of this, the number of sword demons that were active here was extremely small. As such, the danger that Fong Chun and the others faced was greatly reduced. Boom! At a certain moment, the deafening sound of a battle suddenly broke out. Looking over, one could see that the giant wolf was fighting with a sword demon. The battle between the two was unusually fierce. The giant wolf was indeed a cunning old fox. Under his continuous pressure, the sword demon was actually forced to use the battle sword on its back. Kill! Golden light shot out from giant wolf's eyes. It skillfully avoided the power of the battle sword and fought with the sword demon. Damn outsider. The sword demon was obviously not as smart as Giant Wolf. It was like a fighting machine. It couldn't outsmart Giant Wolf. Bai Qingxian urged, hurry up and finish it. If it wasn't for the formation set by Fang Chan to cover their battle waves, they would have attracted a large number of sword demons. Giant Wolf nodded heavily after hearing Bai Qingxuan's urging. He then increased his attack. Soon, the sword demon was severely injured. Boom! He kicked the sword demon and sent it flying. Then, he said to Fang Chun, who was controlling the formation, I'll leave it to you. These days, they had been creating opportunities for Fang Chun. Fang Chun was no match for the sword demon at its peak. So, Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian came up with this idea. Fang Chun would set up a formation to isolate the sword demon from the outside world. Then, Giant Wolf would attack and severely injure the sword demon. After that, Fang Chun would be handed over to Giant Wolf. As for Bai Qingxian, he would be watching from the side, just in case. Whoosh! Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He jumped and came to the center of the formation. When the sword demon saw him, it roared and went berserk. Although it was injured, the sword demon's combat power was unimaginable. It could easily kill a divine emperor expert. Fortunately, Fang Chun had recovered to the sage realm. Invincible swordsmanship. Fang Chun unleashed his invincible sword technique. The long sword in his hand constantly transformed into dazzling sword lights. These sword lights gathered above the array formation and condensed into a huge sword light. Kill! Fang Chun and the sword demon were locked in a fierce battle with each other. Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf watched Fang Chen's battle and nodded in satisfaction. His potential is very strong, especially his attainments in swordsmanship. It's simply shocking. Giant Wolf added, yeah, I've never seen a saint-level warrior with such strong attainments in sword principle. If he wasn't restricted by his realm, I reckon his attainments in sword principle wouldn't be weaker than a half-step chaotic supreme realm expert. Usually, the Giant Wolf was all smiles. But after seeing Fang Chen's attainments in the sword Dao, her face turned serious and her heart was filled with emotions. At the same time, she turned her head and looked at Bai Qingxian. Is he the mission enforcer you mentioned? Bai Qingxian nodded. Gray light flowed in his eyes. Bits of memories surfaced in his mind. Back then, his father was also a mission enforcer like Fang Chun. Unfortunately, he died in the hands of the devouring demon clan. Therefore, ever since he grew up, he had been a mortal enemy of the devouring demon clan. All these years, he had done everything he could to kill as many members of the devouring demon clan as possible. After meeting Fang Chun, he felt honored for his father. His father died in battle for the people of the chaotic realm. However, the chaotic realm did not forget about him. They were still carrying out their unfinished mission. Father, Bai Qingxian muttered to himself with a sorrowful expression. Boom! However, at this moment, Fang Chen's battle had ended. His clothes were drenched in sweat, but his face was filled with excitement. How was it? Giant Wolf asked. It felt great. If I could continue fighting with the sword demon and stimulate my potential, I might be able to recover my cultivation quickly, Fang Chun said. He did not hide anything from Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian. After all, Bai Qingxuan's father was the last mission enforcer. He should know that mission enforcers like them only had one way to enter the origin world, and that was to be reincarnated with the help of the Reincarnation Road Supreme Sage. Since they were reincarnated, their cultivation in their previous life would naturally return to zero. After being reborn in the origin world, their cultivation would fall to the lowest level of Saint King. Fortunately, they still had their memories and cultivation experience. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to recover to the peak of their previous life. Giant Wolf learned about this from Bai Qingxian. Naturally, He also knew that Fong Chun was a saint-level expert in his previous life. After watching Fong Chen's battle, he even suspected that this guy might have stepped into the ultimate saint level in his previous life. It's not easy. Bai Qingxian recovered from his sorrow and said in a deep voice, "Normally, sword demons live in groups of 3 to 5. It's difficult to lure a lone sword demon here," Bai Qingxian said. However, seeing that Fong Chun had gained so much, they were still willing to spend time to do it. "Let's be careful during this period of time," Giant Wolf reminded. Many outsiders had died, and the sword demon tribe must have suffered casualties as well. They were unusually angry and were looking for him all over the world. After a short discussion, the 3 of them decided to slowly move forward while disguising their auras to see if they could lure a lone sword demon to be Fong Chen's sparring partner. Just like that, for a long period of time, the 3 of them were extremely careful as they walked through the second layer of heaven. The third heaven. The descendants of the primitive tribes began to move. According to the information they had, the sword demons had lost their patience. Most of the sword demons guarding the entrance had left, leaving only a few behind. They felt that it was time to rush in. Just as they moved, the young master of the thick fog also received the news from the devouring demons. "We're moving too." The 2 sides soon met at the entrance. The young master of the thick fog glanced at the descendants of the primitive tribes, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They were natural enemies, and they were born to fight to the death. "Young master of the thick fog, long time no see. How have you been?" A descendant of the primitive tribes grinned. "Oomph." The young master of the thick fog snorted. "What? You primitive tribes also want to join the fun?" The descendant of the primitive tribes shrugged. "The sword burial sky is not the territory of your devouring demons. Moreover, we primitive tribes don't want to see that treasure fall into your hands, so we can only stop you. Anyone could have it, but neither side would allow the other to have it. Otherwise, it would destroy the current balance. When that happened, it would definitely lead to a bloody battle." Their goal was to leave the broken space and return to their tribes. Before that, they did not want to fight. Chapter 38-33. Although the number of the descendants of the primitive tribes was small, they had a special bloodline. Although the bloodline in their bodies was thin, they still had the shadow of the primitive bloodline. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. It was even slightly stronger than the perfect bloodline. Of course, this was because the perfect bloodline had not completely evolved to the final stage. Since ancient times, countless people with perfect bloodline had been testing it. The descendants of the primitive tribes were enraged when they met the devouring demons in the third heaven. Fortunately, they were in the sword burial heaven, so they were more restrained. Let's wait and see." Both sides snorted and entered the entrance. Soon, they arrived at the second heaven. The number of sword demons guarding the entrance was less than 10. They were furious when they saw the intruders. "Damn intruders, kill them all." 7 or 8 sword demons went berserk and rushed into the crowd of intruders to kill them. Pucci. The sword demons were too powerful. Ordinary people could not withstand them. In the blink of an eye, someone fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the young master of the thick fog tribe's expression changed. He turned to the descendants of the primitive tribes and said, "We are here for the treasure. The sword demons are too powerful. If we don't work together, we can't get out of here." The battle here would soon alert the other sword demons. The more sword demons there, the more danger they would be in. "Okay, let's work together for now." Elder Lin of the primitive tribes made the decision immediately. With the 2 forces working together, their combat power increased tremendously. They suppressed 7 or 8 sword demons in an instant. Crack! After they killed the sword demons, the descendants of the primitive tribes took the bodies of 4 sword demons. The remaining 4 bodies were taken by the devouring demons. "Let's go." The 2 forces did not dare to stay any longer. They immediately separated and went their own ways. Sure enough, countless sword demons swarmed over. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground and the traces of battle, they roared to the sky. "Damn intruders, we will kill all of you." The invasion of the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons caused the entire second heaven to be in a bloody mess. During this period of time, Fang Qin's strength had improved rapidly with the help of Bai Qing Xian and Giant Wolf. Moreover, with Fang Qin's superb sword Dao attainments, they had already sneaked to the vicinity of the Heaven's Punishment platform. How domineering. He actually dares to call himself Heaven Punisher. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. This time, the treasure they were looking for was the weapon left behind by the Supreme Swordsman. It was called the Heaven Punishing Sword. Across the void, he saw a mountain peak not far away. It was shrouded in smoke, and there was a battle platform at the peak of the mountain. The Sky Destroyer's sword was sealed within the battle platform. The battle platform was known as the Heaven's Punishment platform. Since he dared to use the name Heaven Punishing, one could only imagine how powerful the fallen swordsman was. Fang Qin even suspected that this sword principle expert was a chaotic supremacy like Fu Jin's supremacy. His attainments in sword principle were on par with chaotic supremacy. Is that the Heaven's Punishment platform? Giant Wolf's huge eyes stared at the Heaven's Punishment platform. He had heard countless people talking about the secrets of the Heaven's Punishment sword. Now, he finally saw the Heaven's Punishment platform. Be careful. There are more and more sword demons nearby. Bai Qing Xian said in a low voice. Buzz. Fang Qin could vaguely feel that the sword qi in his body started to move involuntarily. It seemed to be affected by the Heaven's Punishment platform. What's going on? Fang Qin was a little confused, but he didn't show it. Wind and clouds were surging in the shattered space. However, the Death Cliff wasn't calm either. Not long ago, the Quiet Soul River let out an angry roar. The water of the Soul River surged endlessly as if it was going to drown the Death Cliff. It made everyone's heart tremble. In addition, there were experts from various tribes who were heading towards the core of the Death Cliff to look for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. During this period, the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe and the sword madman had experienced too many hardships. They thought that by holding Princess Huang hostage, they could use the token of the primordial tribe to avoid some dangers and successfully obtain the ghost weapon. However, they were wrong. They didn't know why, but ever since they held Princess Huang hostage, they encountered more and more dangers. The most inconceivable thing was that the dangers that surrounded the three of them were targeted at the two of them. As for Princess Huang, she was enveloped in golden light, and there was no need to worry about her. This made the two of them very angry, but there was nothing they could do. The sword madman was burning with anger. He raised his sword and wanted to kill Princess Huang, but was stopped by the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe. Don't act rashly. You can give up on that idea, Princess Huang said coldly. Her fair face was covered with a layer of frost. She was prepared to die at any time. If a person wasn't even afraid of death, what else would they be afraid of? Let's go. Suddenly, the ancestor of the demonic beast tribe sensed that there was movement nearby. He hurriedly brought Princess Huang and the sword madman away. Rumble. Deafening noises came from behind them. They didn't need to think to know that there should be strong cultivators fighting. They were extremely fast and disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, when they stopped, they felt their bodies trembling. So cold. The void was filled with an extremely cold aura. Even their sage realm physical bodies couldn't withstand this cold aura. It's too cold. I feel that my primordial spirit is about to be frozen. The sword madman was in pain and his body was shaking. The ancestor of the demonic beast tribe also realized that something was wrong. Let's go. However, when they passed through the dense forest, they found that what appeared in front of them was a river with no end. This river was very calm and the water was dark black. Buzz. A bone-chilling aura came from the river, almost freezing the primordial spirits of the three. Not good. This is the Soul River. The ancestor of the demonic beast tribe suddenly thought of a legend. His face changed drastically and his body trembled. His heart was filled with fear. He didn't expect that he would come to the Soul River after escaping in a panic. What should we do? The sword madman asked. Splash. Suddenly, the quiet Soul River became violent. The water of the Soul River was like 10,000 horses galloping. A cold energy swept across the land. The three of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. However, at this moment, the token on Princess Huang's body emitted a faint glow and shrouded her. The water of the Soul River paused for a moment. Then, it swept Princess Huang's body and brought her into the Soul River. Not good, the sword madman shouted. But at this moment, they only wanted to escape. How could they care about Princess Huang? After all, this was the legendary Soul River. Even a sage realm expert would die if he entered. Don't care about him. Let's escape. The ancestor of the demonic beast tribe tried his best to escape. For this, he didn't hesitate to injure his primordial spirit. But fortunately, the two of them managed to escape. Blood dripped from the void. After they left, the Soul River returned to its calm state. Princess Huang's figure had long disappeared. Chapter 38-34. Chaos World. The great changes in the world caused many demon-devouring race clansmen to pass through the gap in the Chaos battlefield and enter the Godsfall battlefield. After they entered, they began to wreak havoc and slaughter. Fortunately, the gap in the Chaos world was extremely thin. Those that were too strong couldn't pass through because the gap couldn't withstand it. This was also good news. After all, the danger of the Chaos world had been greatly reduced. At the end of the Samsara road, the sea of bitterness was still. Seawater slowly flowed. The great sovereign sat cross-legged on the shore, his palms pressed together, a rare smile on his face. Great sovereign. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Then, a giant sword pierced through the heavens and the earth as it approached. How was the situation in the origin world? A rough voice came from the great sword, as if it were very concerned about the situation in the origin world. Everything is the same as before, the great sovereign calmly said. He seemed to be able to see through the endless river of time and see the situation in the origin world. On the Chaos battlefield, we're being forced back again and again. Those old fellows are worried that they won't be able to hold on. If the final line of defense breaks, the Chaos world will be in danger. The great sword's voice sounded out once more. The great sovereign nodded. Everything is under control. The fate of those demon-devouring race clansmen that entered the Chaos world has long been decided. Let's wait a little longer. But how can you bear to watch helplessly as the creatures of the Chaos world die tragically at their hands? The great sword questioned. The great sovereign was silent. How could he not want to save those innocent lives? But he couldn't do that. He had planned this for billions of years, and countless people had been sacrificed for it. Even the primal Chaos realm had been shattered, turning into the current Godfall battlefield. If his mission failed because of a single action, he would become the eternal sinner of the Chaos world. Great Sovereign, I don't understand. What are you waiting for at the end of the Samsara road? The great sword was puzzled. With the great sovereign strength, he could easily break through to a higher realm. But even after experiencing countless chaos epics, he still hadn't walked out of the Samsara road. Amongst the veteran powerhouses, there had always been a rumor that the great sovereign was waiting for something. What secrets lay within the Samsara road? Even Supremes didn't dare to rashly enter this place. Just how terrifying was it? Perhaps only the great sovereign could answer. Some things are already destined. There is no need to ask or guess. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you, Great Sovereign said calmly. At the same time, he told the giant sword that some of his subordinates had secretly marked all the devouring demon clan members who had entered the Chaos world. Once the time was right, he would give the order to kill those devouring demon clan members. All right, let me know if you need anything. The giant sword crossed the sea of bitterness and then disappeared. At the end of the reincarnation road, peace was restored. The great sage glanced at the Godsfall battlefield from a distance, and then closed his eyes. What he cared about the most was the primeval chaos. That was Fujin Autarka's territory and Feng Chen's hometown. He wouldn't allow anyone to set foot there. Only then would Feng Chen be able to develop in the origin world with peace of mind. Alas, when will it end? Great senior side. Every inch of the Godsfall battlefield was filled with blood and killing intent. At this moment, the internal strife had disappeared. Everyone was united like never before, because they knew that once they had internal strife, it would give their enemies an opportunity to take advantage of. Kill all these outsiders. We won't allow any outsiders to occupy the land of the chaos world. Even if we have to die, we must stop the outsiders. Countless roars came from the battlefield. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Fang Chun wasn't sure about the situation in the chaos world, but he believed that with the great sage there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Although he had only known the great sage for a short time, he felt that the great sage was unfathomable. He was more mysterious than any expert he had ever met. Especially after he had absorbed the heart of the Sky Dragon Sovereign, he was even more certain that the great sage had the combat strength of a supreme being. But for some reason, he hadn't stepped into the supreme being realm. Of course, there were too many implications, so he didn't bother to think about it. The descendants of the devouring demon clan and the primitive demon clan have successfully entered the second heaven. Giant Wolf brought back the news. Let them share some of the pressure for us. It's best if they lure the sword demons away. Then we can successfully seize the heaven-destroying sword. Bai Qingxian frowned. The invasion of the two forces would attract the attention of the sword demons. The heaven-destroying platform would definitely be heavily guarded. It will be difficult for them to go up. What should we do? The sword demons must know our purpose. They might set up an inescapable trap on the heaven-destroying platform, waiting for us to walk into it. Fang Chun analyzed. Why don't we let the two forces take the lead while we reap the benefits from behind? Giant Wolf suddenly thought of this. Bai Qingxian shook his head. The two forces weren't fools. They must have thought of this. Moreover, there were too many sword demons in the second heaven. They could only avoid being surrounded by the sword demons if they really found the core control. But we can't hide here forever. Giant Wolf curled his lips. Bai Qingxian glanced at Fang Chun and immediately came up with a bold idea. He said, I have an idea. Giant Wolf and I will act separately to attract the attention of the sword demons and lure them away. You take the opportunity to hide in the mountain and then find a chance to approach the heaven-destroying platform. The heaven-destroying platform was at the top of the mountain. This mountain was filled with dense forests and thorns. As long as they were careful, the sword demons wouldn't be able to find them easily. But if he encounters the sword demons, he will definitely die. Giant Wolf shook his head. Maybe I can give it a try. Fang Chun suddenly said. He had absorbed the power of the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart and had a trace of the Supreme Will. If he used the Supreme Will to cover his aura, the sword demons wouldn't be able to find him. In comparison, he was obviously more suitable than Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf. As long as he could step onto the heaven-destroying platform, he was confident that he could obtain the heaven-destroying sword with his attainments in the Sword Tao. Buzz! Fang Chen's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian widened their eyes and looked around, but they couldn't find anything. Whoosh! Fang Chun withdrew his supreme will and reappeared out of thin air. Giant Wolf and Bai Qingxian were stunned. What kind of technique is this? Why can't we sense your aura? He was right in front of them, but they couldn't sense him at all. Wonderful. With such a concealment technique, the sword demons won't be able to find you. Giant Wolf grinned. This technique is a little difficult to perform, and it can't be maintained for a long time. Fang Chun pointed out the drawbacks of the Supreme Will. To put it bluntly, his cultivation was still too low. If Bai Qingxian had the Supreme Will, it would be different. Chapter 38-35. Bai Qingxian and Giant Wolf split up and lured the sword demons away, creating an opportunity for Fang Chun to sneak onto the Heaven's Punishment platform and find the Heaven's Punishment sword. At the same time, the descendants of the primitive tribes, the devouring demon tribe, were surrounded by the sword demons after they split up. Let's kill our way out. More and more sword demons will come if we delay any longer. Elder Lin, a descendant of the primitive tribes, shouted. Under his lead, the descendants of the primitive tribes cast a combination formation. Their battle prowess instantly skyrocketed. It had to be said that although the primitive bloodline in their bodies was extremely thin, it still contained primitive bloodline. Their combination formation had completely activated the primitive bloodline hidden in their blood. The power of the primitive bloodline crisscrossed, forming a combination formation. As long as the descendants of the primitive tribes stood in the combined offensive formation, their combat power would increase tremendously. Boom, boom, boom. Sword demons fell at their feet continuously. However, there were too many sword demons, and their defense was too strong. In the fierce battle, the sword demons took the lead and took out the combat swords from their backs. These combat swords were invincible, and their terrifying power swept across the land. The sword will that permeated the ground penetrated the combined offensive formation. Crack! The crowd was shocked to find that the combined offensive formation had shattered. They were terrified and started to flee. Split up and run. Elder Lin shouted and ran away as fast as he could. They could not take care of the weaker clansmen and could only give up strategically. Damn it! Why is the sword demons so strong? They were very confident in their combined offensive formation. With the primitive bloodline in their bodies, their combat power increased tremendously. According to their calculations, they should be able to withstand the attacks of the sword demons. However, the combat swords on the sword demons' backs were extremely powerful and instantly defeated the descendants of the primitive tribes. Chase! The sword demons roared. They would kill all invaders without mercy. At the same time, the devouring demon tribe was also being chased by the sword demons. However, as the devouring demon tribe was the overlord of the source world, and the source world was created by the devouring demon tribe's leader, the devouring demon bloodline in their bodies could suppress the sword demons. In comparison, the sword demons were less of a threat to the devouring demon tribe. They retreated as they fought, and soon left the sword demons far behind. Let's go. The young master of the thick fog looked gloomy. The danger in the second heaven of the sky of sword burial was much more dangerous than they had imagined. If they were not careful, they would die here. Their target was the Sky Destroyer sword. In front of the Heaven Punishment platform, Fang Chun used his special means to easily sneak into the dense forest. Then, he walked carefully all the way and finally arrived at the Heaven Punishment platform. However, the scene in front of the Heaven's Punishment platform made him extremely surprised. Originally, he thought that the sword demon would be heavily guarding the surroundings of the Heaven's Punishment platform. However, he was wrong. At a glance, there was no one around the huge stone platform. There was not even a trace of the sword demon's aura. Why is that? Fang Chun was a little stunned. Could it be that the sword demon had gone out to kill the outsiders? Why was there no sword demon guarding the Heaven Punishment platform? He carefully observed and confirmed that there really was no sword demon. In the end, he tiptoed to the front of the Heaven's Punishment platform. It was also at this moment that the silent Heaven's Punishment platform shook slightly. Then, a loud sword chime resounded throughout the sky of sword burial. At the same time, all the outsiders in the second heaven, including the sword demon, heard the soul-stirring sword hum. Their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, someone has ascended the Heaven Punishment platform. The young master of the thick fog and Elder Lin of the primitive tribes all ordered their tribes to go to the Heaven Punishment platform as quickly as possible. To everyone's surprise, the sword demon, who was originally furious, calmed down instantly. They all raised their heads and looked in the same direction. They looked at the Heaven Punishment platform and then roared to the sky. Hiss! Vast sword chi filled the entire Heaven Punishment platform. Fang Chun was shocked. He immediately wanted to move his body, but he was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned and could not move. Then, the terrifying sword chi swept his body onto the Heaven Punishment platform. Is this the Heaven Punishment platform? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Then, he was drowned by the sword chi on the Heaven Punishment platform. Roar! At the same time, many sword demons gathered towards the Heaven Punishment platform. When they saw this scene, they all stopped and kept retreating. It was as if a terrifying existence had awakened on the Heaven Punishment platform. Charge! The young master of the thick fog saw the Heaven Punishment platform close by and shouted excitedly. He rushed onto the Heaven Punishment platform recklessly. Then, a terrifying sword chi engulfed him and he disappeared. What's going on? Did the young master enter the inner space of the heaven punishment platform? The elder of the devouring demon tribe exclaimed. The others were also shocked. The descendants of the primitive tribes had suffered heavy losses after the fierce battle with the sword demons. Now, only a few dozen of them came to the heaven's punishment platform. Seeing that the young master of the thick fog had disappeared, Old Lin also stepped onto the heaven's punishment platform without a word. Buzz! The sword chi swept across 30,000 miles and drowned the entire second heaven. At the same time, all the outsiders fell unconscious. The sword demons gathered in front of the heaven punishment platform as if they were guarding something. By Qing Xian, I feel dizzy. In a dense forest, the giant wolf was about to speak when he fell unconscious. Seeing this, Bai Qing Xuan's eyelids twitched. With a bang, he fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire second heaven fell into silence. Only the densely packed sword demons around the heaven punishment platform could prove that something big had just happened on the heaven punishment platform. The third heaven of the buried sword sky. Some outsider forces had snuck in without a sound. According to the time, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demon tribe should have already started a war with the sword demons. We could take advantage of the chaos, someone said. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the distant sky, two black figures with unparalleled power whizzed over. It's the Tiger King and the Bear King. Even the two of them have come in. Everyone was shocked. The Tiger King and the Bear King were invincible when they joined forces. However, they didn't stop at the third heaven and directly rushed into the second heaven. Looking at the disappearing figures of the Tiger King and the Bear King, everyone had a complicated expression. They could imagine that the buried sword sky would be shaken soon and might even be reshuffled. Perhaps, after this battle, the sword demons in the buried sword sky would be completely destroyed and other forces would enter the buried sword sky. Of course, the premise was that someone could conquer the heaven punishment platform and obtain the heaven punishment sword. Thinking of the heaven punishment sword, everyone's heart trembled. I wonder who will obtain the heaven punishment sword? Chapter 38-36. In the end, Tiger King and Bear King decided to enter the second heaven personally. After all, it had been a long time, and they had heard from the spies that the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe had entered the second heaven. If they were late and the Sky Destroyer sword was obtained by these two forces, it would be bad. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exuded a terrifying aura. No one in the third heaven dared to stop them. Even the sword demons that occasionally appeared avoided them. As a result, the two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the second heaven. The two of them looked at each other and felt the abnormality in the second heaven. Tiger King said, "Why do I feel a slight throbbing?" The throbbing that came from the bottom of his heart made Tiger King uneasy. Someone might have entered the Sky Destroyer platform. Bear King said. This was the only explanation that could explain the current situation in the second heaven. They thought that they would have to fight the Sword Devil tribe after entering the second heaven. But who would have thought that they wouldn't even see a single Sword Devil? This made the two of them feel strange. However, they did not stay for long and headed straight for the Sky Destroyer platform. At this moment, everyone in the second heaven was heading towards the Sky Destroyer platform. However, they would never have thought that Fang Chun would get there first. Whoosh! Fang Chun easily arrived in front of the Heaven's Punishment platform. The place was empty and there wasn't a single sword demon. He was rather surprised, but the most important thing now was to step onto the Heaven's Punishment platform and obtain the Heaven's Punishment sword. Dong! When his palm came into contact with the Heaven's Punishment platform, the Heaven's Punishment platform suddenly started to spin crazily. A terrifying power gradually spread out and engulfed the entire area. In the next instant, his body was engulfed by the sword chi on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Oh no! Fang Chun exclaimed in his heart. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. The terrifying sword chi intertwined and suppressed the sword chi in his body. He could not resist at all. He was enveloped by the sword chi and entered the Sky Destroyer platform. Dong! Fang Chun felt a tremor in his mind. Then, he heard a vast voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times. in the great wide world, who can break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. These words exploded in Feng Chen's mind. In an instant, the sword qi within his body exploded. He felt as if his primordial spirit was about to explode. Who could escape the shackles of the heavenly Tao? At this moment, his eyes were a little blurred and his heart was shaken. He had entered the Tao through the sword, but now he felt a little lost. Who would dare to claim that they were invincible in the Tao of the sword in front of this fallen super almighty? The memories of his previous life completely overlapped with the cultivation memories of this life. Dong! He suddenly raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes stared ahead. There was a skeleton there, and in front of the skeleton, there was a gigantic sword that was stabbed into the ground. The sword was very simple, and its body was pitch-black. There was no aura flowing around it, and it looked like a piece of scrap metal. However, the moment Feng Chen saw it, his pupils shrank. In his heart, his understanding of the Tao of the sword surged like a tide. At this moment, he was in an epiphany. In front of the huge sword, he even felt a little ashamed. The invincible Tao of the sword that he had created previously was already the pinnacle of his Tao of the sword. However, at this moment, there was a lot more understanding of the Tao of the sword in his mind. He saw many shortcomings of the invincible Tao of the sword. Buzz! He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Tao of the sword. The skeleton in the main hall shook slightly. A strange luster flowed on the finger bone and then disappeared into the huge sword. In the next moment, the black rust around the huge sword gradually fell off, revealing its true appearance. The blood-red body of the sword was extremely shocking. At the tip of the sword, there was a peerless killing power. This was the legendary heaven-destroying sword. It was rumored that the heaven-destroying sword was located within the platform of heaven-destroying. Moreover, it was the core of the entire platform of heaven-destroying. Because of the existence of the heaven-destroying sword, the platform of heaven-destroying constantly produced countless sword intents. These sword intents continued to evolve in the long river of time, eventually condensing into sword demons one after another. This was the birth of the sword demons. Strictly speaking, the birth of the sword demons originated from the heaven-destroying sword. Therefore, it was said that if one could control the heaven-destroying sword, they could control the entire sword demon tribe. This also meant that one could be invincible in the sword burial heaven. Of course, this was only a rumor. After so many years, no one had obtained the heaven-destroying sword. No one had even entered the heaven-destroying platform. Perhaps Feng Chen's actions would cause a huge commotion. However, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe did not know that Feng Chen was one step ahead of them. He had walked in front of the heaven-destroying sword and was undergoing the test of the heaven-destroying sword. Once the heart of the sword was proven, he would be able to obtain the heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe arrived at the wilderness below the heaven-destroying platform. They looked solemn as they checked the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, they carefully approached the heaven-destroying platform. The giant wolf in the dense forest suddenly froze. His pupils contracted, and he seemed to be worried. He said, "Tiger King and Bear King have entered the second heaven." Bai Qingxian frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. I wonder how Feng Chen is doing. Did he step onto the heaven-destroying platform? The giant wolf said, "Now that the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe have arrived at the heaven-destroying platform, we have no way out." After a long while, Bai Qingxian nodded and made a decision. Since Tiger King and Bear King have entered the second heaven, they must be here for the heaven-destroying sword. We can think of a way to lure them to the heaven-destroying platform and let them fight with the other two forces. Hearing this, the giant wolf's eyes turned, and he was full of praise for Bai Qingxian. "You are really smart." Bai Qingxian curled his lips. "It's mainly because you are too stupid." After interacting with the giant wolf for a long time, one would know that this fellow was all brawn and no brains. No one knew how he had survived for so long. Bai Qingxian even suspected that with such intelligence, he could cultivate to the 5 elements sacred realm. It was simply unbelievable. In response, the giant wolf patted its chest and declared confidently that its talent in cultivation was one of the best in the entire shattered space. This was especially so for its tribe. Every single one of them was exceptionally talented. It was just a pity that, when he thought of his tribe, the giant wolf's face showed a trace of dispiritedness. "Let's go." Bai Qingxian quickly changed the topic. He did not want the giant wolf to be reminded of the past. "Tiger King dared to set a trap to kill me. This time, I will make him stay in the sword burial sky forever." Chapter 38-37. In front of the heaven's punishment platform, the descendants of the primitive tribes stared ahead with their dark eyes. Not far away, the people of the Devouring Demons clan were also slowly approaching the heaven's punishment platform. At this moment, the changes in the heaven's punishment platform proved that someone had entered the heaven's punishment platform before them. This meant that the heaven's punishment sword was most likely obtained by this person. Boom! The young lord of the thick fog stomped his foot and rushed toward the heaven's punishment platform. However, thousands of sword radiances descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura of swordsmanship, forcing him to retreat. Thud! Thud! Fortunately, the young lord of the thick fog reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. After he stabilized himself, his face turned pale, and he was extremely angry. However, he did not act recklessly. The descendants of the primitive tribes also attacked the seal on the heaven's punishment platform. In the end, they were forced to retreat by the thousands of sword radiances, just like the young lord of the thick fog. In the sky, sword radiances shot in all directions, and sword shadows filled the air. They resonated with the heaven's punishment platform from afar and formed a terrifying territory. No one could get close to the heaven's punishment platform. This scene made the faces of the people from the two forces extremely gloomy. They had gone through so much to reach the heaven's punishment platform, but they encountered such a problem. They were very unhappy. However, the abnormal behavior of the heaven's punishment platform had stopped them here. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with anger. We'll wait here." The young lord of the thick fog sat down on a nearby bluestone and closed his eyes to adjust his body. Seeing this, the descendants of the primitive tribes also retreated to a safe area and waited for Feng Chun to appear. At this moment, Feng Chun sat cross-legged in the space of the heaven's punishment platform. He put his palms together, and a terrifying, invincible sword surrounded him. His primordial spirit was trying to make contact with the heaven's punishment sword. After the rust fell off, the blood-red sword body was revealed before Feng Chun. At this moment, the sword in his heart vibrated and resonated with the heaven's punishment sword. The sword heart seemed simple, and ordinary martial artists could form it. However, only swordsmen who had entered the five-element sacred realm would understand that the same thing would be different in the hands of different people. For example, sword heart was a must for sword cultivators. Although five-element Saint Realm sword cultivators had sword heart, they could not prove their Tao. The only way to prove their Tao was to comprehend a sword principle to the extreme. The extreme mentioned here referred to the true extreme, which was the ultimate Tao. Any grand Tao, when comprehended to the extreme, would become an ultimate Tao. Feng Chen's invincible sword Tao was no exception. It was something he had created when he was weak, based on his own cultivation and comprehension. This sword Tao represented his endless years of cultivation experience and his dedication to the sword Tao. Especially since he had reincarnated in 2 lifetimes, he understood even more clearly that a true expert of the sword Tao was not invincible in the sword Tao, but invincible in battle intent. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, and a clear line of thought gradually formed in his mind. The sword heart hidden in his body also slowly rotated. He discovered that there were some complicated ripples on the sword heart. These ripples were the most crucial core. At this moment, the sword heart was transforming. He was proving his sword heart, and his body was surrounded by terrifying, invincible sword intent. He suddenly spread out his hands, and suddenly the sword intent in the surrounding air was all absorbed by him. Even the heaven-destroying sword that was inserted in the core of the heaven punishment platform shook a little, but that was all. After all, it was the legendary heaven-destroying sword. The only way to obtain it was to prove one's sword heart, and then cultivate a sword principle to the ultimate Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun took 3 deep breaths in a row, and then stood up abruptly. Countless images flashed through his mind. These were images of his previous life, when he started from the insignificant Qing Feng sword sect of the Shengfeng nation, and then he walked step by step to today's 5-element saint realm. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that one day he would be able to reach the peak of the chaotic world. Of course, the stronger one was, the greater the responsibility one had to shoulder. He was now shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the living beings in the chaotic world, and it was a little suffocating. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. This was because the Supreme Sovereign had once said that he was the one with the strongest potential in the chaotic world. Even Supreme Sovereign Fu Jian's potential was not as good as his. Boom, boom, boom. Now he started with the invincible sword principle that he was so proud of and proved his sword heart. In just half a month, he had completely refined his sword heart. Then his body trembled, and a tide of sword principle understanding emerged in his mind. At this moment, his heart trembled with excitement, and his eyes were filled with a complicated light. Did I succeed? He felt that his understanding of the sword principle had reached an incredible level, and with the transformation of his sword heart, the invincible sword principle that he had created with his own hands had also undergone a major change. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, he used his finger as a sword and instantly pointed. Crack! In the void, a dazzling finger radiance instantly evolved into a sword radiance, piercing through the void and shooting into the dark void. That is, Fang Chun was stupefied. A sword pierced through the void of darkness. This was too terrifying. Is this the ultimate sword principle? Fang Chen's breathing was a little rapid, and there was a rumbling sound in his mind. His primordial spirit released a dazzling light that covered his body, resisting the terrible pressure brought by the ultimate sword principle. Crack! All the bones in his body creaked, and he seemed to be about to go limp. Fortunately, his primordial spirit that was about to condense Tao protected his body. Even after a long time, there was still a sharp sword chi left in the void. Fang Chun gently raised his palm, stretched out his finger, and touched the remaining sharp sword chi in the void. Instantly, the sharp sword chi happily jumped onto his finger, and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the sharp sword chi gave birth to various attributes. This Fang Chun was shocked. To be able to give sword chi attributes so casually, only the ultimate sword principle could do that. Dong, dong, dong. His mind trembled. The invincible sword principle had evolved to the ultimate realm, and now it could truly be called the ultimate sword principle. Ultimate sword principle. Fang Chun clenched his fists, and his face was filled with joy. After cultivating for countless years, he finally got what he wanted and cultivated the invincible sword principle to the ultimate sword principle. Someone once said that only those who cultivated the ultimate sword principle were qualified to be called sword god. If the outside world knew about the current him, it would probably cause a huge commotion. After comprehending the ultimate sword principle, can I obtain the heaven-destroying sword? Fang Chun forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart and walked step by step towards the blood-red heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, the heaven-destroying sword seemed to have sensed the aura of the ultimate sword principle, and the sword shook slightly. The bones from before also shattered and turned into powder. A gust of wind blew, and the powder was blown to the front of the heaven-destroying sword. Whoosh! The heaven-destroying sword absorbed all of it. At this moment, a melodious voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times reverberated in Fang Chen's mind. Chapter 38:38. With the heaven-destroying sword, one could destroy the heavens and slay the gods. Suddenly, a deafening voice rang out in Fang Chen's head. His body trembled violently, and he fell into a state of confusion. At that moment, he had lost control over his body and had lost consciousness. He was like a walking corpse as he walked mechanically to the heaven-destroying sword. He stretched out his hand and grasped the blood-red hilt of the sword. Instantly, a scorching power surged into his body. Rumble. This was a test from the heaven-destroying sword to see if he could withstand the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Wong. The aura of the ultimate sword Dao emanated from Fang Chen's body and clashed with the power of the heaven-destroying sword. It was also at this moment that countless images appeared in his mind. He fell into a dreamland of sword Dao. Whoosh! Shocking sword wool permeated the air, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc across the entire continent. Fang Chun floated in the air, looking down at the miserable continent. His heart was filled with rage. Why are you doing this? Why can't you give me some time? Even if it was just a little bit of time, it would be fine. As he looked at the blood that flowed like rivers and the smoke that piled up like mountains on the battlefield, his heart was filled with regret. He cultivated the Tao of the sword and pursued the ultimate sword Tao. But in the end, he couldn't even protect his hometown. When his home continent was facing an apocalyptic crisis, he was the first to receive the news. However, he wasn't able to make it in time. If he had just one more minute, he would have been able to save his home continent. However, he missed it. Fang Chen clenched his long sword and roared madly. Terrifying sword qi emanated from his body, radiating to every corner of the continent. He had fallen into madness. In the end, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion and lost consciousness. The heaven-destroying sword in his hand emitted a weak light. A sigh came from within, as if it did not approve of Fang Chen's way of doing things and the way he handled his home continent. Even if he failed, he could not give up on himself. Whoosh! The heaven-destroying sword turned into specks of sword radiance. As a gust of wind blew past, it completely dissipated into the air. At this moment, Fang Chen's body suddenly jolted, and he temporarily returned to normal. Was it a sword Dao dreamland? His hand was sucked in by the heaven-destroying sword, and he couldn't pry it away. This meant that he would be trapped in the sword way dreamscape endlessly, unless he could perform the ultimate sword way perfectly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the heaven-destroying sword exuded a terrifying sword qi that enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. His eyelids drooped as he once again fell into the dreamscape of swordsmanship. This time, he had come to the tenebrous demon abyss. This was the lair of the demon race. Countless warriors, whose resentment could not dissipate after death, would be drawn into the tenebrous demon abyss, never to be reincarnated. To the cultivators of the righteous path, the devil race was the race they hated the most. They did all sorts of evil and would do anything to achieve their goals. Their methods were so cruel that it was simply inconceivable. He stood in the sky above the tenebrous demon abyss and calmly watched the intense changes in the Taoist demon war. The cultivators of the righteous path could no longer tolerate the devil race. They launched the Taoist demon war. The entire world was plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. However, the war continued. As long as the devil race was not destroyed and the tenebrous demon abyss was not destroyed, the world would be invaded by the devil race sooner or later. Hence, they had no other choice. They had to fight for justice. One by one, the cultivators of the righteous path charged into the Taoist demon battlefield without fear of death. The Taoist demon war? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He held the heaven-destroying sword tightly and took a step forward, directly intervening in the Taoist demon war. Slash! The heaven-destroying sword was extremely powerful. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the cultivators of the devil race died instantly. One by one, the cultivators of the devil race died under the heaven-destroying sword, instantly bringing hope to the cultivators of the righteous path. Charge! Seemingly influenced by Fang Chen's powerful sword will, countless cultivators of the righteous path charged into the Taoist demon battlefield like a swarm of bees. With Fang Chen's help, the Taoist demon war officially reached its peak. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Master, Why are you helping the demonic path to deal with the righteous path? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of Fang Chun. He was the latter's second disciple, Kong Jiao. Helping the demonic path? Dealing with the righteous path? Fang Chun was stunned. However, he quickly realized that his disciple, Kong Jiao, was surging with the power of the devil race. Could it be that his disciple had fallen into the demonic path? Master, you have been deceived by the demonic path, Kong Jiao said sincerely. The world defines us as the demonic path. However, the things they do are even more despicable than the demonic path. Sometimes, what you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. At the same time, Kong Jiao opened his palm, and wisps of demonic qi appeared in his palm. Master, do you see this? This is the qi of justice. Fang Chun was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the righteous path that he thought was not the righteous path, and the demonic path that he saw was not the demonic path? Could it be that in the eyes of the demonic path, they were the righteous path, and in the eyes of the righteous path, as long as they were different, they would be categorized as the demonic path? Facing his disciple, Kong Jiao, what should he do? Kong Jiao. The heaven-destroying sword in Fang Chun's hand trembled slightly. His body also trembled slightly. His head was in a mess, and he shook it forcefully. He wanted to stay awake, but he could not do so. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Kong Jiao flicked his finger, and a faint black power passed through the void. It spread over the heaven-destroying sword and finally entered Fang Chun's body. Master, can you feel the qi of justice? Kong Jiao asked. Fang Chun lowered his head and was instantly stunned. The power in his body had all turned into demonic qi. Why was this? The heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, he was almost lost. The only thing he knew was the heaven-destroying sword in his hand. He roared loudly, but the heaven-destroying sword was dim and lifeless. Master, the war between the Taoists and the demons is irreversible, Kong Jiao said. Ah! Fang Chun let out an angry roar. The primordial spirit in his mind revolved wildly. The primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm threw away all distracting thoughts. There was only one sword in the ultimate sword art. At this moment, Fang Chun held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and slowly opened his eyes. He slashed with the sword. Swoosh! The huge sword split the Taoist demon battlefield into two halves. Countless people had died under his sword, but he did not feel any guilt in his heart. At this moment, the sky suddenly opened up. Kong Jiao, who was in front of him, also turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. He lowered his head and looked. The war between the Taoists and the demons did not exist. Everything was an illusion. Is it real or fake? Is it real or fake? Seems like an illusion, but actually exists. Seems like it exists, but is actually an illusion. Fang Chun had a deep understanding. If he had not given it his all at the crucial moment, he would not have been able to understand the true meaning of the ultimate sword art. At this moment, he had finally displayed the complete ultimate sword art. Update soonest. The new 81st Chinese. AM. Chapter 38-39. Boom. Suddenly, Fang Chun opened his eyes, and a shocking light shot out from his eyes. The light turned into sword light at a speed visible to the naked eye. Invincible sword light. This was the real invincible sword light. Just from the sword light, one could feel the invincible power. At the same time, the primordial spirit in his mind was also trembling and releasing the power of the soul way that was close to the Tao manifestation realm. Fang Chun had benefited a lot from this training, especially the ultimate sword art. When he entered the dreamscape of the sword way, it seemed like he had only experienced 2 lives. In fact, it was 100 lives. In each life, he would encounter all kinds of problems, and in the end, he would be able to comprehend a different sword way concept. Previously, after experiencing the battle between his disciple Kong Jiao and the Taoist devil, he came to a realization that he had always been unconventional. The so-called ultimate sword Tao, in the eyes of mortals, was nothing more than a higher level of attainment in sword techniques. The only pity was that his primordial spirit had not reached the Tao manifestation realm. However, this could not be forced. According to his current cultivation, his primordial spirit had reached an extremely high level. His attainment in the soul way was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Normally, only a half-step chaotic sovereign could reach the primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation realm. However, he had achieved it. This had a lot to do with his rebirth. However, the happiest thing now was that he had completely evolved the ultimate sword art. To him, this was even more exciting than recovering the cultivation of his previous life. After all, evolving the ultimate sword art meant that he had gained the recognition of the heaven-destroying sword. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly raised his right hand and gently rubbed the blood-red hilt of the heaven-destroying sword. Suddenly, a vast amount of sword chi surged towards him. He suddenly exerted strength and held the heaven-destroying sword tightly in his palm. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged in the sky. The power of heaven and earth gathered crazily and formed a terrifying vortex. The invincible sword chi spread out rapidly with Fang Chun as the center. The heaven-destroying sword's body trembled continuously and let out a loud sword cry. It seemed to be responding to Fang Chun. At this moment, the Heaven Punisher's platform in the outside world was in an uproar. The descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe had been guarding the Heaven Punishment platform. They wanted to wait for Fang Chun to come out. But now, such a shocking thing had happened. What happened? Could it be that the heaven-destroying sword has been taken by someone else? At the same time, all the sword demons in the second heaven roared and screamed crazily. Their eyes were focused on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Even Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf were stunned. Let's go. They realized that something was wrong and quickly rushed toward the Heaven Punishment platform. Below the Heaven Punishment platform, the eyes of the young lord of the thick fog flashed with passion. He clenched his fists and swore to himself that he would obtain the Heaven Punishment sword at all costs. On the other side, the descendants of the primitive tribes were also confident that the heaven-destroying sword was within their reach. Boom! In the sky, the sword chi vortex gradually became bigger and bigger, spreading to the entire second layer of heaven. Everyone felt the oppressive aura. They were shocked by the invincible sword chi. Whoosh! 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 In the distant void, there were two figures rushing over. They were the Tiger King and the Bear King. What's going on? The Tiger King stepped on the air and looked up at the sword chi vortex in the void. He was shocked. The Bear King was even more shocked. He said, "Could it be that the heaven-destroying sword has been taken by someone else?" Suddenly, the Tiger King increased his speed and broke through the sound barrier. He arrived at the Heaven Punishment platform in an instant. That is, what they saw was the gradual cracking of the Heaven's Punishment platform, and the cracks were spreading. They arrived in front of the Heaven's Punishment platform in a flash. Tiger King opened his mouth and let out a deafening cold voice. "Leave this place quickly, or you will be killed without mercy." No one could resist the temptation of the heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, the Tiger King was in a frenzy. He joined forces with the Bear King to force the crowd to retreat. However, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe would not let them have their way. The heaven-destroying sword belongs to the devouring demons tribe. The young master of the thick fog tribe said coldly. He then waved his hand and ordered everyone from the devouring demons tribe to surround the Tiger King. On the other side, the descendants of the primitive tribes also joined in and surrounded the Bear King. These two experts were extremely powerful. If they did not join forces, they would be defeated one by one. By then, they would not even have the right to lay their hands on the heaven-destroying sword. Therefore, at this moment, they were surprisingly calm and were willing to join forces. "Tiger King," the Bear King shouted. The heaven-destroying sword was about to be born. They could not care less. As long as they could get the heaven-destroying sword, they could break through the broken space and leave this damned place. By then, they would be free to fly. Who would be able to find them? Moreover, they knew better than anyone else what the heaven-destroying sword meant. If they could get it for themselves, their combat power would definitely soar. They might even be comparable to a half-step to chaotic supremacy. In the age of Dharma ending, if the chaotic supremacy did not appear, who would be able to compete with them? At the thought of this, the Tiger King and the Bear King became even more excited. They would do anything to force the crowd to retreat and then snatch the heaven-destroying sword. Let's go. The Tiger King and the Bear King looked at each other and nodded. They then transformed into their original form. Their huge body was like a small mountain, standing in front of the crowd. They opened their bloody mouths, and a terrifying force gushed out. Those who were closer to them could not dodge in time, and were instantly turned into ashes. Their screams echoed in the void. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Surprisingly, the sword demons were unusually quiet. They were even watching the battle from afar. They did not seem to have any intention of joining in. When Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf arrived, they saw this scene and were puzzled. However, they were sure that there was only one possibility for such a big commotion. Fang Chun had gained the recognition of the heaven-destroying sword. This guy is really powerful. Bai Qingxian could not help but exclaim. Giant Wolf licked his dry lips and chuckled. It is no exaggeration to say that his potential in swordsmanship is at least top 3 in history. He might even be number 1. If he can't get it, then who else in the world can get the recognition of the heaven-destroying sword? He hasn't come out yet. The descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe have joined forces to fight against the Tiger King and the Bear King. The heaven-destroying platform is very chaotic now. We have to think of a way to sneak in and get him out. Bai Qingxian said. The giant wolf stretched his huge head and asked, Do you have any ideas? The strange behavior of the sword demons made them worried. They could not stay here for long and had to leave quickly. Chapter 3840. The heaven-destroying sword had recognized its master and released the sword while hidden in the sword. Even the heaven-destroying platform, which was always by its side, could not withstand the power of the sword chi. Cracks started to appear on the platform, as if it would shatter at any time. At this moment, there was a fierce battle below the heaven-destroying platform. Tiger King and Bear King were top experts in the shattered space. When the two of them joined forces, they could dominate the entire shattered space. In a short while, the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demon tribe lost many of their people. The battle was getting more and more intense. Elder Lin and the young lord of the thick fog tribe looked extremely gloomy. They could not let this drag on. Otherwise, when the sword demons arrived, everyone would die here. What should we do? The elder from the devouring demon tribe asked in a low voice. The fog young master rolled his eyes and his expression flickered. Then, he quickly made a crazy decision. He waved his hand and ordered everyone to attack the Heaven's Punishment Platform. Destroy the heaven-destroying platform. Since the devouring demon tribe could not get it, no one else could. In his opinion, as long as the heaven-destroying platform was destroyed, the person who had obtained the heaven-destroying sword would be severely injured or even destroyed. By then, all the efforts of Tiger King and Bear King would be in vain. When the descendants of the primitive tribes saw this, they understood the young lord of the thick fog tribe's intention. They attacked the heaven-destroying platform together, courting death. When Tiger King and Bear King saw this, they snorted. In a flash, they arrived in front of the heaven-destroying platform. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Before the power of the two forces landed on the Heaven's Punishment Platform, the latter automatically exploded. The terrifying power swept across the entire mountain range. In an instant, countless cries of agony filled the sky. The terrifying power pierced through the chests of Tiger King and Bear King, causing them to be severely injured. Dong! Their bodies were like cannonballs as they fell to the ground below the heaven-destroying platform. The descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demon tribe were not spared. They suffered heavy casualties. Buzz! Cries of agony filled the air. However, above the ruins of the heaven-destroying platform, an eternal sword will shot up into the sky. A figure appeared in front of everyone. That is, the young lord of the thick fog tribe squinted his eyes and screamed. Unbelievable. It was simply unbelievable. The person who was recognized by the heaven-destroying sword was actually the person who entered the heaven-shaking sword formation in the stone forest. How is this possible? Elder Lin and the rest of the descendants of the primitive tribes also recognized Fang Chun. Their hearts were in turmoil. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the heaven-destroying sword that they had risked their lives to fight for would be in the hands of this guy. Only to see, Fang Chun held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and shook it violently. Instantly, a huge sword radiance descended from the sky and split the mountain into two halves. Those who were unable to dodge in time were killed instantly. Oh no, the heaven-destroying sword is too strong. Tiger King and Bear King, who had fallen to the bottom of the mountain, were severely injured. They felt the power of the sky-crushing sword, and their hearts were filled with fear. In a flash, they escaped. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fang Chun, who had evolved his ultimate sword Dao, combined it with the power of the heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. Even if an ultimate sage stood in front of him, they would tremble. The descendants of the primitive tribes were terrified. They had suffered heavy casualties. Just now, when the heaven-destroying platform exploded, they were severely injured and had lost their ability to fight. Now that they had encountered this guy, it seemed like today was not going to be a good day. Of course, the young master of the Fog tribe was even more frightened than them. The aura that Fang Chun displayed at this moment made his heart palpitate. Let's go. The young master of the Fog tribe was almost hysterical. One of his legs was injured and blood was staining his thigh. He dragged his injured leg and desperately ran down the mountain. Seeing this, the members of the demon-devouring tribe did not dare to stay any longer and ran away frantically. The descendants of the primitive tribes felt the strong, murderous intent from Fang Chun, and their hearts sank. However, they were not as frightened as the members of the demon-devouring tribe. Instead, Elder Lin stepped forward and smiled at Fang Chun. "Little friend, we meet again. Back then, in the heaven-shaking sword formation, I already felt that you were extraordinary. I did not expect you to be recognized by the heaven-destroying sword. Congratulations." The others also nodded at Fang Chun. What kind of joke was this? Their lives were in the hands of Fang Chun. He had the heaven-destroying sword, and they were severely injured. They could not defend themselves at all. As long as Fang Chun was angry, they would definitely die. The primitive tribes have no enmity with you. This time, we came to the heaven-destroying platform and joined forces with the demon-devouring tribe. We had no choice but to do so. Everything was for the sake of obtaining the heaven-destroying sword. Elder Lin continued, "Now that you have obtained the heaven-destroying sword, the primitive tribes will retreat. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the broken space, just let us know. The primitive tribes are your best allies." Fang Chun was expressionless. The heaven-destroying sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. Shocking sword essence wreaked havoc on the ground. Little friend, Elder Lin also felt this strange scene, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Little friend, we are the descendants of the primitive tribes. You should know how powerful we are. Moreover, you are enemies with the demon-devouring tribe. Therefore, you are our ally." He was afraid that Fang Chun would attack the primitive tribes. After all, it was the heaven-destroying sword. Dong! Fang Chun took one step at a time. Elder Lin was extremely frightened when he saw this. However, Fang Chun's next move stunned him. In a flash, Fang Chun appeared at the foot of the mountain. So close, yet so far. The young lord of the thick fog and the rest wanted to escape. However, Fang Chun took a step forward and blocked their path. He raised the heaven-destroying sword, and a terrifying light flowed on the tip of the sword. He pointed it at the young lord of the thick fog and said, "Demon-devouring tribe, you deserve to die." His voice was like that of a deity from the nine heavens. It was extremely shocking. Of course, to the young lord of the thick fog and the rest, it was the voice of the Grim Reaper. Phew! Elder Lin and the rest heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. It turned out that Fang Chun had never intended to attack the primitive tribes. His real target was the demon-devouring tribe. On the other side of Sword Burial Sky, Second Heaven, the severely injured Tiger King and Bear King were escaping in a hurry. Just as they were about to reach the exit, two huge figures suddenly blocked their way. They looked up and realized that it was the giant wolf and Bai Qing Xian who were blocking their escape. "You damn brat! How dare you appear in front of me?" Tiger King was extremely angry when he saw the giant wolf. However, the giant wolf shook his huge head and laughed eerily. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you challenge me?" Slap! The giant wolf sent Tiger King flying with his claws. Tiger King roared to the sky, but was unable to resist. Bear King stared at Bai Qing Xian cautiously and said, "I have nothing to do with this. Let me go." Chapter 38:41. If King Bear and King Tiger were not injured, they could easily defeat Bai Qing Xian and Giant Wolf. However, things were different now. The explosion of the Heaven's punishment platform had destroyed their internal organs. At this moment, they were powerless to defend against external attacks. Hence, they were terrified when they faced Bai Qing Xian and Giant Wolf. The Tiger King, in particular, was furious to the extreme. His son had been eaten by the Giant Wolf. All these years, he had been scheming and plotting to kill this damned Giant Wolf. However, the latter was cunning and did not give him any chance at all. As a result, he had been in a state of anger and rage all these years. Some time ago, it had almost succeeded, but in the end, Fang Chun had broken the innate tiger pattern formation, causing all its efforts to be in vain. This time, he made use of the sky-crushing sword in Burial Sword Heaven to let the descendants of the primitive tribes and the devouring demons tribe come. He wanted them to attack Fang Chun and the others together. Then, both sides would be injured, and he would come out to reap the benefits. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? King Tiger felt his face burning. He was so angry that he was sent flying by the enemy, who killed his son. His face was ferocious, and his roar resounded through the sky. Slap! However, another clear and crisp sound rang in its ears. Immediately after, the Tiger King felt a burning sensation on its cheeks. The pain spread throughout its entire body. "Ah!" King Tiger looked up to the sky and roared furiously. "You've gone too far." At the sight of this, the Bear King's eyes darted around, and he quickly thought of a way to escape this place unscathed. As long as he left the Sword Burial Heaven and entered the Tiger King's territory, he would be safe and sound with the help of the innate tiger pattern array. Roar! King Tiger glared at Giant Wolf, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Slap! 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 Giant Wolf grinned and slapped King Tiger's face with his claws. Soon, King Tiger's head was swollen, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. However, everyone could hear the anger in his heart. If looks could kill, Giant Wolf would have been torn into pieces. "Old fart, you've been plotting to kill me for so many years. Now, you've finally fallen into my hands." The Giant Wolf said sinisterly, "Today, let me end your life." Step by step, it walked toward the Tiger King. Bai Qing Xian stared at the Bear King cautiously. As long as the latter made any strange moves, he would immediately strike and suppress the Bear King with lightning speed. "The two of you, please be lenient whenever possible." The Bear King spoke. It knew that it was on the same boat as the Tiger King. Once the Tiger King was killed, it would also face death. It was unwilling to accept this. After roaming unhindered in the shattered space for endless years, even though it couldn't leave the outside world at the very least, it was still free and unfettered in this place. No one dared to provoke it. Now that it was going to die in the hands of the Giant Wolf, it was unwilling. "Let people off whenever possible," the Giant Wolf said disdainfully. "All these years, you two have been dominating the broken space. How many creatures have died in your hands? When you killed them, have you ever thought about being merciful?" The Tiger King and the Bear King continued to expand their territory. In order to consolidate their power, they annihilated all the forces that went against them. Countless resentment lingered for a long time. This was something that everyone in the broken space knew. Only the descendants of the primitive tribes and the demon-devouring tribe were afraid of it and didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, with their nature, they would have suppressed all the forces and unified the entire broken space. Now, the Bear King said that they should be merciful. What a joke. These words, coming out of its mouth, were an extreme insult to those who had died. The giant wolf's face instantly turned ferocious, because among those who had died, there were a small number of members of the wolf clan. Back then, it had secretly eaten the Tiger King's offspring for revenge. Now that the Bear King had reminded it of its sad past, it instantly went berserk. But fortunately, it was stopped by Bai Qingxian. "Calm down," Bai Qingxian said in a low voice. "Fang Chun is not done yet. Let's not act rashly for now. Otherwise, it will bring him unnecessary trouble." Bai Qingxian pointed at the Bear King and the Tiger King and said in a low voice, "As for the two of them, we will capture and suppress them first. When Fang Chun is done, we will deal with them." The giant wolf gradually calmed down. Its cold eyes swept across the Bear King and the Tiger King, then it nodded. Phew! The Bear King heaved a sigh of relief. For the time being, their lives were not in danger. It hurriedly communicated with the Tiger King and asked if there was a way to escape. "We are severely injured now. We are no match for the giant wolf. This is the sword burial heaven, not my territory." The Tiger King showed a pessimistic view. "There is such a big commotion here. Why is there no movement from the Sword Demon tribe?" The Bear King suddenly said, "Perhaps we can make use of this." On the mountain peak, Fang Chun held the sky-crushing sword and walked step by step toward the young lord of the thick fog. The Chaos Realm and the Origin World were mortal enemies. If it weren't for the demon-devouring clan, the Chaos Realm wouldn't have fallen to its current state. The reason he'd reincarnated and infiltrated the Origin World was to save the living beings of the Chaos Realm. The young Lord of the Thick Fog had tried to kill him more than once. In the shocking sword formation, he had even sent his tribe to kill him. Now that he was in his hands, how could he show mercy? "What are you trying to do?" The young Lord of the Thick Fog dragged his bloodied body and wanted to retreat, but he felt powerless. "I'm a descendant of the Devouring Demon Tribe. If you dare to kill me, the entire Devouring Demon Tribe will not let you off." In his opinion, since Fang Chun was wary of the primitive tribes, he would also be wary of the Devouring Demon Tribe. After all, only the Devouring Demon Tribe could go against the primitive tribes in this world. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was someone else, perhaps Fang Chun would let them live. However, he would not show mercy to the Devouring Demon Tribe. Devouring Demon Tribe? Fang Chun sneered and swung the sky-crushing sword gently. Instantly, the invincible sword chi was generated and cut across the sky towards the young lord of the thick fog. "Young lord," the elder of the Devouring Demon Tribe shouted. With his last breath, he rushed in front of the young lord of the thick fog and blocked the shocking sword chi for him. Crack! The elder of the Devouring Demon Tribe was instantly split into two. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying sword chi rippled out. "No!" The young lord of the thick fog felt despair and roared in anger. At this moment, Fang Chun was like the Grim Reaper. On the ruins of the Heaven's Punishment platform, the descendants of the primitive tribes were also shocked. Fang Chun, who had the sky-crushing sword, was simply too powerful. Chapter 3842. In this shattered space, the demon-devouring tribe and the descendants of the primordial tribes were evenly matched. In terms of overall strength, they should be considered the strongest group. In terms of one-on-one combat, they would definitely not be able to defeat Tiger King and Bear King. As for Bai Qingxian, he was targeted by the other tribes because of his human background. Hence, he kept a low profile until he met Fang Chun. At this moment, the alliance of the two forces allowed Fang Chun to obtain the sky-crushing sword. With the help of the sky-crushing sword, Fang Chun's strength had reached its peak. As for the Devouring Demon Tribe, they were severely injured by the explosion of the sky-crushing platform and had lost their ability to fight. They could only watch as Fang Chun attacked. Swoosh! The sky-crushing sword streaked across the sky and created a terrifying sword radiance. It pierced through the head of the young Lord of the Fog tribe at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Boom! The young lord's head exploded, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. He died instantly. Young lord. The eyes of the elders of the devouring demon tribe were bloodshot as they roared in anger. They rushed towards the young lord of the fog tribe and carried his broken body. However, it was useless. The power of the heaven-destroying sword was beyond their imagination. Furthermore, Fong Chun had decided to kill him. The young lord of the fog tribe's primordial spirit had been destroyed. He could not have survived. You killed the young lord? The devouring demon tribe members were enraged. They stared at Fong Chun ferociously. At this moment, they were ready to die. The young lord of the fog tribe was their spiritual leader and their absolute core. The meaning of their existence was to assist the young lord of the fog tribe in conquering the broken space and returning to the devouring demon tribe. Now that the young lord of the fog tribe had died in front of them, they were in a frenzy. They wanted to kill Fong Chun at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. They used their last bit of strength and wanted to kill Fong Chun by using numbers and self-destructing. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the power of the sky-crushing sword and the ultimate sword art. Boom! Seeing the devouring demons charging at him, Fong Chun did not panic. He held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and used the invincible sword principle. After being baptized by the heaven-destroying sword, the invincible sword principle had successfully evolved into the ultimate sword principle. As for the invincible sword technique, it had naturally undergone some changes as well. Its might had increased, and when combined with the ultimate sword Dao, it could kill a 9th stage saint with a single strike. Crack! The heaven-destroying sword shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye and instantly pierced through the elder of the devouring demon tribe, who was closest to Fong Chun. The elder's body suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion did not come into contact with Fong Chun. Instead, it was absorbed by the heaven-destroying sword. Let's self-destruct together. The remaining demon-devouring tribe members saw this scene and their hearts trembled. Someone shouted loudly. Soon after, the rest of the people gathered together in an organized manner. Under the guidance of their leader, they all self-destructed together. The terrifying explosive power swept through the area and instantly submerged the entire mountain peak. Not good, be careful. Elder Lin turned pale with fright. He hurriedly activated his primordial bloodline and formed an invisible barrier. Only then did he manage to block the torrent. At this moment, the entire mountain was razed to the ground. Above the ruins, thick smoke filled the air. Is he dead? The descendants of the primitive tribe were shocked. With so many people self-destructing together, the power was unimaginable. Even an invincible saint might not be able to withstand it. Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ruins, following which the thick smoke dissipated. The heaven-destroying sword, which was filled with the smell of blood, rushed out from the ruins and hovered in midair. The aura of the void froze instantly, and everyone felt a sense of oppression. The invincible sword chi surrounded Fong Chun and protected him. He walked out from the ruins and exuded a terrifying aura. How terrifying! Old Lin and the rest could not help but retreat as if they had seen the devil. However, Fong Chun did not pay attention to them. He turned his head and looked at the distant horizon. There a fierce battle was breaking out. Tiger King and Bear King had joined forces to resist the attack of Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf. However, it seemed like they would not be able to hold on for long. The matter here was over. This time, he came to the second heaven and obtained the heaven-destroying sword. He recalled the process of refining the heaven-destroying sword and the scene inside the heaven-destroying platform. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Let's settle the matter here first. Fong Chun looked at the descendants of the primitive tribe. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the horizon. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their foreheads were filled with sweat, and their bodies were trembling slightly. It was enough to show how much pressure Fong Chun had exerted on them. This is too scary. I feel like I have just walked through the gates of hell. If not for the reputation of the primitive tribe, I'm afraid he would have killed us directly. To Fong Chun, killing them was a piece of cake. However, he only killed the devouring demon tribe and let them go. This made them feel very fortunate. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the battle was coming to an end. However, there was an unforeseen event. Tiger King and Bear King had burned their blood essence to force by Qing Xian and the giant wolf to retreat. They were about to escape from the sword burial sky. Soon, Tiger King was excited. As long as he could escape from the sword burial sky, he could use the territory to fight against the giant wolf. Swoosh! However, at this moment, the heaven-destroying sword fell from the sky with an invincible sword chi. It completely blocked his escape route. Bear King, who was behind him, could not stop in time and crashed into the heaven-destroying sword. Dong! There was a bloody hole in his chest. The sharp blade of the heaven-destroying sword had almost sliced his body in half. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the Bear King's mouth as it fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, the Tiger King's heart was filled with fear as a bitter smile appeared on his face. Trying to escape, Fang Chun appeared, holding the heaven-destroying sword and walking towards the two. Behind him, Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf chased after him. They were excited when they saw Fang Chun. They were especially happy when they saw the heaven-destroying sword in his hand. "Are you really going to kill us all?" Tiger King asked. "Umph," Bai Qing Xian snorted. The giant wolf scratched its head and looked at Fang Chun awkwardly. The explosion of the heaven-destroying platform had severely injured Tiger King and Bear King. They could have killed the two of them immediately. However, they were careless and allowed the two of them to escape here. "Let me do it." He roared and crushed Bear King's head with his claws. Tiger King laughed and self-destructed. "Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it." He hated the giant wolf the most in his life. He would rather self-destruct than be humiliated by the giant wolf. Boom! Tiger King self-destructed and died. At this moment, the two Beast Kings were bloodied in the sword burial sky. This day was known as the Dark Day of the Shattered Space. Chapter 3843. Romance Chinese Network. The Shattered Space had been created by the shocking war at the Death Cliff many years ago. Those who lived there were the descendants of the tribes that had participated in the war. Amongst them, the Primordial Clans and the Devouring Devil Clan were the most powerful. These two clans were natural enemies in the Origin World, but because the Origin World had been created by the patriarch of the Devouring Devil Clan, even the powerful Primordial Clans didn't dare act rashly. All these years, the primitive tribe had been lying low. Now, they had finally made a move. Princess Huang was one of their branches. However, she had been separated from Fang Chun. As for the descendants of the primitive tribe in the Shattered Space, Fang Chun did not kill them. After all, no matter how thin the blood in their bodies was, they still had the blood of the primitive tribe. Strictly speaking, they were the descendants of the primitive tribe. No matter what the primitive tribe thought, Fang Chun did not want to make enemies. He vaguely felt that Supreme Master Fu Jian and the others might have a complicated relationship with the primitive tribe. Therefore, he had killed the devouring demon tribe but spared Elder Lin and the others. Whoosh! After a long time, Elder Lin and the others came to their senses. They panted heavily and the power in their bodies fluctuated. Their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground. The mountain peak had been flattened by the shocking sword. The heavens platform had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of the devouring demon tribe were piled up like mountains. A terrifying bloody aura filled the entire shattered space. Elder Lin and the others were shocked. If Fang Chun had not been afraid of the primitive tribe, they would have been killed by the heaven sword like the young master of the thick fog tribe. "Is that the heaven sword?" Elder Lin asked in a hoarse voice. The others nodded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Rumor had it that the heaven sword was left in sword burial sky after the fall of the sword principal almighty. Although it was powerful, no one had expected it to be so powerful. With just one sword, it had killed the young master of the thick fog tribe and the others. "It's too powerful. It's unbelievable." Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. If not for the fact that the thick smoke on the battlefield had not yet dissipated, they would have even suspected that they were hallucinating. After Fang Chun killed the Tiger King and the Bear King, He let Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf leave the sword burial sky first. After all, although the Tiger King was dead, there were still many of his tribes in his territory. Don't worry, leave it to us. The giant wolf patted its chest with its huge claws and promised. Fang Chen nodded. Then, with a thought, the heaven-destroying sword emitted a bright light. His body gradually faded until it completely disappeared. The next moment, Fang Chen arrived at the place where the heaven-destroying sword was. However, the dark cave abode had already changed its appearance. Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was in the middle of a vast desert. The sky was filled with yellow sand. However, it was unable to get close to Fang Chen's body. He held the heaven-destroying sword in his hand and felt a scorching energy coming from the sword. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stabbed the heaven-destroying sword into the ground. Immediately, the ground exploded and a terrifying energy gushed out. The sword chi crisscrossed and shone brightly in the desert. It was also at this moment that the densely packed sword demons rushed over. When they arrived in front of Fang Chen, they instantly stopped and knelt down. "Greetings, Master." The arrogant sword demons actually knelt down to a human martial artist. If the outside world knew about this, they would be shocked. However, Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all. This was because after he evolved the ultimate sword art and controlled the heaven-destroying sword, there was a lot of information about the sword art inheritance in his mind. This included information about the sword demons. The owner of the heaven-destroying sword was a supreme sword cultivator. His attainments in the sword art had reached an incredible level. In fact, Fang Chen even found out that the owner of the heaven-destroying sword had once fought with Supreme Master Fujian. As for the outcome, he didn't know. Supreme Master Shuizhu. Fang Chen softly muttered these 4 words. They represented a glorious era of the sword art. Unfortunately, they died in the war at the Cliff of Death. The heaven-destroying sword was nurtured by Supreme Master Shuizhu's life. Its power was far beyond ordinary holy path weapons. At its peak, it was comparable to the legendary Supreme weapons. These sword demons were born from the sword chi in Supreme Master Shuizhu's body and the heaven-destroying sword. Controlling the heaven-destroying sword naturally meant controlling the sword demons. "Rise." Fang Chen looked calm, but there was a ripple in his heart. Every single one of the densely packed sword devils possessed a combat strength at the Saint Realm. This was definitely one of his trump cards, and once he utilized it, it would definitely be able to easily obliterate numerous residences in the Origin world. "We swear to be loyal to Master. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you," the sword demon said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "How many people are left in your sword demon tribe?" "Master, our sword demon tribe used to have 100,000 people. However, for countless years, outsiders would occasionally break into the sword burial heaven and kill our people. The blood of our old master has completely dried up, causing our sword demon tribe to be unable to reproduce. Now, there are only a little more than 10,000 people left in our tribe." Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't dare to imagine the earth-shattering scene of 100,000 sword demons attacking together. However, he couldn't help but sigh. The environment in the shattered space was really terrible. For so many sword demons to die in the endless years, it wasn't hard to imagine how many outsiders had died. Fortunately, Fang Chen said softly, although there were only a little more than 10,000 sword demons left, this was still a powerful combat power that couldn't be ignored. It was no exaggeration to say that if they fought in an orderly manner, their combat power could instantly kill a saint. Even if he encountered an expert of half-step chaotic supremacy, he would be able to contend with them. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the Ghost Manor Lord. If it wasn't for him, his cultivation realm wouldn't have fallen and he wouldn't have reached this stage. The demon-devouring clan of the Origin world had the 4 great sanctuaries and countless manors. The lord of each manor had strength close to that of a saint. In the past, Fang Chen couldn't compete with them. However, it was different now. With these 10,000 sword demons, Fang Chen didn't have to fear the other manors, let alone the Ghost Manor. His eyes flashed with a shocking killing intent. "Master, This first heaven is the main camp of our sword demon tribe. For so long, no outsiders have ever entered, the leader of the sword demon tribe said. Fang Chen nodded. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to be below the heaven punishment platform in the second heaven, but it was actually in the first heaven. Right now, he was in the first layer of heaven. No outsider had ever entered this place before, because this was the true headquarters of the Sword Devil tribe. Prime Shueju's corpse was scattered in the first layer of heaven. Chapter 3844. Romance Chinese Network. More than 10,000 sword demons had recognized Fang Chen as their master. This was a force that could not be ignored. With his trump card, Fang Chen could move unhindered through space. He could even fight in the Cliff of Death. He still remembered that the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon was in the Cliff of Death. He came here to find the ghost weapon, but he didn't know where Princess Huang was. Did she come to the Cliff of Death as well? Fang Chen muttered to himself. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. After a while, he finished reorganizing all the sword demons. He took a step forward and came to the center of the desert. There's a stream here. Master, the leader of the sword demons, said. Old Master's finger bone and skull fell into this stream. As Fang Chen approached the stream, he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Just as he felt danger approaching, the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand trembled slightly. A mighty force suppressed the terrifying force in the stream. Fang Chen immediately felt his body relax. The leader of the sword demons didn't say anything. Fang Chen understood that the finger bone and skull of Supreme Shueju had fallen into the stream. As long as he entered the stream, there was hope that he could bring the finger bone and skull out. That was the skeleton of a Supreme. Even if Supreme Shueju had fallen many years ago, the power it contained was still not to be underestimated. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. But it was different now. He had the Sky Destroyer sword and wanted to give it a try. Master, be careful. The leader of the sword demons reminded. Supreme Shueju's skeleton had fallen into the stream. Over the years, the power of the finger bone and skull had completely changed the water quality of the stream. With the current corrosive power of the stream, even a 9th rank saint would be vaporized instantly if he entered. But Fang Chen had the Sky Destroyer sword, so they were not worried. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he took a step forward and entered the stream. Instantly, the water in the stream began to surge and surge. Fang Chen was already prepared. The heaven-destroying sword emitted a layer of sword qi that completely enveloped his body. Despite the corrosive nature of the stream, it was unable to harm Fang Chen in the slightest. So strong. Even through the halo of sword qi, Fang Chen could still feel the corrosiveness of the stream, as well as the vast waves that had been baptized by the passage of time. Gulp! Not long after, he dived to the bottom of the stream and soon saw a finger bone. Found it! The heaven-destroying sword trembled, and a strong suction force sucked the finger bone out of the soil. When a finger bone fell into Fang Chen's palm, it instantly fused with his finger. Wong! His mind trembled, and, at the same time, his finger began to transform. He could sense that after fusing with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone, his finger was now filled with boundless power, as if it could rip the sky apart. Voila! He unconsciously extended his finger out of the sword energy halo. To his surprise, the terrifying corrosiveness of the stream water was ineffective against his finger. As expected, Fang Chen was overjoyed. After fusing with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone, the hardness of his finger was comparable to that of a supreme being's body. The only pity was that this was the only finger he had. If he extended his other fingers, they would meet with misfortune. Where's the skull? The finger bone was of great help to Fang Chen. He could not wait to test it out. If he used his full strength, he would be able to deal a terrifying amount of damage. But right now, the most important thing was to find the skull. Fusing with the finger bone had already benefited him so much. What about fusing with the skull? Would it be able to protect his primordial spirit and make it immortal? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. He used the heaven-destroying sword and his finger that had fused with Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone to feel for the skull. After an hour, Fang Chen was filled with doubts. The Sword Devil leader had clearly told him that Paragon Blood Execution's finger bone and skull had fallen into the stream. But he had only found the finger bone and not the skull. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned and was a little puzzled. If the skull was still there, his finger and heaven-destroying sword would have sensed a familiar aura. Right now, he had searched the entire bottom of the stream, but couldn't find it. He had almost dug up the soil at the bottom of the stream. Impossible. For so many years, no outsider has ever entered the first heaven, let alone come to this stream. The Sword Devil tribe is guarding this place. They couldn't have stolen it. Fang Chen analyzed. Then, the skull must be in the stream. But he hadn't found it. What was going on? The skull was extremely important to him. It was very likely that his primordial spirit would reach the path manifestation level. Just thinking about it made him excited. I must find it. Fang Chen clenched his fist and said to himself. In the barren desert, more than 10,000 sword devils surrounded the stream. The Sword Devil leader's eyes were shining as he waited for Fang Chen's return. Boss, can Master find a finger bone and skull left behind by the old master? This was related to whether they could leave the broken space and the cliff of death. Naturally, they were very concerned. Master is so young, but he was recognized by the heaven-destroying sword. He should be able to find a finger bone and skull. The Sword Devil leader pondered. In fact, he wasn't confident, but he couldn't possibly say something that would hurt his tribe's confidence. They had guarded Sword Burial Sky for countless years. This was their only hope to leave. Since things have come to this, we can only wait for Master's good news. Yeah, at least Master has brought us hope. We believe in Master. The Sword Devils said in unison. Sword Burial Sky was adjacent to the Tiger King's territory. The descendants of the primitive tribes had completely retreated from Sword Burial Sky. After Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf came out, they rushed to the Tiger King's lair. They killed all the Tiger King's tribesmen and occupied the Tiger King's territory. Whoosh! After doing all this, Bai Qing Xian and the giant wolf looked at each other and smiled excitedly. I didn't expect it to work this time. The giant wolf shook his head and said. Bai Qing Xian nodded. Yeah, it worked. Fang Chen's performance was beyond his expectations. At this moment, he was even more impressed. No wonder he was chosen by the group of old monsters in the chaotic realm to carry out the mission. His talent was insane. The Tiger King's territory has already been taken over by us. The devouring demons have also been annihilated by that fellow. After this battle, the descendants of the primitive tribes won't dare to go against us even if they have 100 guts, the giant wolf said. I didn't expect that we would be able to unify the shattered space. Chapter 38:45. Supreme Xue Zhu's phalanx had been fused. In terms of the strength of Fang Chen's finger, it was close to the supreme realm. However, it was only a finger. The rest of his body was still lacking in tempering. Rip! At the bottom of the stream, Fang Chen came out of the mud. His body was covered in mud, but there was a joyful smile on his face. After more than a month of hard work, he had finally found the skull. Of course, he mainly relied on the feeling of his finger to find it. Moreover, he found that the skull contained a kind of primordial spirit essence. This was the primordial spirit of an expert in the nascent soul realm. This kind of primordial spirit essence could greatly enhance the primordial spirit of a warrior. For Fang Chen, who was about to condense his Tao, it was simply too important. Buzz! With a thought, the broken skull drilled into his mind and fused with his head. At this moment, his head trembled violently, and he fell into a blurry state. He felt the smell of blood raging in his mind. He also saw the countless resentful spirits on the reincarnation road fighting with others. Tragic scenes were annihilated in the long river of history. Buzz! His heart palpitated, and he hurriedly urged his primordial spirit to gradually stabilize it. He also used his finger to forcibly stabilize the skull. It took 3 days for the skull to completely fuse with his head. Phew! Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. After fusing with the phalanx, the strength of his finger was comparable to a supreme realm expert. Now that he had fused with Supreme Xue Zhu's skull, the strength of his head had reached the level of a half-step chaotic supreme. Most importantly, the Supreme Being's skull was extremely protective of his primordial spirit. Furthermore, the primordial spirit essence within the skull was also slowly being absorbed by him. He looked into his mind and saw that his primordial spirit was strengthening. If he could completely absorb the primordial spirit essence in the skull, his primordial spirit would definitely be able to condense his Tao. At that time, his combat strength would soar to a terrifying level. Of course, in addition, the greatest benefit of the skull was that he could completely control the Sword Devil tribe and make them completely loyal to him. This was the greatest help for Fang Chun at this stage. This was equivalent to directly establishing a force that belonged to him. Moreover, this force was countless times stronger than the Ghost Palace and other palaces. Buzz, with a thought, he left the stream and appeared in the barren desert. More than 10,000 Sword Devils saw this and were overjoyed and shouted excitedly. "Master, have you found it?" the leader asked. Fang Chun nodded and flicked his finger. Supremacy's aura. At the same time, his head. "We pledge our lives to follow Master." Fang Chun waved his hand, allowing the sword demons to stand up. Then, he took out a special Sumeru ring. "Don't resist. I will put you into the Sumeru ring and bring you out of the broken space." He bowed deeply to the void and finally took a step forward. He left the sword burial heaven and entered the Tiger King's territory. Buzz, Bai Qing Xian, and Giant Wolf sensed him as soon as he entered Tiger King's territory. They appeared in front of Fang Chun in a flash. "How was it?" Giant Wolf admired Fang Chun. It was as if the water of the Yellow River flowed from the sky. He approved of Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. The latter was recognized by the Sky Destroyer's sword at such a young age. Moreover, he killed so many people in Sword Burial Heaven. Fang Chun nodded. "I've gained a lot." "That's great." Bai Qing Xian clenched his fists and cried out agitatedly. "Tiger King and Bear King are already dead. You destroyed the devouring demons. Now, only the descendants of the primitive tribes are left in this shattered space. However, after the battle at Sword Burial Heaven, they won't dare to go against us even if they have 100 guts." Bai Qing Xian expressed his thoughts. He was ready to join forces with Giant Wolf and use the power of the Sky Destroyer sword to unify the broken space and collect all the cultivation resources. Then, he would break the sword formation with Fang Chun and leave the broken space. All right, Fang Chun nodded. He had no interest in unifying the broken space. He went to the messy stone forest and entered the sword formation to train himself. He left the rest to Bai Qing Xian and Giant Wolf. He also told the two of them to inform him if they needed anything. Just like that, the broken space began to unify. In a secluded place, the base camp of the descendants of the primitive tribes. Old Lin, Bai Qing Xian, and Giant Wolf have taken over Tiger King's territory. They're fighting everywhere to unify the broken space. The descendants of the primitive tribes said, "This was a heavy blow to them. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us." Old Lin said casually. "What do you mean?" The others were stunned. They looked at Old Lin and waited for his explanation. Old Lin smiled. "With the strength of the descendants of the primitive tribes, can we fight against the Sky Destroyer sword?" Everyone shook their heads. It was impossible. The Sky Destroyer sword was too strong. Then, if they insist on unifying the broken space, we won't be able to stop them. Why don't we just give in and help them unify the broken space? Old Lin said. The others wanted to explain, but Old Lin added, "Our goal is to leave the broken space and return to our tribe. Think about it. If Bai Qing Xian unifies the broken space, will he stay here forever?" The appearance of the Sky Destroyer sword meant that the seal of the broken space would be broken. So, why don't they take this opportunity to leave? But even if they can break the seal of the broken space, they might not take us away? Someone asked. That's right. Back then in the Sword Burial Heaven, that guy let us go because of the primitive races. If we provoke him again, he will definitely be angry. With the Sky Destroyer sword, Fang Chen's strength was not something they could resist. The devouring demon tribe was what happened to them. Old Lin shook his head. "I will think of a way to get in touch with him. As long as we give him enough conditions, I believe he will agree. However, I hope that during this period, the descendants of the primitive tribes will use all our strength to help Bai Qing Xian and Giant Wolf unify the broken space unconditionally. Seeing that Old Lin had made his decision, the others nodded. They chose to believe in Old Lin. He had a unique perspective, and they believed that he could lead them back to their tribe. Chapter 38:46. Without the devouring demon tribe led by the thick fog young master, it was almost certain that they would unify the shattered space. Even the descendants of the primitive tribes did not dare to stop them. The other factions even took the initiative to surrender. Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf worked together to suppress the entire shattered space. One day, the descendants of the primitive tribes also announced that they were willing to cooperate with Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf to unify the shattered space. In just a month, all the factions in the shattered space were recruited. After Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf accomplished this feat, they quickly came to the stone forest to inform Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was currently comprehending the shocking sword formation in the stone forest. Logically speaking, with the heaven-destroying sword, a mere sword formation could be easily broken. However, Fang Chen did not do so. Instead, he used the power of the heaven-destroying sword to combine with the special sword mind of the sword formation to strengthen his own swordsmanship. Although the invincible sword Dao had evolved into an ultimate sword Dao, Fang Chen was still a beginner in the ultimate sword Dao. According to his memory, although Supreme Shueju's attainments in sword Dao were not as good as Supreme Fu Jian's, ordinary people could not compare to him. As for himself, Fang Chen believed that he was slightly stronger than Supreme Fu Jian in the same cultivation level. However, overall, he still had a long way to go. At the very least, Supreme Shueju and Supreme Fu Jian had comprehended more than one ultimate sword Dao. Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen felt the sword qi in his body surging like a majestic river. It was shocking. However, the sword qi was under Fang Chen's control. It gradually spread throughout his limbs and bones before finally fusing with them. At that moment, Fang Chen's body underwent a tremendous change. There was a faint halo of sword qi on the surface of his skin. It was a sign that his sword body had materialized. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes and fired countless sword glows, causing the entire heaven-shocking sword formation to lose its brilliance. The heaven-destroying sword in his hand let out a resonant sword cry, as if it was cheering along with its master. At the same time, tiny cracks appeared on the sword array. It only lasted for a quarter of an hour before it shattered. Voila! After the heaven-shaking sword formation was shattered, the monstrous sword qi madly gathered at the center of the formation. Fang Chen used his mind, and the sky-crushing sword shot out. It pierced through the center of the formation and absorbed the monstrous sword qi into the sword. Dong! Bai Qing Xian and the Giant Wolf were stunned when they heard the deafening sound coming from the stone forest. Immediately, their faces were filled with joy. It seemed like Fang Chen had succeeded. Sure enough, just as they were looking left and right, a tall and straight figure walked out of the shattered sword formation. Above his head, there was a sword light that descended from the 9 heavens, illuminating him. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a sword god, giving people an incomparably shocking feeling. How is it? The Giant Wolf was the first to regain his composure. He walked to Fang Chen and asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded. I have absorbed the power of the sword formation. The seal on the sky-crushing sword has also been lifted by half. After all, the sky-crushing sword was a sovereign-level weapon. Even after the baptism of time, it was still very powerful. No one below the sovereign level could control it. This was a popular saying in the chaotic void after the end of the Dark Age. Shueju seemed to have predicted this, which was why he had sealed the core power of heaven-destroying sword. That was why Fang Chen could control it so easily. However, with his current strength, if the seal on the sky-crushing sword was completely lifted, his body would not be able to withstand it. This was for his own good. Half! Bai Qing Xuan's eyes flashed with a shocking light. That is enough to sweep through the shattered space. Even if he meets an invincible sage, he can still fight him. In fact, Bai Qingxian believed that with the sky-crushing sword, Fang Chun had the strength to fight against an ultimate sage. However, to be safe, he could not let Fang Chun take the risk. Fang Chun nodded. He had the heaven-destroying sword and the ultimate sword art. If he went all out, he should be able to fight against an invincible saint. However, his cultivation level had not recovered to the peak of his previous life. Therefore, he might be slightly weaker than an ultimate saint. However, Lung Xian's purpose of letting him enter the shattered space had been achieved. I wonder how Senior Lung Xian is doing. Suddenly, Lung Xian's beautiful face and her beautiful body that exuded a cold aura appeared in Fang Chen's mind. If it were not for Lung Xian, he would not have been able to enter the shattered space and recover his strength to this extent. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun collected his thoughts and asked Bai Qingxian, "How is the shattered space?" "It's already been unified. The other major and minor powers have all submitted to us. Only the descendants of the primitive races sent messengers to us. They have no intention to compete with us, and are even willing to help us unify this broken space. However, they have a request, and that is that when we leave, we can bring them with us." Fang Chen nodded. The chaotic realm and the primitive tribes were inextricably linked. Until now, he did not know the true intentions of the primitive tribes. Therefore, he would not act rashly and would not kill the descendants of the primitive tribes. Since he was going to leave the shattered space, he would just treat it as a favor. "After a month, I will personally lift the seal of the shattered space and leave." "What about the two of you?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Bai Qingxian and the giant wolf fell silent. Even though they were prepared, when the time came, the two of them still couldn't make a quick decision. "I want to leave," Bai Qingxian said in a deep voice. He wanted to walk the path that his father had walked and feel his father's psychological journey. If he could help Fang Chun to complete the task of the chaotic realm, his father's spirit in heaven would be gratified. As for the giant wolf, after pondering, he chose to stay in the shattered space. "I'd better stay. I'm too weak. When I reach the cliff of death, I will be killed," the giant wolf said. He was ready to gather all the resources in the shattered space to improve his strength. When he felt that his strength was enough to explore the cliff of death, he would leave on his own. "I will go out and look for you," the giant wolf said. Everyone has their own ambitions, not to mention the wolf tribe. Fang Chen did not force them. They immediately made a decision. Fang Chen went to prepare the last thing, while Bai Qingxian sent someone to bring the news to the descendants of the primitive tribes. Time passed, and the shattered space gradually calmed down. However, the cliff of death was still surging with undercurrents. There were even more legends about the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. Chapter 38:47. Soon, the 1-month deadline arrived. On this day, many people gathered in the Tiger King's territory. Most of them were the descendants of the primitive tribes. They had agreed to come here, hoping to leave the broken space. On the empty ground, Fang Chun exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes swept across the crowd. The martial artists who were under his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. "It's about time," Bai Qingxian said. Fang Chun nodded and said goodbye to the giant wolf. He then took a step forward and entered the burial sword sky. The giant wolf looked reluctant and said, "Be careful. Don't worry." Bai Qingxian patted the giant wolf's shoulder and said with a smile. He then followed Fang Chun into the burial sword sky. The descendants of the primitive tribes also walked in. As for the others, they were just here to watch the show. The giant wolf opened his eyes wide and said fiercely, "Those who have nothing to do with it, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artist quickly left the Tiger King's territory. The core of the shattered space was the burial sword heaven. Back then, when blood execution sovereign died here, the burial sword heaven gradually took shape and gave birth to countless sword demons. When Fang Chun obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he already knew that if he wanted to leave the shattered space, he had to go through the burial sword heaven. For him now, with the Sky Destroyer's sword, the broken space could not cause any hindrance to him. After entering the burial sword sky, he came to the first heaven at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The descendants of the primitive tribes were shocked. It was the first time they had come here. Is this the legendary first heaven of the burial sword sky? Someone exclaimed. Gosh, the sword aura here is too strong. Even if you're not a sword cultivator, you can comprehend the way of the sword if you cultivate here for a long time. This is simply a holy land for cultivation. Everyone was amazed. However, Fang Chun ignored them and took out the Sky Destroyer's sword. Suddenly, the entire first heaven trembled slightly. Then, a black altar broke out of the ground. Fang Chun leaped onto the black altar. Then, he exerted force in his palm and stabbed the heaven-destroying sword into the center of the black altar. At this moment, the entire black altar started to shake violently. Countless black auras filled the entire sky. In just an instant, everyone felt that the seal that sealed the shattered space seemed to be shattering. Are you going out? Old Lin and the others were extremely excited. After working hard for so many years, they were finally going to leave the shattered space and return to their tribe. They were already imagining what they would experience after returning to their tribe. They stared nervously at Fang Chun, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing him as he opened the passage to leave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The heaven-destroying sword let out a resonant sword cry as its terrifying power swept through the heavens and earth. Fang Chun stood on the black altar and sensed every inch of the shattered space. No wonder. Fang Chun grinned. The heaven-destroying sword was the key to opening the passageway. Since he controlled the heaven-destroying sword, he basically controlled the method to open the passageway. Swoosh! He formed a complicated seal with his hands. Soon, a black hole appeared on the hilt of the heaven-destroying sword. From this black hole, a terrifying power emerged. The heaven-destroying sword connected the black hole and the black altar together. Kacha! When everyone heard the last crisp sound, the thin film of the black hole shattered. It was at this moment that the humming sound from the heaven-destroying sword stopped abruptly. Fang Chun looked at the crowd and said, "The passageway has been opened. Quickly enter it." When everyone saw this, they did not hesitate. In a flash, they entered the black hole. Old Lin was the last to enter the black hole. He bowed to Fang Chun and thanked him. "Thank you." Crash. After the descendants of the primitive tribes entered the black hole, they disappeared without a trace. In the end, only Fang Chun and Bai Qingxian were left. After we go out, the black hole will probably teleport us randomly. You and I may be separated. Bai Qingxian nodded with a solemn expression. After all, the other end of the black hole was the legendary Death Horizon. It was everyone's nightmare. His father died in the Death Horizon. Be careful, Bai Qingxian said in a deep voice. After I go out, I will look for the place where my father died and look for the inheritance he left behind. After I find my father's inheritance, I will meet up with you. Be careful. Don't worry, I will be fine, Fang Chun said. Then, the two of them entered the black hole one after another. Dong! The moment the heaven-destroying sword disappeared, the black hole quickly dissipated. The entire sword burial sky was shrouded in a layer of vast power. No one could get close. Standing in the Tiger King's territory, Giant Wolf saw the scene and was shocked. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. After he became an invincible sage, he could also leave the broken space and go to the Death Horizon. Brothers, wait for me. At the Death Horizon, darkness shrouded the land and the smell of blood raged. The entire space gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. It was as if the god of death would come at any time. On a snow-covered mountain peak, two people were discussing. One of them was a woman in a black robe. There was a faint smile on her pretty face, and a sword cultivator was sitting cross-legged in front of her. Why was he a sword cultivator? Because there was a sword beside him. His body was filled with vast sword chi. It was as if he had merged with the sword. This was the legendary unity of man and sword. This was the unity of man and sword that could only be derived when one sword principle had reached an extremely high level. Brother Lien, Is what you said true? The lady in the black robe asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with passion. She was also a sword cultivator, but compared to Wang Lian, she was a far cry. She was very excited that Wang Lian was willing to teach her. Brother Lian, you have already derived the ultimate sword principle? The lady in the black robe was extremely shocked. The legendary ultimate sword principle could only be derived by the super demon-like sword principle geniuses. Wang Lian nodded and slowly opened his eyes. Sword chi burst out from his body. Every move of his contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. This made the lady in the black robe even more convinced. After thousands of years of cultivation, I have finally derived the ultimate sword principle. Now, my attainments in sword principle are no weaker than a half-step chaotic supreme. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Wang Lian said calmly. Hearing this, the lady in the black robe was extremely excited. Thank you, Brother Lian. However, Wang Lian made a rather ridiculous request. He said, the ultimate sword principle is easy for male sword cultivators to comprehend. However, it is somewhat difficult for female sword cultivators. This is because the yin qi in female sword cultivators is too strong. It will disperse the ultimate sword qi. If you really want to learn, you can only use the dual cultivation technique to balance the yin qi in your body, Wang Lian said. Chapter 38:48. Yiro was very tempted. After all, it was the legendary ultimate sword principle. The greatest dream of sword cultivators was to comprehend the ultimate sword principle and become a sword cultivator. She knew that Wang Lian's attainments in the sword principle had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, he was the holy son of the Wang clan, one of the 4 holy lands of the demon-devouring clan. He had even comprehended a trace of the ultimate sword principle. This time, she and Wang Lian had received a mission to enter the Cliff of Death to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon. After receiving the news, they quickly sent it back to the Holy Land. Wang Lian looked at Yiro greedily, but she was very naive. She thought that Wang Lian really wanted to teach her. She was so excited that she didn't even know what to say. Sister Ro, the ultimate sword Dao is extraordinary. With your current cultivation level, it's extremely difficult for you to comprehend it, Wang Lian said calmly. Immediately, a look of anxiety flashed across Yiro's face. Wang Lian continued, take off your clothes first. I'll check your body and bones to see if they can withstand the ultimate sword chi. Yiro's face instantly turned red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Brother Lian. Yiro was confused. Why did she have to take off her clothes? In this wilderness, a man and a woman were alone. What was Wang Lian trying to do by asking her to take off her clothes? Sister Ro, you know too little about the ultimate sword principle. I'm going to inject the ultimate sword chi into your body. Then you can use this opportunity to comprehend it. However, before that, I must ensure that your body and bones can withstand the foundation stage sword chi. Otherwise, once the ultimate sword chi explodes, you'll die instantly. Wang Lian stood with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, if you don't agree, then forget it. Brother Lian, Yiro wanted to say something, but stopped. She was a little embarrassed. Wang Lian snorted and prepared to leave. Yiro nodded in a panic. Brother Lian, don't be angry. I'm just a little shy. Give me some time to overcome my psychological barrier. Wang Lian's expression softened. He was secretly delighted. Little girl, you want to fight with me? He, Wang Lian, was the holy son of the Wang family's holy land. His status was noble. In his eyes, Yiro was just a slightly prettier girl. It was her honor to be able to teach her. Yiro struggled for a long time before finally overcoming the obstacles in her heart. Her hands trembled slightly as she unbuttoned her clothes and prepared to take them off. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Then, a vast amount of sword chi swooped down and ruthlessly smashed onto the mountain peak. The entire ground was trembling. Wang Lian and Yiro's bodies were also swaying. Brother Lian, as she swayed, Yiro's body fell into Wang Lian's embrace. The latter took the opportunity to embrace her. At that moment, a figure gradually appeared from the crack in the sky. accompanied by the terrifying sword light. He approached from afar and landed on the mountain peak. Whoosh! Fang Chun looked around, then grinned and said, "We're finally out." Sword chi surged around Fang Chun. When Wang Lian saw this, his heart trembled, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He could sense that Fang Chun's cultivation level was not as high as his. "Sir," Wang Lian said, "Sister Ro and I were cultivating here, but you made such a big commotion to disturb us. What are your intentions?" The biggest taboo in martial cultivation was to be disturbed, especially when Wang Lian was about to succeed and was disturbed by Fang Chun. This caused Yi Ro to hurriedly tidy up her clothes and take a few steps back to maintain a certain distance from him. This made Wang Lian very angry. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, he could sense the extraordinary sword chi on Fang Chun. His intuition told him that Fang Chun must have a very powerful sword technique. If he could obtain it, he might be able to truly comprehend the ultimate sword principle. He carefully searched his memories and did not recognize Fang Chun. He was also certain that Fang Chun was not from the four great holy lands. This meant that Fang Chun did not have any background. Even if he did, he could not be stronger than Wang Lian. In Wang Lian's eyes, such a person was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, he wanted to kill him. "Disturb your cultivation?" Fang Chun shrugged and looked at Wang Lian mockingly. He said, "You lusted after this lady's beauty and used the excuse of teaching her to comprehend the ultimate sword principle to seduce her step by step. You want to obtain her. Only the Devouring Demons clan can do such a despicable thing." "You," Wang Lian was enraged. Although Fang Chun was right, it was embarrassing for him to say in front of Yi Ro. Moreover, he heard the words Devouring Demons clan from Fang Chun. This proved that he was not from the Devouring Demons clan. "Damn you!" Wang Lian instantly exploded and attacked at lightning speed. He wanted to kill Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head and shook his wrist. The heaven-destroying sword instantly drew a strange trajectory. In the next moment, Wang Lian felt a shocking killing intent. He dodged without thinking. Crack! However, that was the heaven-destroying sword, the weapon used by Xuezhu Supreme. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest weapon in the way of the sword. How could Wang Lian block it? No matter how Wang Lian dodged, he could not avoid it. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to have a mind of its own as it locked onto him. At this moment, Wang Lian felt a tinge of fear in his heart. He roared angrily, and his body flickered continuously. He could feel that if he was hit by the heaven-destroying sword, he would be seriously injured if not killed. "Damn you! How did you get such a powerful weapon?" At this moment, he did not have time to think too much. He only wanted to escape. At this moment, he saw Yi Ro, who was not far away. Crash! His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Yi Ro at lightning speed. Before Yi Ro could say anything, he grabbed Yi Ro by the neck and threw her violently. Yi Ro's body flew out uncontrollably and collided with the heaven-destroying sword. Rip! Under the powerful attack of the heaven-destroying sword, Yi Ro died instantly. Wang Lian took advantage of this short period of time to escape at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. Sigh. Fang Chun sighed. No matter who it was, when faced with a disaster, they would choose to flee separately. Yi Ro was a pitiful person. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the demon-devouring clan. If it were not for them, the Chaos World would not have ended up like that. He would not have had to take such great risks to reincarnate into the Origin World and save the people of the Chaos World. Swoosh! He flicked his finger, and the heaven-destroying sword shot out with invincible sword chi. In an instant, it caught up with Wang Lian and pierced through his body. "No, the Wang family sacred ground will not let you off." Wang Lian roared out his last sentence, and his body fell limply to the ground. "The Wang family?" Fang Chun shook his head. When he transformed his perfect bloodline to the extreme and stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm, all the devouring demon clan in the Origin World would be destroyed. Chapter 3849. Romance Website. Killing Wang Lian was just a small interlude. After all, he had been training in the broken space for a few years. Now that he had appeared in an unfamiliar place, he naturally had to explore it. After all, this was the Cliff of Death. It was full of danger. The slightest carelessness could put his life in danger. I wonder where Senior Lung Xian is. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Back then, he was lucky to have met Lung Xian. That was how he was now. He had also obtained the sky-crushing sword, which had played a decisive role in his recovery. Most importantly, he had obtained more than 10,000 sword demons, which were his ultimate trump card. Brother. At this moment, a figure hurried over from the distant desert. It did not take long for him to land on the mountain peak. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, Brother, you've caused trouble. Fang Chen glanced at him coldly. The latter smiled and said, That sword cultivator was called Wang Lian. He was the holy son of the Wang clan, one of the 4 great sacred grounds of the origin world. He was the future hope of the Wang clan. The Wang clan used all the power of the entire sacred ground to produce such a genius, but you killed him. Do you think the Wang clan's sacred ground will let you off? The holy son of the sacred ground? Fang Chen snorted. If Wang Lian could only reach this level after absorbing all the resources of the Wang clan's sacred ground, then his talent was really poor. Brother, this is the Cliff of Death. No one will know that you killed Wang Lian, but I happened to pass by and saw it. So, after talking for so long, Fang Chen realized that this guy was actually here to blackmail him. He looked up and sized up this person seriously. He was curious. What was he thinking? Was he trying to blackmail him? He had killed Wang Lian with a single strike. Was he so confident that he was stronger than Wang Lian? Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Although I'm not as strong as Wang Lian, my ability to escape is unrivaled among the younger generation. Even a pinnacle saint may not be able to kill me. So, it's best that you don't kill me. Otherwise, once I escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as Fang Chen made a move on him, he would inform the Wang family's sacred land of the news. At that time, Fang Chen would have to suffer the wrath of the Wang family's sacred land. He believed that Fang Chen did not dare to gamble. Fast, Fang Chen said calmly. Give me that sword of yours, and this matter will end here. I didn't see anything, and you didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, I can make a martial oath. The person said seriously. His name was Wu Feng, and he was known as the Son of Wind. His speed was extremely fast, and no one below the pinnacle saint could catch up to him. This was the source of his confidence. With his super-fast speed, he had extorted others more than once. What if I don't? Fang Chen said, a trace of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Think carefully before you make a decision. I hope you don't make a mistake. The death of the holy son of the Wang family's sacred land is not a small matter. If the Wang family's sacred land knows about this, they will definitely overturn the entire death cliff to find you. Wu Feng threatened. Moreover, it won't be just you. The clan behind you, and everyone who has been in contact with you will die. Fang Chen shook his head. If I kill you, the news will naturally not spread. Humph, you want to kill me? Wu Feng sneered. It seems that you don't understand the speed of the Son of Wind. In that case, I'll let you experience it. As his voice fell, Wu Feng's figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the distant sky. Then, a white light flashed, and he returned to the mountain peak. How is it? Have you made your decision? Wu Feng raised his head arrogantly, waiting for Fang Chen to make a decision. He had just seen with his own eyes how Fang Chen used the sky-destroying sword to kill Wang Lian. That aura had shocked him. He swore that he would definitely obtain the sky-destroying sword. Fang Chen nodded. His decision had never changed. Hand over the sword. Wu Feng stretched out his hand. However, what welcomed him was a sharp sword light. With a crack, his hand was cut off by the sky-destroying sword. He screamed in pain, his anger soaring to the sky. You're dead meat. Wu Feng said viciously. No one in this world can save you. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly fight with Fang Chen. Instead, he used his strongest movement technique to escape this place. He wanted to inform the Wang family's sacred land of the news and use the Wang family's sacred land to kill Fang Chen. Swoosh! The sky-destroying sword was fully activated, and the ultimate sword Dao erupted once again. At this moment, Fang Chun was like a god of death from hell, crushing Wu Feng with an unstoppable momentum. Wu Feng relied on his incomparably fast speed to escape quickly. However, before he could escape far, he was forced back by a sharp and domineering sword chi. He changed his direction and continued to escape. However, it was useless. No matter where he appeared, there would be sharp and domineering sword chi that forced him back. In the end, these sword chi crisscrossed and merged together, forming a void cage that trapped him within. Boom! He was a little anxious. He used all his strength to attack the void cage, but it was to no avail. At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? He was filled with doubts. How could the speed of Fang Chen's sword light catch up to his movement technique? What was going on? He had dominated the origin world for so many years and had never failed. How did you? When he saw Fang Chen appear in the void cage with the sky-destroying sword in his hand, Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Fang Chen snorted and said disdainfully, "Your so-called movement technique is trash in front of me." Indeed, in his previous life, Fang Chen was known for his speed. In this life, he had obtained the sky-destroying sword and comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. With one strike, a domain appeared. In his sword Dao domain, how could Wu Feng escape? No, let me go. What I said before, can you just treat it as a fart? Wu Feng felt fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. Let you go? Fang Chen sneered. Didn't you want to tell the Wang family's sacred ground that I killed Wang Lian? Wu Feng shook his head desperately and said, "No, I didn't see anything. You didn't do anything. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything." Fang Chun held the sky-destroying sword and walked step by step toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng was shocked to find that his body could not move. No, a miserable cry came from his mouth. In the next moment, the sky-destroying sword pierced through his head. His eyes widened as he fell limply to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. He would never know how a saint-level ancient martial art practitioner could actually surpass him in speed. The ultimate sword Dao formed its own domain. The so-called Son of the Wind, Wu Feng, was just a joke. He dared to blackmail Fang Chun and paid with his life in the end. He reaped what he sowed.